Gather around, Skull Brothers and Sisters. This is Minnesota Sports Talk, presenting Under the Lights with your hosts, Justin and Dave, next in 3, 2, 1. Gather around, Skull Brothers and Sisters. This is Under the Lights, brought to you by Minnesota Sports Talk. I'm your host, Dave, and in my Under the Lights partner in crime, the only host to earn a perfect score on PFF, Justin Day. Together we bring you the president of the Zach Wilson Cougar Fan Club, RAP, from Purple Pocket Podcast. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Let's go, man. Let's go, man. You already know.
How you guys doing, man?
Ooh, we got the soundboard in place.
Oh, look at that. We got a visitor soundboard. I'm gonna have to bring you out more often since I don't have one. Let's get some shout outs. Who do we got already in the comments? Mary Fisk, who I think posted this at like 5 p.m. All right, Mary, thanks for showing up. Skull Mafia, as usual. Yes, good old head is in the house. Oh, geez, the explosions are already happening. Look at that. All right, Bob Swede.
What's up,
all right, McAndrews, what's up, man?
Andrews in the
building. Oh, snap. We're getting the band back together. Get your popcorn ready. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Oh, yeah. We got the popcorn in the house. Out of popcorn already. Vikings Uncensored.
Right,
man, I might have to send out the link and have some people join us today. I don't know. All right. What do we got? Okay. Let's see. Who do we got? Mafia, New York Bro. Rap got the shades on. It's gonna get down tonight. Yes, sir. Yogi Howard. Woo, let's go. What's all work? I had to sneak
Shout
on.
Out Yogi,
awesome.
Man. Shout out Skull Mafia for sure.
What do we got? Nick Riley. We're doing awesome. We're doing awesome. How you doing, Rappy? Do you miss me? What? Do you miss me at all, or?
Yeah, man. You know, miss y'all. I miss y'all, man. I'm ready. I don't
even remember the last time. When was the last time we were on together? I can't remember. I think we went one time after the season, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. We'll have to go back. Yeah, I don't know
though.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll go on the way back machine sometime later. What? I feel like I got my ex on. That's what they keep. People in my chat would say, "Dave, where's your ex?"
Yeah, for sure. Funny. For sure, man. We still here though. We never left. Honestly, we just you broke 1,700 subs lately. You're on your way to 1,800, man. It should be right around the corner. 2,000 is probably next week. You've been blowing up. You've been putting out a lot of content. How's it been going, man? Yeah, it's been going good. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all the love we've been getting for sure. Just working hard at it. You know what I mean? People appreciate the content. I just thank everybody for that, man. Appreciate y'all tapping in with the boy RAP, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, and you know why they tapping in, right? Because we talking that real-ish, man. That's why none of that Kirk Cousins soft stuff. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna keep it real.
Well, it would be totally unusual to have a complete episode about Kirk Cousins that lasts 2.5 hours, but that would not shock me with the crowd I got on today.
Dang it. I thought that's why we were here.
Well, I just said it wouldn't shock me.
The thumbnail says it all, doesn't it?
Kirk is as good as gone after the season. Just please don't let it be Levis. Reminds me of Winston and the locker. All right.
I think you
meant excited about our Vikings.
Reminds you of who? Winston?
I went like James Winston, I guess.
Yeah, I think
Winston and Locker. Winston, the two quarterbacks, Jake Locker and Winston.
Oh, okay.
Well, I got some questions to get started. We'll get into the meat a little bit later as more people join, I think. Now, let me ask both of you guys this question. Which ex-Viking will have the best season in 2023? Like a guy we let go this off season. Who will have the best 2023 season? Pick an ex-Viking. Tell me why.
Well, I would say probably Eric Kendricks would be my candidate. I would say Adam Thielen, but don't know if they're going to start the rookie or if they're going to go with Andy Dalton. And in either case, you really can't count too much on that. So I'm going to go Kendricks. I think he's still got something left in the tank. It just wasn't in the cards for his price range and his age and what the Vikings are looking to do. But I think out back home, so to speak, out on the West Coast, I'm going to say Eric Kendricks. That's who I'm going to roll with. What you think, Rep?
I'm going with Cameron Dantzler.
There's your
Cameron
boy.
Dantzler going to turn up. I'm going with Cameron Dantzler. Yeah, man. I'm hoping Cameron Dantzler has a good season, man. I think he's gonna turn up though in Washington, man. I can see him doing his thing. And we're gonna be sitting back watching Cameron Dantzler like, damn.
What's his competition out there? Is he you think he's a sure starter this year, or?
I think he got a good chance, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he has that much competition, honestly. I think they brought him in to be a starter for sure.
Now, Justin, do you think Kendricks was more Ed Donatel, or you think he really? I mean, he went from like 80th best player in the league to 70th best, and then 2022 he's crap. You know, it's like I'll tend to agree with you. Do you think it was more Ed Donatel, or do you think a little of both?
Well, first off, I think I got to save that clip where you said I think you agree with me, but
it's snipped. It's snipped. I mean, I'm
really saying
you're
that
agreeing
because
with me.
No,
You're
you
agreeing
said
with
that
me. I said this a while ago.
When we was on Rhino and Bruno's show, you said that, so I had to get you back for that. But in all seriousness, I think it was a good part of Ed Donatel. I'm not going to say it was all one or the other. I think it's a little column A and column B. And as I had said when we had the discussion about whether we keep or not, I also think that added responsibility of being the defensive coordinator on the field with the headset was a responsibility that up until that point had been Anthony Barr's. So, you know, he had a lot working against him. And I do think that, his speed definitely looked like it was gone last year, to say the least. But I still think he's got a little something left. I honestly do.
Hey, Dylan, man, you
ain't funny. You ain't funny. We'll get to that in a minute.
Hey, Dylan, you a fool, man. Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
I always love that analogy. I always pay homage to it when it happens. That's for sure.
Hey,
We're trying really hard to stay away from that topic right off the bat, and people just won't let it
go. It's a good way. It's
a
good analogy, though.
So
I appreciate it.
Let's talk about Thielen since he was brought up, and now I do think he probably lost a step based on just the eye test, looking at old video of him and looking at current video of him. But I still, again, another situation where he was leading the league in touchdowns in 2021 before he got injured. 2022, he's crap. I think there's something left in the tank there too. How much is left in the tank, Rap?
I think he'll have a mediocre season, I believe. Yeah, I think he'll probably have. If I had to guess, I'm probably going to say a season kind of like how he had with us. You know, probably 700 yards, maybe a couple, 8 touchdowns. That's what I would guess. So I think he's pretty much where he's going to be. You know what I mean? Like he got one more year of that type of play. I don't think he's going to go back to 9 consecutive 100-yard games or nothing like that. So that ain't happening.
It is crazy that he still holds the NFL record, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Justin, you brought it up that it kind of depends on what happens with the quarterback. What's a better situation, the rookie or Andy Dalton?
If you're asking for the team to be competitive or for Adam Thielen to be able to, get his 800-900 yards and, 7 to 12 touchdowns, probably Andy Dalton, because he's the veteran and, he's going to have a higher floor than the rookie will. He probably theoretically would have a lower ceiling than the rookie will. But I think for the first year coming out the gate, I think Andy Dalton's probably going to be the starter. So I would say that Thielen's probably going to be looking good, the first 6 to 8 weeks, as long as Andy Dalton is in there, being that veteran presence. So if you're looking to have Adam Thielen get as much as he can from an Adam Thielen standpoint, it's definitely Andy Dalton, I would think.
Now, give me your opinion, Rap, but how you think Kwesi and KOC are doing putting this roster together so far? Is it exceeding expectations, or is it the opposite? Tell me a little bit what you think, how they've been doing so far this offseason.
I think they've been doing good. You know what I mean? Like really good, actually, especially with all the news we've been seeing lately. I think they've been doing excellent. You know what I mean? Like I see what they're trying to do. They're getting players that kind of had good years in 2021, 2020, and looking at that as if, okay, maybe we can get some of that play still out of them because they're young. So, I mean, I like what they're doing, especially Byron Murphy. Like, I've been one of Byron Murphy. I called Byron Murphy 2 weeks before we got him, and I knew, like, if we could get him, he would be a game changer. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to see him. That was a big move. You know, getting Byron Murphy was a big, huge move because he's so versatile and he's a dog. You know what I'm saying? So I can't wait. I'm buying the jersey right when it's pressed.
How much do you think? I mean, there was somewhat lack of, you know, grading, whatever, on his favor. But when you look at him on game tape, game speed, the type of receivers he actually was able to shut down during the year, you feel like he was underrated of a pickup by the Vikings?
Yeah, because he shut down a lot of top receivers. You know what I'm saying? Like, when he played good receivers, he did good, right? You talking about the same graph I seen?
Well, I also brought Tanishka on one of my shows, and she actually was one of the first people to bring it out on Twitter right when he got picked up. So yeah, she really broke it down. I mean, she got the information from other people, but she combined it and was tweeting it out. So it really looks like he's a diamond in the, not even in the rough. But I guess you can say with the Cardinals being a poverty franchise, yeah, we did find a diamond in the rough.
He's actually, I feel like he was a diamond. He's been a diamond since he's been with them. I just think the Cardinals, like you said, they're
Cardinals are the rough. He's the diamond. That's
like they're in the rough, and we just pretty much, he don't want to be there because he knows they're not winning. So he pretty much, you know, hey, we took him, and now he's probably going to be with the Vikings for years to come. You know what I mean? Because he's still young, and he's the type of guy that you bring in that's going to be like a franchise cornerback. You know what I mean? So he can be here for maybe he can retire here depending on how he plays. So we'll see what happens, man. I think he's going to hold up well, though, man. He's definitely a savage. Hopefully he can stay healthy. You know what I mean? That's the main thing. And that's the key with every player. So, you know what I mean? So it don't matter, man. We just got to go out there and play some football.
Justin, you think it's an upgrade over Patrick Peterson? Well, absolutely. We are having a different defense, so I kind of think I know what your answer is, but go ahead and tell me, man.
Well, I think it'll be an upgrade from the standpoint of he's younger. And like you said, it's tough to compare with the different schemes. I mean, Patrick Peterson, he still had it from a standpoint of leadership, cunning and guile, and veteran experience, whereas Murphy's going to be, you know, he's still entering his prime, so to speak. So it is a little different to, you know, compare the two at this point in their career. But at the same time, I'm just excited for this Ed Donatel defense to be gone and the Flores defense to be in. And it's like we've said in previous iterations of our content creation, I don't care if the Vikings get burned a bunch of times, as long as they're being burned, being aggressive, as opposed to being burned, just sitting back there waiting for everything to happen in front of them. So I think overall, I mean, if you want to look at PFF grades, maybe one's an improvement over the other, but I think it's a tough one to compare against. But I'm excited, like Rap said. I mean, Rap and SK were in the middle of doing a mock draft, and I cut in and said, hey, y'all, breaking news, Rap, you got your guy. So I know we all very excited to see that. And again, it's nothing against Patrick Peterson. It's just his time has come and gone. What's up, Mike? Thanks for joining us.
I'm gonna throw something in Rap's wheelhouse
buying
here.
A Lamar jersey.
Well, what is the percentage chance, in your opinion, that Lamar Jackson is wearing Vikings uniform in 2023?
I mean, shit, I'm gonna go with what I heard, man. Shit, I'm gonna say 70. I'm gonna say about 73%. You know what I'm saying?
73%.
And you saw what came out today with the Vegas odds. Like, we're number 2. You know what I mean? So you know, where it's smoke is fire, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't let it fool you. Your eyes are not tricking you, man. The Vikings are all in the mix, and there's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. And then the moves we're making, all the little moves we're talking about with all these contracts that are kind of like 1-year contracts, and, you know, just spending a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, not extending Kirk. Like, it's all adding up to something big might be coming. You know what I mean? So
what would have to happen is Kirk Cousins, it would have to be traded. Does he get traded to Baltimore, or does he agree to go to somewhere else?
He might agree to somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? He might agree to somewhere else. There can be a 3-team trade I can see happening.
Yeah,
you know
I was thinking about that today. A 3-way trade would probably
honestly,
be the
I can
only
see.
way to
I can
do it.
see. Like, I know a lot of people say San Francisco for Kirk, but I can see Kirk accepting Indianapolis, like for sure too. I can see him going to the Colts too. You know what I'm saying?
Midwest team. I don't see him going to Baltimore and liking it.
I don't see him going to Baltimore. He's not a Baltimore type quarterback.
No, he's definitely not.
He's not. He's too soft to be a Baltimore type quarterback. I'm just keep it real. Like, not as far as like injuries. I'm just saying he just don't have the mentality.
Now, let's go back to the offseason. Give me your guys' best personnel move outside of the guy we just talked about. I want to hear, like, because that hasn't happened yet. What is the best personnel move that we've made so far?
For me,
like
it's
coaches?
not. Yeah, well, are you talking about?
It could be
guys
anything. Yeah, any Viking related, any Viking personnel. What's the best move we made?
For me, it's not bringing back Thielen and Kendricks. It's not sticking with the same formula that you've been going with for the last couple of years. It's finally saying, you know what? We got to take our medicine from these dead cap hits with these void years and all of these restructures we've done into signing bonuses. What's up, Kyle? How you doing? I think their best moves, honestly, particularly if we're going to take, Byron Murphy off the table, their best moves have been who they didn't bring back. And it might seem like, well, that's kind of a, yeah, sometimes it's addition by subtraction. It's saying we're not going with the old guards. We're moving on from the sacred cows, is a term that Mike and I have used. I think their best move is not bringing back Thielen and Kendricks. And ultimately,
not extending Kirk Cousins.
Not extending Kirk Cousins is right.
Absolutely. That move right there, bro. Like that.
And they all go together. If I had just said not extending Kirk Cousins, I would have heard about it. So I'm going to put all three of those things together. But in all seriousness, yes.
I actually said besides the quarterback we just talked about. So
I thought you said corner. I thought you said
I know you guys could talk about Kirk Cousins on every.
You said what's the best. Question. You said what's the best. It's hard,
outside of the court because that move hasn't happened yet.
It has happened yet. What do you mean it hasn't happened yet? Yeah, it has. What do you mean it hasn't happened yet? They didn't extend him. What was the best move? They denied him.
And I apologize. I thought you said cornerback because we just got done talking about Byron Murphy. That's what I thought you said. So I apologize for that. But anyway.
Okay. No worries. Feel free to talk about anything you want, Rap. Let's
not
go.
Extending Kurt was the best move and not keeping old bodies. Couldn't agree more. Ain't that right, Nick? Appreciate you, dog.
What's
up,
Nick?
What I'm saying? Like, tell him again. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, the point is this. To be real, other than Kirk, though, I would say Brian Flores, because I just think Brian Flores is going to bring a lot of value to the team. Honestly, I just do. Like, he's you know what I mean? He's absolutely, like, he's been in a head coach role. And to be real with you, the Dolphins did him dirty. Like, they were paying him to lose games and all. He's been through a lot. And then on top of the whole other stuff he has going on with the discrimination and shit, like, it's just, he's been through a lot. I think he has a chip on his shoulder, and I think he's ready to, I'm glad he's on our team, you know what I mean, as our coach, because I think he's going to scheme up some stuff and really show the NFL that he's head coach material, and he is head coach material. But it's amazing that he chose to be a defensive coordinator for us when he could have easily went and got a head coach job if he wanted to, for sure. Somebody would have hired him. Like, I'm sure the Cardinals would have hired him this season. And there was a couple other teams, maybe the Texans probably would have hired him if he really wanted the job. So, it's good that he came and rocked with us.
How much do you think it has to do with, I don't know, their facilities, the way they treat their players, the way they treat their families? How much did him not going after that Cardinals job have to do with that? What do you think?
I think it has a lot to do with just Kwesi, man. Like, honestly,
he didn't want to pay for lunch, I guess, maybe. That was
right.
the deal.
I'm gonna keep it real. Like, Kwesi might not be perfect, as far as some of the moves he's made kind of surprised us, and it's like, why is he doing this and that? But when it comes to a type of a man that is just a stand-up guy that can, talk to people and get people to buy in, like, he's that type of person. Like, Kwesi's a salesperson, bro. Like, I'm in sales, you're in sales, that like, you could tell how he talks and carry himself. Like, this guy could sell damn salt to a slug. I'm trying to tell you right now, he's just that type of guy, in my opinion. And I just think he had a conversation with Brian Flores on top of Kevin O'Connell. And, it's like, hey, I want to come rock with y'all, man. It's more about the relationships rather than Brian Flores. You could tell it's not about the money with Flores, and that's a good thing. Because if he wanted to make more money, he just would have took a head coaching job. And even if he would have went to the Cardinals, he probably would have lost the head coaching job right after the season because they really don't have a team this year. You know what I mean? The Cardinals really don't. They should be horrible. That's the projection.
Yeah, they're not going to be any good.
Well, it could be still a financial move because I think in your long-term future of being in a better situation.
Yeah.
It was just I think it was a smart move by him to come to an organization like us and show, and the expectations on that defense were so low. Any improvement would have made him look like a genius.
And he's going to have the opportunity to really show his chops. And this is something we said a couple of weeks ago. Anything you want to say about Mike Zimmer, fine. Go ahead and say about Mike Zimmer. But the guy knew how to coach defense. But he had a lot of players, and he had a lot of high draft picks and some free agents to build that defense with. I mean, again, he had Harrison Smith. Now, that came the year before him, or excuse me, 2 years. He had Xavier Rhodes. That came before him. But look at these dudes on that 2017 defense. We got Everson Griffin in his prime, Danielle Hunter, Linval Joseph, Eric Kendricks, Anthony Barr, Rhodes, Trey Waynes, who's a solid corner, and Harrison Smith.
Shout out
That's
Everson
8
Griffin,
guys. Man. That's 8 guys on defense. Flores doesn't have anywhere near that kind of talent as of right now. He's going to have to develop that talent. He's going to have to scheme up that talent. So I'm not trying to take away anything from Mike Zimmer, but Flores has got his work cut out for him. And as you said, Dave, this is an opportunity for him to maybe take a year to say, okay, I took less this year than what I could have got, but this will allow me the opportunity to get a whole lot more down the road. I totally agree.
Shout out Everson Griffin, man. That's my role model, man.
Let's give Too Evil to Hope some playtime here. Before I do, though, we got almost 30 people in the chat. We've dipped above 30. So
let's go.
Get in there. Hit like.
Easy in the building.
Hit like. More comments, more questions. Let's do it. Hit like. If you're on Purple and Gold for Days, make sure you hit like over there too. And Purple Pocket Podcast, go over there. Make sure you subscribe. Not like you aren't already. Everybody subscribed.
Most of ours are both.
Everybody subscribed to Purple Pocket Podcast. But if by a faint chance there's a new dude out, a new dude or dudette out there, go over and do it. But Too Evil to Hope. Again, this is all about these two guys today. Too Evil to Hope. It's not me today. It's these two guys. I want to hear what they got to say.
Shout out Too Evil, man. That's my bro, man. Shout out Too Evil, man. Love you.
Tell us. He's giving you some options here. Would you prefer Vikings to draft a QB, trade for Lance, or wait to draft a QB in 2024? And I guess we've already answered Lamar. Let's leave Lamar out of it. This is his question. Which of these 3 things would you got going? Let's start with you, Justin. We'll let Rap simmer.
We'll let him simmer. Well, I actually didn't get the answer about Lamar, but that's okay. No, Too Evil's got it in the right order. Draft a quarterback this year. Yeah. Trade for Lance. Quarterback 24, I would do it in the exact order. Though, if those are my choices, that's the exact order I would do it in.
Follow-up question for you. You want the Vikings to get their guy. Their guy is in this draft, not next draft. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I want it done now because I want some sort of succession plan to start. I would rather have that guy now. Yeah. Depending on what it would cost, obviously. I mean, there was. It
don't matter what it costs. That's the thing. That's what we got to stop doing, man.
I'm agreeing with you there. No, what I'm saying is just do it. Okay.
Should we go Mike Ditka on him? Should we go Mike Ditka?
I'm just saying, what I'm saying is this. If all we worry about is, we can't give up 2 for him. You know, that's too much. That's too much. Bro, you're going to end up being in the same position. Like, why do we got to settle for Hendon Hooker? Know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, Hendon Hooker might be good, but why settle? Well, let's trade back and maybe we can get Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round or something.
I saw Hendon Hooker mocked to the 5th spot.
To the 5th overall.
Like, man, move up and get one of them boys. You know what I'm saying?
I forget who it was, but it was a big time article. But hey, notice Rap took over.
Home, man.
Okay, your turn, Rap. Oh, he already took over.
No, but, I mean,
I got something for you. I got something for you here. Rhino. We're not getting Lamar Jackson. All media smoke. We're not getting Jackson. As Justin is my witness on our show, Rhino said Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson. Go Rap.
Absolutely.
Tell him why he's crazy.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, listen, first of all, Lamar Jackson won an MVP of the whole NFL his 2nd year as a QB. Kirk Cousins would never. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just keep it real. He would never. And I mean, and that right there alone, bro, like is already. And another thing is this too, Rhino. Lamar Jackson, think about this. The Ravens were nothing until he started. They were on a decline. Lamar Jackson started and they made the playoffs every single year that he started as a quarterback. Think about this too, Rhino. His record is like 45-14 as a starter. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think about that. I don't see how you can believe that Kirk Cousins is any better than him. Like, that is weird. You know what I mean? He might not have as much passing yards, but his legs just outdoes anything, any ball that Kirk can throw, because he might only throw for 22 passing touchdowns, but he'll rush for another 7 or 8. You know what I'm saying? So it just, to me, I think Lamar is miles ahead of Kirk Cousins, bro. Miles to me. But, you know, that's my opinion.
And Rap wasn't on the show, Justin. Could you kind of go over what your take was with Lamar Jackson about him potentially being a Viking?
Well, my take on it is this. It's not my first choice. My first choice is to draft a guy. Get our guy. As lots of us have said, we've done the retread quarterback thing for how many decades outside of, 5 years of Dante Culpepper and a couple years of Teddy before he got hurt. Let's get our guy. Let's get on that rookie quarterback contract scale. Let's build up the team around him. That's my first choice. If my only other two choices are to extend Kirk Cousins or to trade for and sign Lamar Jackson to a big contract, I'm taking Lamar Jackson as option 2, and I'm taking anything.
Oh, that's a little bit different from what you said before. You said you would stick to your guns about not signing quarterbacks to big cap hits.
What I said was my only two choices are to either sign Kirk Cousins to a 3-year extension at market value or to trade for Lamar Jackson. I'm taking
3-year
extension.
I would. 3-year extension.
Yeah. Any kind of
I'm just wondering.
But
any kind or a 3-year, because 3
hold
years
up, real quick too. Oh, Rhino, I forgot. Lamar Jackson won the Heisman in college too. You know what I'm saying?
But to answer your question, if I want the Kirk Cousins era to be over. So if you told me right now the Vikings are definitely going to draft their guy in this upcoming draft, and that Kirk Cousins' final year with the Vikings is this year, then I would say, great, sign me up. But I don't have that guarantee because we don't know how the draft's going to fall. We don't know how they've evaluated these guys. So part of me saying I would rather have Lamar over Kirk is just to say I would rather have Lamar over Kirk. You're going to run into the same problems. Let me say this. I'm going into it with my eyes wide open. I've said for a long time, good, not great quarterbacks at market value make it very, very difficult to build a team around. So you'd be running into those same issues. And what I did say was I think each of those quarterbacks have some deficiencies, and they're different deficiencies. And I do believe that Lamar Jackson has a better chance of overcoming some of the Vikings' overall team deficiencies better than Kirk can, which is why I would take him if those are my only two choices. But
Justin,
to be clear,
I want to circle back a little bit. It wasn't brought up a either or situation.
It was on the Rhino show. That's what I'm referring to. That's what I said.
Again, I'm referring to our show, and I don't know if you changed your mind on his show, but in our show, it was getting Lamar Jackson this year, and you said no.
I said it wasn't my first choice.
Oh, okay. We'll stick with that.
My first choice is
I'm gonna put it like this.
Stick with that.
Listen, I'm supposed to be the one arguing on here on this motherfucker tonight. Hey, look, I'm gonna put it like this.
A good interviewer is gonna put somebody to the fire here.
I know.
And I had a guy on the show that says I had a guy on the show. I'm looking right at him that said he would not take Lamar Jackson because he would stick to his guns of not wanting to sign quarterbacks to big guaranteed money.
Hey, Dave does hold you to your word.
You didn't hear it wrong.
Listen, did I hear that wrong?
Dave, you did not hear it wrong.
Okay, just checking. I just wanted Rap to hear it.
All right, I thought
you gave me a totally different answer than before.
Let's go. You were asking me to confirm what I said on Rhino's show. I will say it one more time just to be clear.
It was our show I was talking about. I didn't see Rhino's show. I'm sorry, Rhino.
You were there with me.
I was Ubering probably.
No, you were there.
I was making that coin.
Anyway, what I'm saying is I want to draft a guy. Period. End of story. That's what I want. Yeah. And if I can't have that, my other two choices, I'm just kidding. I want to draft a guy.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be mad if they did the Lamar thing.
Nobody would. No Viking fan would. You know what I mean? Even the ones that claim they don't like him.
Fun to watch.
Even the ones that claim they don't like him and they think it's not a good move, trust me, after about week 2 or 3, when they start seeing Lamar running around out there and making throws, they'll be buying jerseys. Trust me, it would happen.
Do you think our weapons will help them win a game in the playoffs?
Absolutely. He's never had weapons. That's another thing that people don't think about with Lamar either. He's never really had a number one wide receiver. I don't even think he's had a wide receiver better than Adam Thielen 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keep it real. Like, he hasn't. Name me a wide receiver Lamar Jackson has had, So, hey, look, I'm just telling you, he's had good tight end.
Was it Hollywood? Who was
he had Hollywood Brown,
Brown?
which, come on, Hollywood Brown. Like, I mean, Thielen, I think KJ Osborne's kind of like Hollywood Brown, which I just did a video on KJ. I like KJ, but that's who he compares to. He's like KJ Osborne. Like, he just hasn't had a wide receiver. You know what I mean? And you got a guy like JJ. I'm going to tell you right now, people that think, well, JJ's not going to like bringing Lamar. Are you crazy, man? Like, let's be serious, bro. Yeah. Like, you think JJ ain't going to sit back and say, damn, I absolutely want one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL the past 4 years. Like, this is the thing. We can go back and look at everybody's list going into the season starting from 2020, and I guarantee you Lamar Jackson is within 5. Like, I can guarantee you, man. Like, that's the facts of this all. And now that he's going through all of his stuff, everybody's kind of, well, he costs too much. But you got to pay for greatness, man. That's just part of the NFL. Like, the Cowboys are about to pay Dak Prescott, like, what? They're paying him like 50. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it just is what it is, man. You got to pay that. That's what we do as Vikings fans. Like, Patrick Mahomes is available, and it's like, well, I'll take him, but I don't want to pay $50 million for Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, come on, man. At some point, we got to spend the bag, man. If it's a quarterback like that, you know what I mean? We paid Kirk Cousins $84 million fully guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? A guy that hasn't proved anything when we did sign him. You know what I mean? And we scared to pay Lamar Jackson? Like, I don't get it. That's a fact. I don't get it.
Are you scared at all about 12 games a season the last 2 seasons, or is that not a thought in your?
No, because I know the 2021 season where he played 12, that's more legit. But this season, he could have came back. He just held out. He just started his holdout early. That's really what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could have came back if he wanted to during the playoffs. He just held out. And then he actually act like he was sick the playoff game too, because he probably could have came back in that playoff game and played.
I'll have a follow-up question. Does that endear you to him that he could have played but didn't?
No, because this is the thing, man. Like, Lamar doesn't have an agent. So, like, it's clear to see that these teams are treating him some type of way for that reason, because he's not following the rules. He's going against the grain, and the NFL doesn't like it, and that's why they're having all this talk about him, because they know, and I said this before in my videos, they know that if Lamar Jackson gets a guaranteed deal, and the rumor is he don't even want a fully guaranteed deal. That's just something that the media is throwing out there to try to throw dirt on his name. But let's just say he does get the fully guaranteed deal without an agent. A lot of superstar players are going to start cutting out the middleman, man. He's going to start a whole new trend, especially for African-American players that are superstars. They're going to start saying, you know what? We don't need an agent. You feel me? Like, we about to just start wheeling and dealing ourselves, like, because we are the product. You know what I mean? And that's what's going on right now. If he makes it happen, there's going to be a lot of players. The NBA did it. LeBron James did it. And that's when players started building super teams, which the NFL has a certain type of cap where you can't do it like the NBA. But you know what I mean? Like, hey, man, Lamar's just going against the grain, man. And that's why he's getting all this flack right now about,
the NBA is going through an issue right now where there's so much turnover in teams that their viewership's going down. People can't relate to the team because all these players are moving. They buy a jersey, they're gone the next year just because of the way they worked it out. Now, Rapp brought up what he thought about him being his own agent and whatever kind of way they're feeling about Lamar Jackson. Yeah. I'm going to put this tidbit out here. How much do you think it's other teams just not wanting to steal players from other teams? I think the only way this happens is in a trade. If in my opinion,
that could be true. I know Harbaugh wants him.
Yeah.
The head coach wants Lamar Jackson because he knows what he has with him.
Exactly.
Like, that's a fact. Like, he knows. And to Rhino, I know you're saying, like, him holding out that's why you don't want him, because he should have went and tried to win. Let me ask you, if you're working your job and your boss said, you know what, I want you to go out here this week and I want you to work your ass off, man. I'm paying you $50 an hour, but you know what? This week right here, we're going to cut your salary off. We're not going to sign you to next year. We're not going to sign you to work on next week, but we want you to work and build up everything that we can ship out next week. Are you going to go out there and give it your all? You know, just ask yourself that. Would you go out there and do it for free? Would you go out there if you put all your whole heart and soul into a company and they said, you know what? Hey, you know what? Fuck you. You know what I mean? We're not going to sign you. You know what I mean? But I still want you to go out there this week and work hard as hell, though. I want you to put in, 60 hours for me, overtime, too. You know what I mean? I want you to do that. Come on.
I think the simpler way to say it is that Lamar made a business decision at the end of the year last year, right? He was just like, okay, I've been trying to renegotiate and get in a contract extension with you for 2 years and you haven't given me one. So I'm not going to put myself out there in a position where if I get hurt, it completely tanks my value as a free agent.
He made a business decision.
So he made a business decision. But Rhino makes a good point. What does that say about that person? You have to make that determination as an organization is, okay, do we think that represents who this person is at his core, or that he was just making a business decision at that time, given the given circumstances that he was under at that time? And I don't know the answer to that question.
The thing is, he sees a bunch of other quarterbacks getting their money. You know what I mean? Like, and he's one of the best, and he's not getting his money. Like, that would make anybody feel some type of way, honestly. Like, I feel
to that point, Rap, part of what is working against Lamar Jackson is Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson, who both got traded for bucket loads of draft picks, got paid bucket loads of money. Now, Deshaun, and again, I'm talking about just on the field here. Now, we're not going to get into the off-field stuff, but obviously when he came back, he didn't look very good, which is not surprising, being that he had been almost 2 years before actually playing a game. But when you're a GM or you're an owner and you see the precipitous drop that Russell Wilson had his last year in Seattle. Now, part of it last year in Denver was the fact that he had a buffoon as a head coach. I'm going to give him some of that, and I'll be interested to see what he does with Sean Payton, even though we can't stand him as Vikings fans. But, if I'm a team and I say, well, look at what happened with these guys here. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do that, or do I want to be more cautious? Listen, there will never be another Herschel Walker trade. The rest of the NFL and other sporting world saw how lopsided that trade was, and it's never going to be done again. So I think part of was working.
We saw it with Wilson.
I'm sorry.
It was Russell Wilson.
It wasn't quite Herschel Walker, but I get your
bad.
Point. But my overall point is that I think other teams are now kind of leery of getting into business like that because of some of the other examples that have happened.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what Rhino's saying, man. And I'm really focusing on Rhino in the chat because I know he don't like Lamar. So that's why I'm focusing on him. He don't like Lamar at all.
Well, he says that he would rather extend Kirk Cousins Lamar, but I did quote him right of him saying that Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Lamar. Was like,
yes,
he did say that. I'm not crazy, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, just making but he did also say that he'd rather extend. That's how much he liked him.
There's no universe is Kirk Cousins a better football player? Not even just quarterback.
Hey, he's allowed his opinion. Rhino, you're allowed your opinion, man.
Yeah, you are allowed your opinion, but it's not true. You know what I'm saying? It's not true. You're allowed it. You're allowed.
And he also brought up Lamar winning the Heisman. He said Gino Toretto won the Heisman.
Yeah, no, he's doing a Gino Toretto back.
We drafted him. Yeah, that's awesome.
Because this is the thing, you can't be a bad quarterback when you know that the numbers that are floating are 200 million guaranteed. Bad quarterbacks don't get that type of money, man.
Christ,
you know
this chat's insane. I'm not even close.
Too
Evil to Hope, GG Sports Podcast. I think they're big Caleb Williams fans. Is there any situation where you say, hey, let's really stock up picks for next year and go after him? Hit a home run.
Let's end this. Let's end that real quick. Okay. There is no amount of stockpiling that can be done.
Yeah.
The only way you could possibly get Caleb Williams is if you trade Kirk Cousins and start Nick Mullins for 17 games. And if JJ gets hurt week 1, you have to fall.
That's not the only way.
Yes, it is. Because whoever has the first pick is taking him. It's just like
that's not true. That's not true. Because you think about this. What if the Texans, they get Bryce Young and then they still only win 3 games next season with Bryce Young? I mean, they're not going to take another quarterback right away.
The Texans would be smart to then trade Bryce Young for a boatload of picks and take Caleb Williams.
No, they won't. I don't think they will. Nah.
I'm saying that. Okay, I was slightly exaggerating, but my point is that if you're going to have Kirk Cousins as your quarterback, you're going to win 7 games minimum. With Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson, you're going to win a minimum of 7 games, regardless of how bad the defense is, regardless of this, that, and the third, the offensive line, whatever the heck else. You could have 2 or 3 number 1 draft picks, but if your top draft pick is somewhere in the teens or 20s, you're not going to have enough ammo to move up high enough to get a Caleb Williams. If you're the Texans and you take Bryce Young, and then you end up with the number 1 overall pick, and the Vikings come to you and say, hey, we'll give you our 23rd pick, plus a couple of first-round picks in 25 and 26, you're going to get outbid. So bottom line is that if you're going to be competitive this year in any way, shape, or form, which is what obviously they're going to do, or that's what their plan is, then you can forget about Caleb Williams. It's not going to happen. It's just like the Indianapolis Colts would not have to, whether they had a quarterback or not, we're not going to trade out of that Andrew Luck pick. Not for 5 number 1 overall picks. They weren't going to, and nobody's going to.
I think it just depends on who had the first pick. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly. Now, this is the thing. Now, I feel like if the Bears were to, like, not do good this season, I think they would move off of Justin Fields. Absolutely.
In a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat after this season if they don't do good, you know? But my thing is this. I have to disagree. Like, if the Panthers, and they're going to go CJ Stroud or Bryce Young, one of the two, or say the Texans, because there's a high possibility that those 2 teams can still be bottom feeders this season coming up.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, so there's a high possibility that they can have 1, 2, and 3, even the Colts. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I have no faith in them at all. So there's a possibility, and those guys, once they pick a quarterback, they're not going to move off of a 1 year, like a Bryce Young or a CJ Stroud. Like, they're not going to say, all right, well, last year didn't work. So no, they'll take offers. We'll be able to give them first round picks and shit like that. And if so, you got to do it. You know what I mean? You can't sit back and think, well, if we give up our first round picks, what are we going to do the next 2-3 years? No, you just got to do it, man, and get your guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want the Vikings to start doing. You know what I mean? Like, just do the shit, man. Like, quit trying to bargain shop. You know what I'm saying? Like, quit going to Ross and TJ Maxx, man. Go to the motherfucking mall and get the original shit. You know
hate to interrupt a monologue, but I just really want to talk about Anthony Richardson, exciting freaking player. Yeah. I know someone brought it up before. I'm not giving him credit, and I apologize if I'm not. But I saw it again, and I was like, hey, Anthony Richardson, exciting player. He'd be just fun to watch. Is this the kind of like swing for the fences type pick you guys are looking for? He excites me more than a Will Levis does.
Absolutely.
So
no question.
Go ahead. I mean,
no question.
Yeah, no, we were just agreeing with you. Yeah, we were agreeing with you.
Moving on. I was putting it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was letting you guys take over, but apparently I said it all.
I put it like this: if the Vikings plan on moving up, like if this is their thing, and they're going into this draft saying, "Hey, we're moving up," I hope, because they did interview Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, I hope that they chose Anthony Richardson instead. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, Will Levis, I mean, yeah, he could be good, but I just think that Anthony Richardson is going to be a lot better at quarterback in the NFL, because he has more of the traits of what the evidence is showing you have to be a dominant quarterback in the NFL. He's just showing the traits. He has more of the traits. You know what I'm saying? Like that big arm shit that Will Levis got, that's all everybody talking about. Well, Anthony Richardson got a big arm too. You know what I'm saying? So, and he can also run a lot better, and accuracy and shit is all things that can be coached. So that's why I never worry about accuracy. When people say, well, his accuracy was only 53, it's like, yo, those are things that muscle memory can fix, man. Once you get in the NFL and you're throwing every damn day, like you'll get better with accuracy. You know what I'm saying? Speed and shit, the athletic ability he has, you can't coach that. You know what I'm saying? So for sure.
He's got kind of the physical body type that can withstand a lot of, if he doesn't always run and he develops his passing game, I think there's a lot. He'll have life left in him, because his type of physical stature could actually take a beating, as long as he's not trying to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? If he's not trying to get contact. And
hey, Rhino, man, and just remember, Rhino, I love you though, man. You my boy. You know what I'm saying? You my boy.
I think we got a different opinion. That's why I put it up, man.
Hey, we gonna get you. We gonna get you. I definitely got a link with you, man. We gotta do a show, man. I rock with you, Rhino.
We can get him on now.
I was about to say,
shit, tap in. It don't matter. Shit, I'm ready to argue. I'm ready to argue with a motherfucker. Y'all, hey, listen, I'm ready to argue. That's why I showed
I'll
up
keep
tonight,
my answer
I'm ready
to
to
that
argue. So, hey, Rhino, if you want to argue, man, hey, tap in. It is what it is, because I'm down to argue.
I'll send it to you, Rhino, if you want to join.
Yeah, send it to Rhino, and if he pops in, he pops in. Thanks for helping me out, man.
Yeah,
I got nothing but time tonight.
Rhino, we're gonna try to get you on.
No, I'm gonna send it to you in a minute. Here, hold on. But to answer the question, yes, AR-15. I would trade up. I would trade next year's first. I would trade 2000. I take this year plus 2 extra picks to go up and get Anthony Richardson, and I would definitely do that over signing Lamar Jackson.
I think this is also 6 Shooter Gaming or Nation Gaming brings up a good point. His last two or one of these 2 tweets he's done is that I think also the GMs are not wanting to get these contracts out of hand. I think there's a huge regret out there of Deshaun Watson's contract.
Right.
Nobody wants to do that again.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Lamar is just unfortunately running into that buzzsaw where he gets that tag on him. Nobody wants to steal the quarterback. Yeah. And, just because they, like for us, we'd have to trade Kirk and then go get him and not be assured. San Francisco has to go get a 2023 first round pick and then not be assured. So whatever happens, it has to be a mutually agreed upon trade. Mm-hmm. And like you said, Justin, Ravens want to keep him. And I think you said the same thing.
And there's a reason why the Ravens want to keep him. Like, who wouldn't want to keep Lamar Jackson? Like, other than Rhino. You know what I'm saying? Other than my boy Rhino.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. If you didn't go out and play for your team and you could have, I think it's a fair point.
Absolutely.
He do got a fair point, but he also, some people just know their worth, man. You know what I mean? And it just is what it is, man. It boils down to that. You know what I mean? That's why players hold out. You know what I mean?
It's a timing thing, too. I mean, think about it like this. When Kirk Cousins signed his original deal in 2018 with the Vikings and got that first fully guaranteed contract, that reset the quarterback market. And everybody that came after him, Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, Jared Goff, all of these guys got similar type contracts. And then they just kept going up and up. And then you had guys like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson. And now the league is correcting itself to say, okay, we've market value this, we had to pay those prices. And now we've seen what we get out of the quarterback that unless you're a Patrick Mahomes, a Joe Burrow, or a Josh Allen, at some point it's like, no, you know what? We can't quite give you that much. And so it's mostly a timing thing with him. Like I said earlier about Deshaun and Russell, as well as all of these quarterbacks over the last 5 years that have gotten these big contracts. It's just like, we've seen what happens when you give them that much money. So.
Speaking of contracts, Sarah, as usual, has
What's up, Sarah?
The zinger of the chat. Lamar has MVP. Kirk has MVC. Most valuable contract.
But,
as usual, Sarah, you are a cherished person in this chat.
But they gave Patrick Mahomes $500 million. You know what I mean? Over 10 years, but still, he's getting $50 million a year. They just won a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? The point is, if you have a quarterback that you feel is a champion, which I think that Lamar Jackson has that dog in him, like he does. He's just showed it.
10 years in him now?
I'm saying you never know. He's only 26 years old. I know people say because he runs, he's going to just have a short career all of a sudden, but you don't know that. You know what I mean? That's assuming things. I mean, that's really assuming things. Like because he's a smart runner at the end of the day too. If you ever watch him play when he runs, he's not like Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is a little more dangerous because he tries to put his shoulder down and run people over.
Yeah, I can
Lamar
agree.
Gets down a lot. Lamar runs out of bounds a lot. He definitely tries to avoid contact more than he does, trying to. I can see him twisting a knee or something because he's so damn shifty as he gets older. Them knees ain't going to be the same. He trying to do them cuts he be doing. But still, I still think he has some years in it. He's only 26. He's the same age as Hendon Hooker that we want. And this man's already won an MVP in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. All I'm saying is, how would you not want a former MVP? Like, that just, to me, it's like, yo, like, he led the league in touchdowns that year.
I'm trying to think of MVPs that I wouldn't want.
Yeah, he led the league in touchdowns. And think about this. In 2019, they say Lamar Jackson can't throw. He led the league in touchdowns. He led the league in completion percentage, I believe, too. He has one of the highest completion percentages since he joined the NFL. So all this Lamar can't throw, all he can do is run, bro. Like, it's cap, bro. It's just y'all see him run so much.
Well, you mentioned the touchdowns. I think someone put it up earlier, 36 and 6 interceptions. I would have to go more in depth on that, but I think he threw for 3,100 yards that season. That was his best season.
He did, but he also had 1,200 rushing yards or something though.
Yeah.
So that's when you got to think about. Yeah, he might only threw for 3,000 yards, but he he ran for like 800. My bad. I don't think he's ever run for 1,000. I think he ran for like 7.
I'm not sure,
but that's still a good amount for a quarterback. You know what I mean? And he put up 7 extra rushing touchdowns. So
I see the argument. I see the argument of him having more weapons. He would be even better.
Yeah. And he wouldn't be running as much.
Just to clarify, Patrick Mahomes, not to correct you or anything, just to be more accurate, 10 years, $450 million. So that is kind of the market right now, right? Like 45
and none of those,
million.
There's no quarterback in the NFL that should be exceeding that, by the way. Let's just be clear. Lamar Jackson is not in Patrick Mahomes' territory. Nobody is.
And Skull Bro, man, I hear you, man. Hey, I know my Skull Bro don't want Skull Mafia. He don't want Lamar either. He done told me that. He don't want Lamar. He wants KOC to draft his guy. And listen, this is the thing too. Like, I feel like the thing is this though. Like, what's the most important thing to teams, and I feel like Kwesi is really on board with this, is that you want to win a Super Bowl. So if they feel like, listen, Lamar Jackson gives us the best chance to win a Super Bowl, I think they're going to pull that trigger and try to make that happen, right? And if it's not, yeah, I can see the part of, hey, we want to bring our guy in, but they know that's a process, you know what I mean, where they can bring Lamar in and maybe win a Super Bowl within the next 2 years. You just never know with a guy like Lamar. Because if he plays 17 games, I can promise you we're going to the playoff. Like, we're going to have a chance. And our Super Bowl odds are going to go up crazy the minute he signs that paper. I can promise you that. Go look at Vegas after he signs with the Vikings. You'll see. I mean, like, don't be blind to the fact your eyes are not fooling you.
Man, how much money are you putting on this? That's a big payout, man, right? It's still pretty big payout, even if we're second. How much money are you putting down on us getting Lamar, man?
Yeah, man, we second in the race. We second in the race right now, man. You know, so I don't know, man. You know, man, a lot of things, like Dave said in his video, though, like, a lot of things do have to happen. Kirk Cousins has to accept the trade elsewhere. You know what I mean? So that's why I hate no trade clause. That's why I hate no trade clause, because you're able to. You know, you're pretty much able to sit there and say, you know what? No, I don't want y'all motherfuckers to win the Super Bowl this year. I'm going to stay and play. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like no player should ever have the right to say, no, you cannot trade me, man. Listen, at the end of the day, you a damn employee, man. If I want to fire your ass, I can fire your ass.
But I'll say, just to quickly counter that.
And you would have been a great GM in the 60s.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
The Vikings, they got nobody but to blame but
Kirk
themselves.
Flood be damned.
They're the ones who gave him that. They're the one who gave him that condition in this contract.
So. I know. And it is what it is. Like, and this is the thing, man. I want Kirk to make his money. You know, I know he has a family. He plays a violent sport, all that. That's besides the point, man. I'm just saying, we brought him in 2018 to get us over the hump, bro. The hump is over with. You know what I mean? Like, the hump is way back there. You know what I mean? Like, we're on to like a whole new thing now. You know, we got new coaches, new all type of shit. Like, why are we holding on to that? You know what I mean? Like, if we gonna wash our hands, let's wash our hands, man. You know, that's all. That's what I say, man. We're gonna wash our hands. Just wash your hands all the way. Clean them up, you know. So, and I know Dave, I know you quiet tonight. You ain't even sticking up for your boy. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
Oh, I mean, I don't have to. I mean, everybody knows how I feel. I'm saying one more year and try to get, have more picks next year, so we don't have to give up the farm to go up and get our guy. People are, I know Justin put this on Twitter, like, oh, 2022 was a bad draft class. Oh, now 2023 is a bad draft class. Oh, 2024, let's go do that. No, I mean, I'm seriously having us have more picks next year, I thought gives us a better chance. And, we finally got that situation everybody's been complaining about. Kirk Cousins, because of Kirk Cousins' contract, we do not have enough cap room to go get anybody. Well, we got people. I don't know. We have like 15 free agents on our list right now that we signed. And then next year, we actually starting the year with his cap hit. We would start with 60 million, somewhere around there. I think it's an awesome situation. And going into 2025, if we have a young guy that's coming out of sitting either 1 or 2 years, and now we have all these studs like Justin Jefferson re-signed, Darisaw re-signed, and sure, we won't have 200 million left, but we'll have a hell of a lot left to just anchor that and put all sorts of people around that young quarterback that other teams weren't able to do, and those guys flamed out of the league in 2 years, much like your boy Zach Wilson.
Yeah, but who's to say there's going to be a quarterback? So like you trying to predict something that there's going to be a guy in 2025 draft or 2024
2020
draft?
either this year or next year. I'm just saying sit 1 or 2 years. I mean, you could tell me I could say the same thing to you. Why this year? Why not, why do you think this year's better than next year?
I'm going to tell you
this year better than next year? Is it now?
Yeah.
Is it the immediacy that anybody but Kirk?
Absolutely.
Or is it okay, so there's no difference in our argument. I'm just saying I like the better situation, the better timing.
No, there is a difference in our argument.
Your
argument is you want
a guy no matter what.
No,
whoever it is,
your argument is you want
a better situation.
You want to keep prolonging mediocrity. That's your argument. My argument is go ahead and do it.
There's nothing mediocre about 13 wins, man.
Right.
Nothing mediocre about it.
Yes, there is, because we
But it's the goalpost. This is the goalpost. This is the goalpost.
No, that's not the goalpost.
No, it's all about winning games. Now it's about having a defense.
You got 13 wins, but what did it get you? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Got you in the same play. Listen, we won 13. We
got us free agents that want to come play for us.
We won 13 games in 2017. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? The difference is we went to the NFC Championship game. That's the difference. You know what I mean?
We won one game and then went to the NFC title game and won on a miracle.
Matter. We went to
and
the
won
NFC
on a miracle.
Championship game.
The game was called the Minnesota Miracle. There we go.
He should have busted a miracle. Kurt should have did a miracle on 4th and 8. He should have busted a miracle. You know what I'm saying?
I'm wondering, is when Kirk leaves this team, are you going to get that tattooed somewhere on your body?
Absolutely
4th and 8.
not. I can't wait until Kirk leaves this team, and majority of the fans can't wait. You know what I mean? And we see it every day now. And
it's not the majority of the fans.
It is. Yeah, it is. I see your Twitter, and when you post about Kirk, everybody's like.
And then when I do a poll, it's 65%.
Yeah, okay,
your polls are bullshit. Listen, I did a poll too, and you said I didn't do a poll. I did a poll too. What's the difference?
With 50, 60 people, mine's 600.
No, my poll has my poll actually has 500.
Can Kirk win a Super Bowl? 75% yes. It's just that was in 2021. It lowered this year to like 70. I mean, saying something about what I do.
Hold up.
When you guys don't do it yourself,
I don't do it myself. Let me go to my poll. Hey, and everybody that's on my channel, y'all know I just posted a poll. 455 votes. 62% says hell no. And 38% says hell yes.
What's your audience? My Twitter is not.
I was gonna say, hold on.
My Twitter.
No.
My Twitter is not my YouTube audience. My Twitter was there before I started YouTube.
Your Twitter poll is just as slanted. Your Twitter full of shit. That's what it is. That's all right.
Let me say this here now, Dave. Let me respond.
If you like the echo chamber and the bubble you live in, then live in it and hold it on tight. I go out there and I put polls one way or the other. I had Kendricks going at 90.
Let's go look at some of your posts you posted today. Since your polls be doing so good, let's talk about some of the Twitter posts but let's go look at the comments. Nobody's agreeing with you when you say you want to extend Kirk.
Oh, it's incorrect.
So are those the same people on your Twitter? Because why are they not commenting? Why are they not commenting and supporting you? They don't want to show their face.
Rap, do you not think that the angriest, the loudest group out there makes the most comments on Twitter?
Man, people know Kirk is not him, man. That's just the facts, man.
All right,
Kirk is not
let's
him.
circle back here, Dave. If you're gonna, yes, thank you, Grandizer, appreciate you. If we're gonna talk about polls and sample sizes, you replied to Phil Mackey's poll that had 12,000 on there, and 3 out of 4 said they want to move off Cousins. So
he put
but that don't matter.
Choices. He put 3 choices. He put 3 choices.
Though. It's only Dave's poll.
He put 3 choices.
Yeah.
Only Dave's poll counts.
Right?
And 1 out of 4 chose Kirk, and 3 out of 4 chose the other non-Kirks, which means the other non-Kirk
3 choices. The math isn't there, but I don't want to correct you.
You're not blind out here, Dave. You know what's up. You know most of the fans are ready.
All I'm going to say is I don't care about Twitter polls because guess what? It doesn't matter who the person is that's putting out the Twitter poll. Most of those persons'
mine are crap though. His are
gold. If I'd ever be able to finish, what I was saying is that everybody. If I put out a Twitter poll, most of the people who are going to respond to it are going to agree with me, and most of the people who respond to your polls are going to agree with you, and most of the people who respond to rap polls are going to agree with rap. Yes.
You don't think someone doesn't want to say no? I don't want Kirk. Like they said, oh, that guy likes Kirk. I'm not going to go on that poll and
and click and get rid of Kirk. I mean, yeah, it's not silly.
Bro, you want to extend
All
Kirk
I'm saying,
2 more
hold on,
years,
hold on,
and this man is
No,
about
I
to be-
actually,
you
my
want to be
goal is
37
2024.
years old as
You
the
keep
quarterback, while
saying 2
everybody else
years.
has
You
a
keep
26,
saying you
25-year-old
keep putting
quarterback.
words in my mouth, Rap.
Like, come on, man. That's y'all
I
old
literally
school
on this.
Vikings
I
fans,
literally
man. Y'all need to let that shit
you
go,
like
man.
you like going back and showing what I've said and playing it on the air.
Years.
Go back and play the fact that I said I want to extend him 1 year. And I think
you
perfect
said
timing.
You just said earlier you want a quarterback to sit behind him 2 years.
This year and next year. That is a 1 year extension. Math is not your strong suit, apparently.
It must
Go
be.
back and listen to the video.
Must be
1 year.
We
you
don't
keep
want
saying
1
2.
year. Good
1
thing
year.
you're not the GM. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and if you were the GM, we would not have won 13 games this year.
If I was the GM, that bitch
you would have got rid of Kirk.
2020.
Kirk Cousins would have been gone before the season, and we would not have won 13 games this year.
Why you think that? What makes you think that? What makes you think we would have won 13 games without Kirk?
Nick Mullins, or what quarterback we would have had? What quarterback would we have had?
What if I made a blockbuster trade and got somebody good? You don't know what happened.
Yeah, awesome. Who was that?
Russell
Wilson. You wanted to trade for Russell Wilson.
Just be assuming that there's nobody else.
You wanted to trade for Russell Wilson.
All right, how about we get to a more?
He was out of my top 10.
Dave,
this year, going into the season.
Dave, if we had signed Gardner Minshew if we had traded Kirk Cousins and signed Gardner Minshew last year, how many games did we win?
I'm 100% fine. I was 100% fine in 2018, starting just putting a bridge quarterback. I am fine this year putting a bridge quarterback. I have no problem with what our GMs do. I can put out my opinion and say, hey, I think
y'all Kirk stands are sad as hell on Twitter, man. It's hilarious.
And I think the timing,
y'all out there trying to put out y'all things. Oh, I hope they, man, y'all look sad as hell out there on Twitter.
You should see yourself every time Kirk throws an incompletion. I get fucking a Twitter. I get text messages about how this game is over after two missed passes. You're talking about Kirk stands. Holy crap. The way you guys go off, I won't put you into it, Justin, but the way you go off about the slightest mishap for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, because Kirk Cousins hasn't won me anything, man. He just hasn't, man. And I sit here and I watch these other.
Let's talk about who you want
to. It's like, yo, man, I'm jealous. You know what I mean,
besides Lamar Jackson and the pipe dream, let's talk about. Give me. This is what I want to do.
Yeah,
top 5 quarterbacks, and I got a follow-up question about quarterbacks in this draft.
So I guess I'm not going to respond to any of those 7 points that you guys went on.
Nah, this is for me to argue. Yeah, it's for me to argue. Go ahead. You can respond. Go ahead.
To the most recent question, if we didn't have Kirk Cousins this last season, guess what? We would have had 9 wins, give or take. We had somewhere between 7 and 9 wins, and we would have been fighting with Detroit in the last week of the season.
If we didn't have Kirk Cousins, we would have
the wild card game.
Just 9 wins.
7 to 9 wins. Yes.
How do you know that?
I don't know that.
How do you know we wouldn't have won 13 games?
Well, you said,
how do you know that?
You say Kirk's good for 7 wins when he's won 8.
The thing is, how do you know we wouldn't have won 13 games?
We won 13 games with Kirk Cousins.
But how do you know we wouldn't have without Kirk?
He's saying that you're
pretty tough, man. Pretty tough.
Yes, that's why I said 7 to 9. If we had said 7 to 9, I said 7 to 9 wins.
So Kirk's good for 7 wins. His replacement's good for 7 wins. Gotcha. Got it.
Okay, you talk about me slanting stuff. What I said,
you literally said that.
I literally said that you're never going to be
good for
worse.
7 wins.
I said you're never going to be worse than 7 wins.
And then the guy replacing him's good for 7 to 9. How is that off, man? How am I putting words in your mouth?
You asked me you're talking about 2 different questions here. You asked if we
Dave,
didn't have
do you think
Kirk
there's going to be any other quarterback that plays for the Vikings that'll win more than 7 games?
Nobody's won more than 13.
Case Keenum won 13, even though he came in late.
Nobody's won more than 13.
Okay, but he won 13 games in a regular season. What kind of trophy did he get for that? Other than, well, I mean, what did he get for that? What does that bring? What justice does that bring you? Like, what excitement does that bring you that he won 13 regular season football games?
More than a college quarterback winning 7. You know, more than a college quarterback that
that
See,
threw
that's
for
the problem with the
2,800
old school Vikings
2,800
fans, man.
yards.
Y'all are satisfied with just bullshit. Y'all are satisfied.
Dude, you're
with being
talking to a guy
mediocre,
that
bro.
said he would be excited if he got Anthony Richardson.
Yes,
would you?
because
Would
he-
you?
he's
Would you?
excited
Do you
for
think?
the
Do you think he can never
possibility.
win 13 games? Do you think he would ever be able to win 13 games? Or
It
you
would
just
be
think
very
he's gonna
tough.
be-
I would bet the money that
Yeah, because he could never be as good as Kirk Cousins ever. He would never be as good as Kirk Cousins, man. Yeah, right. That's what I mean.
No,
you know what I mean.
I think I think it had a lot to do with the fact that we had only 7 road games,
What did
1
you mean,
neutral
Dave?
site, and 9 home games, and a weak schedule. I think it had a lot to do with that.
What did you mean by nobody's ever won more than 13 games? What are you talking about, by the way?
Sorry,
said
did
that
we win 14 at one time?
We
I
won
think in
15 at
'98 we
one
went
time.
90. We went 15
We won
and 1.
15
Sorry,
and 2. You
15 and
forgot
1.
about
My
that?
bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Randall Cunningham's the greatest quarterback in Viking history. Got it.
No.
All right. So we won 15 and 15. You're right. 98. Whatever. 13 after that. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And we made it to 2 NFC championship
And Randall
games, too.
Cunningham played 2 games the next year, and
Yeah,
I think he even
2009
benched
NFC
himself.
championship game, 2017.
Yeah,
NFC
Kirk
championship
Cousins
game.
winning 13 games is better than Brett Favre winning 12 because
Exactly.
13
That's a
straight
lot
weeks.
better. You know what I mean? Because he won 13 regular season games. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So hey, that's all that matters. Fuck making it to the NFC championship game. You know what I mean? That don't matter.
The amount of just the amount
no,
of
the amount of facts
twisting
that we saying to you
and
right now,
that
and you
you
can't
thi-
handle it.
13 games is nothing to you at
Not
all.
when you lose in the wild
Not
card round
when
of
you
the
lose in
playoffs.
a wild card game at
And-
home. What does it mean? It means nothing. It's the same as him winning 8 games and going to the wild card game and losing. It means
If
nothing.
we had won,
Like,
here,
you still
Dave, let me say it
lost.
like this, Dave. If we had won 9 games in squad
13 is greater than 8.
yes, it is. If
Math
we had-
is still not a very strong point in this
Oh
in
my
this group.
God. See that?
No.
See that? And that's the problem. Is you more worried about the just like y'all all worry about 4,000
This is the
passing yards and
goalpost.
shit.
Kirk
That's
Cousins
why.
can't
goalposts
win
ain't
games.
moving.
That's
Right.
why.
Yeah,
Can't
let
win
me
big
talk.
That's
games.
what's
He
wrong with
wins.
y'all Kirk fans, bro. Is y'all be worried about, well, look at his passing yards and look at this and all that. Look at
And
how
he,
many
before it was he
this.
doesn't win enough
And it
games, and then he
converts to
does, and then the
nothing.
goalpost
His
moves.
passing
You
yards
tell me-
convert to nothing.
You've
He's
never
thrown for-
said that.
Listen, he's had the
Rap, you've
most
never said
4,000
that.
yards as a Viking, but what has he won? What has he won? Since he has the most 4,000 yards and all this, but what has it got him? You know what I mean? Like, let's talk about it. What has it got him? He's had the most 4,000 yards and all this, but what has he
Okay,
got?
considering
One
we have
playoff
like
win.
considering we have like 4 players since from the 2018 season and absolutely 0 coaches from that team. I know you guys like to put this out there, but we've been playing with some pretty fucking bad defenses the
Think
last
about
3
this.
years.
Brock Purdy went 7-0 and won more playoff games than Kirk already.
Which I agree. They
feel?
got a great situation over there, and Justin says that Kirk Cousins would have won a Super Bowl by now if he played for San
absolutely
Fran.
not.
in
Absolutely
2019.
And
I
I tell
That's
would've won a
another
Super
thing. You
Bowl
talk
by now.
about me. You talk about us twisting stuff for the last time.
You
I said
you did not
that- no,
you did
let
not
me
say
it,
that he
Dave.
would have won a
Dave,
Super Bowl if
Dave,
he was
Dave,
on the
let
San
me talk,
Francisco
Dave.
49ers.
Dave, let me talk, please. What I said was if Kirk Cousins was on the 49ers in 2019,
Hold
he
on,
would've won the Super
absolutely
Bowl.
would have taken the team to the Super Bowl just as Garoppolo did.
You
and
said he
might
would have
been-
won the
I
Super
didn't-
Bowl.
I said
Oh
he
my
might
God.
have. I didn't
God,
say he
the-
did.
The
Would
way
have.
you backtrack,
I
Justin,
don't
man,
back.
stick
Dave,
your
as
guns.
soon
Stick
as
your
this
guns.
is over, I'm gonna give you that episode. I'm gonna set it. I said he would have done it because the argument in that conversation.
And then I asked
was,
you
was
just
he-
last week, would he
Dave,
win a
can I
Super
finish
Bowl?
Can I finish a sentence, please, brother? Brother, let me finish. All I said was in 2019, Kirk Cousins would have absolutely done as much and possibly more than what Garoppolo was. He absolutely would have been in that
You even
Super
said it
Bowl
last
against-
week, man.
Okay.
You even
I
said
said-
he would have won. He would win. I asked you, could he win a Super Bowl? You said with San Francisco.
He could,
Right.
not would.
Before you said he would before. I mean, come on, man.
I
You
said the
just
only
admit that you
circumstances
just changed your mind about it
No,
because
I don't
Rap's
change
on.
it. Not really, Dave. What I have said was the only way I could ever.
Hey,
see
you
Kirk
guys can
Cousins
come at
winning
me. I
one.
can come back at you just as much, man.
Yeah,
You
except
guys
it's
are
not
changing your
true.
tune left and
No,
right.
I'm not changing
You
my
move your
tune.
goalposts.
My tune
Wins,
has always
he
been the
can't
same.
win big
Kirk Cousins-
games. He wins
Here's
big
what I've
games.
always
Now it's
said,
got to
and
be
you've
playoff
Name a
games.
big game Kirk won. Name a
You've
big game
disputed
Kirk
it
won.
7,000 times.
Anytime
What I
we,
said
anytime
was
he's
that
beat
he
the
needs a-
Packers,
he
any
needs a perfect roster around him. is what I've said
the
a million
Saints
times.
game,
Game.
Thanksgiving,
Yes. Single game.
Buffalo.
Yes, single game.
you
Yes,
know,
it was entirely
great.
Kirk. All those comebacks were just on Kirk. It had
Again,
nothing
and
to
you
do
give
with
him no
anybody
credit.
else.
He can get
Well,
just as
only
much
I
credit.
don't.
you're telling me it's sure Kirk deserves all the credit for that. No, man, you're
Hey, I thought I was supposed to be the one arguing.
What?
Well, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be, but you guys want to come at me. This is what you want.
No, we're not coming at you.
Well, absolutely, we're coming at you.
All these Kirk stands. Yeah.
Okay, that's
you're
not
a Kirk
you guys.
stan. You're a Kirk stan.
No, dude, I'm a Vikings fan.
No, you're a Kirk stan.
I think
that
situation.
And that's the problem. And that's another problem I don't like. That's another problem I don't like about you right now.
Situation.
You won't come out and just admit you're a Kirk stan, bro. You keep going in the closet. Come out the closet, bro. You're a Kirk stan and stand on that. Like, quit trying to hide it. Just admit
if a Kirk stan means I want him gone after the 2024 season and starting a new era with
I want the chat to drop Kirk stan in the chat, man. Drop Kirk stan in the comments if y'all think Dave is a Kirk stan. Let's see.
I don't care what other people think. I'm the only
one who thinks that.
I don't care what other people think about me, Rap. This is where he gets up and leaves because he's getting upset.
Well, I had about 3 different things and I've forgotten them all.
Hey guys, I apologize. I apologize for not getting to the chat. I get double teamed pretty regularly on my show. I bring a lot of guys that don't like Kirk.
I'm not allowed to talk right now with you.
I get a lot of guys. I bring a lot of guys that don't like Kirk on the show. I open my show up to that. I got a guy that told me
what this show was going to be, so don't act surprised.
I'm just apologizing in the chat for not getting to him. I'll get more to it. Hey, can we move on to a question?
Man. They here for the party. You feel
me? Can we move on to a question? Because here's the list of anybody but Kirk. I want you to go. I want you to go down. I want you to go down. List number 1 quarterback in the draft, starting with Justin, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. I want you to tag team this. Justin, go ahead.
Bryce Young.
In the wrestling sense.
Hold on, ask the question again.
I prefaced this before the show. Top 5, that I would do a top 5 list and have you alternate rather than each giving your top 5. So it's teamwork here. I want a top 5. Who's the top quarterbacks in this draft? And I got a follow-up question. I tried to ask this question 20 minutes ago.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Who'd you say? Bryce Young?
He's got Bryce Young. What do you got?
Anthony Richardson.
You punk. You were supposed to say C.J. Stroud, so I could say.
Well, you just say the next guy.
All right, what C.J. Stroud.
Okay, who's number 4?
Number 4, I'll probably have to say I'll probably take Hendon Hooker at number 4. I ain't gonna cap to you. I'm not a fan of Will Levis, but I guess Will Levis 5 then, right? So there's the 5.
Yep. There's your 5.
There's Sarah.
And I can agree with that list. I like that list.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying.
Oh, who was 5? Will Levis?
Will Levis, yeah.
Okay, then each one of you guys name me another quarterback that you would actually be warm to taking in this draft if all those 5 are gone.
DTR.
Yeah, DTR for me too. Yeah,
I'll take DTR. And why? Tell me why.
I mean, honestly, I think he's athletic. I'll go first, Dave. I think he's athletic, but honestly, I don't want to take no 7th rounder or nothing. No, to be real with you. But if it came down to it, if that's what they're gonna do, then yeah, I'll take DTR just to have some hope. You know what I mean? But do I think he would turn into something? It'd probably take a little while. Like me, I'm more of no. You go up and get one of the top quarterbacks. Like all that settling for trading back so we can get somebody in the 3rd and 4th round. I'm not with that because that formula don't work. You know what I mean? I want to go with the formula that works. So I'd rather go up, but I would take DTR just because I feel like he just has that kind of Kyler Murray type play style. You know what I'm saying? And I think Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. Now people will say, he don't study well and all, but we're not talking about smarts. We're talking about how he plays. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I like DTR.
Now, and I agree with what Rap's saying. What I would do if I was Kwesi, I would do what it takes to get Richardson.
Absolutely.
Just to round it all up and wrap that whole conversation up.
Absolutely.
If that's
you're not going to impress me with Will Levis. You're not going to impress me with Will Levis. You know what I'm saying? No. I do not want to go up and get Will Levis.
Me neither. We all agree.
Hey, we all agree.
We all agree to something, man. Let's go, man. We got to blow the horn for that.
Clip that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like this whole show is supposed to be for us to disagree, but you know what I mean?
I literally did a show about Kirk Cousins denied, have a list of questions about drafting a quarterback.
Yeah.
And moving on. This is the worst Kirk Stan show ever.
We got to make it fun. You gotta make it fun, man. Like, it is what it is. You know why you was bringing R.A. Peasy on this thing tonight? Well, you thought we was gonna sit up here and eat.
And if we don't
together?
get one of the top 5, then I don't want a QB this year because the odds are they're going to be a starter. Only one I'd take a flyer on late is Stenson Benson. He's consistent on this. Bennett. Sorry.
Rhino, I sent you that thing before I saw you in the chat, so I'm sorry. Thanks. But anyway, yeah, I got your message, but I had already sent it. But anyway, I don't know what Mary's saying yes to, but I appreciate it, Mary. It probably is everything I've said so far tonight is my
you're pure gold.
Oh, my boy tooting his horn, man.
Pure gold.
Well, you know, I got to get in something.
I totally agree with Mary. She's, I agree with Mary quite a bit too.
I mean,
she compliments both of us.
Yes, I know. Mary's the best. I open invitation to Mary if she ever felt like it was comfortable to come on with us. Mary, you always invited to come on here with us as well. But because we probably need somebody to referee us once in a while. But in all seriousness, to answer your question from about 25 minutes ago about why this year versus next year, because you have Kirk Cousins for one more year. And I want the new rookie quarterback to be in here to start learning under Kevin O'Connell and to be able to watch Kirk Cousins for 1 year if you're going to have him here. If you take a quarterback in next year's draft, well, then that means you either have to sign a bridge quarterback or you have to extend Kirk Cousins, neither of which is what I want to do. So that's my quick answer to why I'm more apt to do it this year than next year. I know that was 25 minutes ago, but I had to get it.
Will Levis, 5th quarterback available, picks at 23. We take him.
If he's there at 23, I'm okay taking him there. I agree with what Rap just said. If you're going to trade up and you're going to give up 2 future first-round picks, it's got to be for Anthony Richardson. If Will Levis is available at the 16th pick and the Vikings traded up 7 slots and gave up a 3rd-round pick or a 2nd-round pick next year, it wouldn't be ideal, but I'm not going to be really against that, okay? But, no, I'm not trading him. I'm not trading
Anthony Richardson going?
I have no idea. You know, there's a bazillion mock drafts out there. Some of them have him go as high as 3. Some of them have him going at 7. Some of them have him going as 10.
So it's top 10 though, right?
So let's just say top 10. Yeah, we'll say top 10. Yeah.
Do you think there's any inkling of this being the big smoke screen like last year was, where Pickett was the first guy and then everybody felt like, it won't be that bad. It won't be that bad.
Right. The first 2 picks, the top 2 quarterbacks are not getting past 5, and that's probably generous. But I'll just leave it at that just to give myself
the top 2? The
top 2 quarterbacks, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. Neither one of those 2 are going to get past 5.
Now, just a question in your guys' opinion. Bryce Young, I don't think he's 5'10", right? There's talk that he's not even 5'10" because he was shorter than his college coach, or about the same height of his college coach, and he's like 5'9", right? So do you want to risk that much? Let's say people are, and he drops to 5 or whatever, and everybody thinks we somehow can trade up into that threshold. It would definitely take 3 picks. Yes. 3 picks to get that high. Would you want him?
Who? Bryce Young?
Does his height scare you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No.
What would you compare
I
him to?
don't go, like, this is the thing. Like, if you're gonna evaluate players, you don't go off of how tall people are and stuff. Like, you go off of film. You know what I'm saying? Like, film and their production is gonna tell you what it need to tell you for the most part in college. And Bryce Young is probably the most pro-ready quarterback coming into the draft, like, for sure. He's actually like miles ahead of CJ Stroud, in my opinion, too. Mm-hmm. Like, just as far as how he can read the field and shit, and his arm strength. Like, his size don't matter like that. I mean, it's crazy how they try to throw his house short, just like last year with the hand size with Pickett. You know what I mean? It's just some shit just need to just stay in the magazines, man. Like,
and I'll say this.
Help me out with what comparison of a player his height. Russell Wilson,
probably
Kyler Murray.
So, those would be that is your,
Doug
as long
Flutie.
as they're as good as they are.
I'm kidding.
Doug Flutie was good. Doug Flutie wasn't bad as a quarterback. He was only 5'7", right? I think Doug Flutie was like 5'7" or something.
He was about
5'9".
5'9" at least, I think.
So it's all. I mean, we're talking 2 inches here.
You're not taking Doug Flutie in the first. He had 5 overall.
No, you're not. But hey, I mean, after you watch his career, you never know. He could have fell to the end of the first.
He was on a show called First. He was on the show and won a tryout with.
Hey, if we did a redraft now, come on now, don't do Doug like that. If we did a redraft now, he would have slipped.
He got drafted. He got shafted by the Bears, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Drew Brees. Yeah, I forgot about that. Drew Brees as well. Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying.
I'll be honest with you, though, Dave. I'll be honest with you. I haven't really given that much thought to those two. I haven't
looked at them either. I haven't even watched any film on them.
there's no way they're going to be available. That's why, to me, Anthony Richardson is my target, because I know that those two are going to be the first two quarterbacks gone. So it's not even worth thinking about it from a Vikings perspective. That's why my target is Anthony Richardson.
What does the NFL draft card have on him?
I'm not sure. But yes, if somehow Young was past 6, would I go up and get him?
That would never happen, though.
It's not going to happen. But would I do it? Absolutely.
To be honest with you, like if the Panthers are smart, they would get Young. Like I'm gonna keep it real.
I agree.
Like, they would get Young just off of evidence of Ohio State quarterbacks for one. Yes, don't get me wrong. I don't want to throw CJ Stroud under the same umbrella as all the rest of the Ohio State quarterbacks. It's kind of unfair for Ohio State quarterbacks when they come into the league because they all get thrown under that umbrella. But I mean, the evidence is the evidence. And if I'm going based off of just that, if I was a GM, I'm gonna say, you know what? I'd rather take the guy that I know is pro ready for the most part. That seems more pro ready, at least. You know, like we don't know. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I think Bryce Young is like ready to go.
The guy at 5'10". That's the deal breaker for me. 5'9" to 5'10". That was the deal breaker.
I don't know. I
was wondering, was he wearing cleats at that time? Was he wearing cleats at that time?
Here's what my thought process. Here's what my overall thought process is to kind of, swing this all back around. And by the way, now that we're not arguing, thank you everybody for joining us. If you're in that chat, hit them like buttons, hit the subscribe buttons.
Yeah, man, they like the argument, man. They
hit them like buttons, hit subscribe.
We coming at this Kirk stand over here trying to invite me on. He know he a Kirk stand.
All right, Dave, I'm trying to give him pub on his channel.
Anybody but Kirk cultists over there, man.
Man. If you don't already subscribe to Purple and Go for Days, Purple Pocket Podcast, or Minnesota Sports Talk, hit that subscribe button for us. Show us some love. We, Rap over here is trying to get to 2,000 by the draft. I'm just trying to get to 600.
The way he's been acting, he's been trying to get it done tonight.
There's that.
I think he's trying to get.
In all seriousness, here's what I think. What's up all day, Ed? Here's what I actually think is going through the Vikings' mind right now. I think their first choice is Anthony Richardson. I think their second choice is Will Levis, and I think their third choice is. Okay, if we can't get one of those two guys, then I think their third choice is Lamar. Now, having said all of that, I really do think, and Mary said this an hour and a half ago. Well, no, okay, an hour and 10 minutes ago. I think the Vikings are sitting back to do something big because you heard that they interviewed Richardson, but then there was we talked about smoke screens all night. They're pumping out this Will Levis to the Vikings, and the Vikings love Will Levis so much. And sometimes you have to say to yourself, okay.
That's total smoke screen.
Why? You remember when we drafted Harrison Smith, where we talked to him for 5 minutes, and Rick Spielman's like, I'm not talking to you because I'm not showing my cards. I'm not saying that's going to be what the case is, but I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm here for it if they do. And I think that's what their target is Richardson. I honestly do.
I hope so. I hope Rhino said rap is a Lamar stain. Lamar
Lamartian.
A Lamartian. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Lamartian. There you go.
I would be. You know what I mean? I would be if we got
What's
Lamar,
up, Lamar?
You know
How you doing?
Like, honestly, like if I could pick right now, like if the table was open and it's like, all right, here's your choice. You can either take Lamar. You can take Lamar Jackson right now and play next season with Lamar Jackson and Justin Jefferson and the team that you have, or, you know what I mean? You can take somebody in the draft. Like, I'm absolutely taking Lamar Jackson. And the reason why is because I know my chances of celebrating a Super Bowl next season are just going to be higher. And that's my goal. As a fan, that's what I want. So that's
even
why
if it was
I'm
Richardson,
definitely going to do that.
If I told you right now, the Vikings were either going to get Lamar for 2 first-round picks and all whatever else and his salary, or they were going to get Anthony Richardson for 2 first-round picks and his rookie count, which one would you take? Just of those 2 choices only?
I mean, honestly, like I'm taking Lamar, man. You know what I mean? Like I to me, man, I'd rather go for sure shit. Like if I know that it's a sure thing, like I know Lamar's an MVP caliber quarterback. So why would I, you know what I mean? Yeah, like Anthony Richardson could be, but it's like, why go for something that could be when you can get something that you know is, you know what I mean? And like I say, as a Vikings fan, man, I want to win a Super Bowl. You feel me? So I feel like Lamar getting plugged into our offense, bro. Do you realize if we had Lamar Jackson, TJ Hawkinson, Justin Jefferson, Dalvin Cook, bro, you know nobody is stopping us. Y'all do realize that, right? Y'all saw how the Eagles were last year. You saw how the Eagles were, where nobody could stop them on third downs with RPOs, and it was just annoying that they just were able to just have their way, man, you know, like that's how the Vikings would be, bro. We would be unstoppable. You hear me? Like,
you're not gonna if you got Lamar, Cook's not on this team. Cook would have.
Yeah,
to
that's true. Which
so
I just said because he's on the team
I,
right now, and you got the jersey on, so I had to shout my boy out. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
But even with Alexander Madison, it ain't gonna matter. You know what I mean? Like it ain't gonna matter at that point because you got Lamar. You know, he's just that much of a difference maker. You know what I mean? But I mean, getting the franchise quarterback, obviously, like, you know, in the draft, realistically sounds pleasing too, because you always want to have our guy that got drafted by us and we get to call him our quarterback, kind of like how Kansas City gets to call, you know, because at the end of the day, Lamar Jackson's always going to be known as a Raven, even if he comes to the Vikings. You know what I mean? So that's the one downfall about it. But I mean, shit, I want to win a Super Bowl, bro, by any means necessary. I don't give a damn who the quarterback is. Get me a Super Bowl. And if I feel like Lamar can do that, and I think GMs feel the same way, like that's why they take chances that they do, man, because they know, like, shit, you know, Super Bowls are hard to get. So you're going to do what gives you the best chance to win ASAP. Nobody trying to think about 2 years from now, man. We trying to win this shit in 2023. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. If we can.
While you guys were talking, I just thought of this question, and I think put your GM hat on. Rap, you were telling me how great a GM you would have been in the offseason.
GM Rap.
So I want you guys to be honest. If I went to your YouTube channel and scoured every inch of this, which of these quarterbacks were you wanting? Kenny Pickett, who on your video, who you were wanting to replace Kirk Cousins last year, because I do believe you both did, and I even did a video on a guy, and I'll tell you who I was wanting if we were to move on.
That's a good one.
Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, Desmond Ridder. I won't go any farther. Carson.
I did Desmond Ridder. I know I did Desmond Ridder and probably Malik Willis. I know I probably did a video on that.
And you would have took him when?
I think I said Desmond Ridder would have took him. We would have took him in the 3rd or 4th round. I think I remember because me and you both. I remember me and you both, Dave. Yeah, I remember me and you both like Desmond Ridder. I remember
I said we would have had to get him in the 2nd. I didn't.
Or 2nd, yeah, wherever he went, I was willing to take him. I was willing to take Desmond Ridder. I really did like Desmond Ridder. He was probably my favorite of all the quarterbacks last year. I remember that for sure. Yeah. Look, he ain't that bad. He's on a shit team, bro. He's on the Atlanta Falcons that are garbage. You feel me? Like they are super trash. So it's hard to judge the man off. It's hard to judge the man off of that. You know what I mean? Like they are just horrible.
We're sitting there in the 7th round, and honest to God, we didn't pick a quarterback, but I'm sitting there thinking, hey, just get Carson Strong. I'm like, that was Carson me. Strong, he didn't get a shot this year. I don't even think he's on the team right now. Bailey Zappi,
I didn't like him because he had the knee brace.
Well, he got injured, and I thought, well, he could sit. No one's going to steal him.
I don't like no quarterback that wear a knee brace. If you wear a knee brace, I don't want you. That's a fact, because that shows me right there you can't move.
Josh Heupel, I think, isn't that Oklahoma quarterback?
But I do remember you talking about Carson Strong, though, and Ridder, because we were both on Ridder for
sure. I thought Strong late. We needed a backup quarterback. That's what I was hoping for. Was like when I'm thinking of Strong, I was like, God, we fucking need a backup quarterback. Yeah. But Justin had the luxury of us going first. So if I watched a video of yours, who were you planning on drafting and where?
Did Justin do a video last year on that?
No, he didn't.
Oh,
but you were on shows. You were on shows, weren't you?
Okay.
I was only freelancing for the network that is.
What was your freelance pick?
Yeah, right.
for the quarterback last year.
This time last year, the 2 shows that I did, I said I'm intrigued by Malik Willis. And after he didn't go in the 1st round, and then after he didn't go in the 2nd round, I said, I would take a chance on Malik Willis now that it's the 3rd round.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really stumping for anybody. I said the only one that intrigues me was him. This time last year, I was kind of like what you were saying. I don't like any of these quarterbacks. If Malik Willis is there in the 3rd round, I would take him. And they passed on him. And
Pickett had the best season at all.
Well, of course. But I'll also say this. Hold on.
Before the draft, you said 2 different things. I just want to make sure I got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Justin.
All right.
I know how you say I do that. You said you were interested in him, but then at the end here, you just says if we got him in the 3rd round. I mean, did you really think that before the draft? Because everybody thought, the smoke out there was that he was top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying no. What? Okay, this time last year, before the first round of the draft, I said the only quarterback in this class that even intrigues me is Malik Willis.
Mm-hmm.
But I said I wouldn't take him in the first round.
Okay.
And once he got out of the first round, I became more intrigued because he got out of the first round, and I didn't think he would. And then when he got out of the second round, I'm just like, okay, now take him. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I said. And what I will say is, let's not rush to judgment on him, because had we taken Malik Willis in the third round before Tennessee even took him, he would have sat all last year behind Kirk Cousins and been under the tutelage of Kevin O'Connell. One thing I don't like is, after 1 year of, rookie quarterbacks in the situations that they were in, doesn't mean that they would have been the same with us. They might have been better. They might have been worse. We don't know, obviously. But no, you won't find any tape on me saying that, because I wasn't doing it anywhere close to where you guys got that's why you guys got a head start on me, is no, I wasn't doing it.
I was a podcast. I wasn't a video yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dave, don't get me wrong. Feel free to scour all my videos. Give me some more.
I got a homework assignment. Justin's giving me a homework assignment.
Just hit that play all. Hit that
I mean,
play
I know for a fact. I
got a whole weekend
on Malik Willis too. I probably did a video on Malik, because that's the thing. Like, I want a quarterback. So, like, I'm desperate. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm desperate. I want all the good players.
I was not excited about Malik Willis, man. I just the small school. Ritter intrigued me because he had the physical attributes and the speed.
I still like Ritter.
I still like him too. I still think he's gonna be a quarterback in this league.
Absolutely.
But yeah, what about Sam Howell in Carolina right now? What is he going to be? Third round? He's going to be the third string quarterback.
Washington. Yeah, he's.
Was it Washington? Where does he play?
Yeah, he started Washington Commanders. Yeah,
my bad.
Starter right now. You're talking about Matt Corral in Carolina.
Oh, it's Matt Corral. I'm sorry, not how Matt Corral.
I was wondering. I'm like,
Matt Corral. Matt Corral.
No,
like, I didn't like him.
I confused those two dudes.
I wasn't.
Am I not wrong? I thought Corral. Honestly, I thought Corral was probably the guy that was most ready to start. In my opinion, just because he looked like he could control a game. He was 6 foot. I thought he had strong enough arm and mobile, but I just thought I thought he was a guy that you could actually probably put out there and not feel like you're gonna just totally tank a game like the first game. That was my opinion. But yeah, I don't know how much is.
Hey, that
doesn't look good now.
Right there with School Mafia though said that Atlanta said they're riding with Ritter. So we know they're going to be out of the.
Where is it?
They're going to be out of the quarterback race. That's the thing. There's a lot of teams this season that I think going into this draft.
Yeah, I saw that too.
There's a lot of teams that you would think that would maybe take a chance on a quarterback that are kind of out on the quarterback move right now. Even the Raiders haven't.
Well, I think
number 6.
I think they're doing the smart move.
7?
I think they're doing the smart move. Like, are the Bears are risking it, right? Because they could have gold right now and they got rid of it. Like they gave it. They gave up the gold coins for the beans, the magic beans, now. But they got a huge haul for it, so they're not crying. And next year, they could suck again and be right back up there with all those picks in the world to go up and get their, possibly go up and get their guy. I don't think they're going to be the worst team in the league again. But yeah, they kind of like hedging their bet. They keep Fields, give him another shot, just like Atlanta's doing. What do they got to lose giving this guy another shot? Giving this guy more time to develop and not going after a guy.
They have nothing to lose, because they got to see what he's like with weapons, and and then that's what they got to do, and that's what they're doing. So.
Unless his name is Brock Purdy, Rhino, but yes.
Brock Purdy, 7th round quarterback.
But that's so few and far between.
Just
they just announced today pretty much that Brock Purdy's their starter. I mean, like Brock Purdy's their starter as long as
unless they trade for Cousins.
Yeah. So 7th rounders, they can. It's a chance they, if they're Brock Purdy, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Brock Purdy had an excellent season. Will he be good again this year? We don't know. We're going to see. But, hey, to get him in the 7th round, though, god damn, boy, the very last pick, man, shit, talk about a steal.
I just need to read messages from Mary all day. I feel so much better about myself.
Mary. Hey, in all seriousness,
Mary, I had a bad day at work today, and thank you for being so good in this chat.
Yeah. In all seriousness,
Lance or Will Levis? I know people are talking about Trey Lance, man. Oh, what were you going to say, Day? You got to go?
No, I wasn't going to say that at all. What I was going to say is thank you, everybody. And when the show is over, whichever channel you didn't watch it on, go hit like on the other one if you could.
Yeah, for sure. But
and subscribe to Rap
Trey,
if you don't
he
already.
got Trey Lance over Kirk. Absolutely. I'm taking Trey Lance all day.
I'm taking Trey Lance is better than Kirk Cousins.
I mean, I ain't going to say that he's better than him. I'm just going to say I'm going to take
Well, that's what that arrow means.
I'm going to take, no, that arrow means that he would take Trey Lance over Kirk Cousins. I mean, like, who would you want as your quarterback? Kirk Cousins or Trey Lance? He's eating Trey Lance. I like that.
For this year. And
shout out my boy Mike Sports Vibes too, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to my boy, man. He just started his podcast for sure. Y'all go subscribe to that boy, man. That's a fact.
What's it called?
Mike Sports Vibes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right here.
Right.
Yeah, he just started. He just started like He just started like not too long ago, man. He reached out to me and said I motivated him to start his podcast, man. So y'all gotta go show love to him.
I might know a little something about that.
Yeah, man. For sure, man. Shout out to him.
All right, Mike.
Hey,
I got you.
Bob, I want to mock.
No, we are not. No,
I want to mock. Hey, every time Bob says that on the chat, man, it's like, bro, that's all I hear, bro. Like,
all right, Mike. I got you hooked up. I got you hooked up, Mike. Hit me back if you like.
Yeah, but no, man. Like this is the thing, man. I think a lot of us are just ready to see something different. Listen, I even put it like this though. I said this in a video, and I got to stick to it. Like, if we get Will Levis, I'm gonna like it. You know what I mean? Even though I don't agree, I'm just gonna like it because the hope, man, just the hope. And I know what's gonna happen with Vikings fans is the minute Kirk has a bad game, all you gonna see is people calling for Will Levis to get put in the game. And I can't wait for that moment to come. They're like, everybody's gonna ignore all the 4,000 yards and all that because none of that shit matters.
You want it to fail, so people
no,
start
I don't want it to fail. I don't want it to fail, but if it's failing, it's
can't wait for that to happen, though. You're saying
if it's failing, it's failing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to fail, but if it's failing, it's failing, man. It is what it is. You know
and this is just not opinion. I'm not shining any aspersions to you. Every game, no matter if it's the last game of the season, we're going to drop 5 picks in the draft. I want us to win that game, and I think if it's 7 to win the 8th game. And we're not going to make the playoffs. I want to win that 8th game because I don't want to put that message out there to free agents that we're losers, that we were giving up. And that's just.
I don't know that changing the 7th win to the 8th win changes a message, though.
I think the players would disagree with you. Like, I would think the players on the team want to win that game. Obviously, there's not a single. Right. So I am with the players on that, I believe. So. And I might not be in the majority on that because we do sometimes drop 5 picks like we did. Because I think we dropped from 9th to 12th by winning that last game, right?
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, Kwesi said some shit today, man, on that interview that just made me feel so good, though, man. That man used the word evidence, bruh, and I'm like,
that's your word, isn't it?
I love it, man. I just love when people use evidence, man. Like, for sure, man. Like, and Kwesi, I just know that he's very particular on that, and that's why the things are happening how they're happening. And even Kevin O'Connell, man, like, just kind of answering the questions when they're asking him about Kirk. They're trying to drill him about Kirk, and they're all keeping set. Like, man, it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? We're gonna let the boy play it out and shit. Hey, and our plans are to move on because we know the chances of winning a Super Bowl with a quarterback his age, extending him and stuff, man, with his type of play style, it's kind of fading out, man. It's becoming obsolete.
Yeah, Dylan, say that one again, Dylan. I'm not reading. Did you understand what he's saying?
Lance for a 3rd and Levis for 23. And Lance for a 3rd and Levis for 23 and a 3rd round next year.
Well, the only way that makes sense is that we give up a 3rd and we picked Levis with the 23rd overall pick. And then we trade him to Lance and give a 3rd round next year also.
Absolutely not. I mean, if we're going to pick Levis, why would we just
I would take Levis over Lance. I just feel like I already know what Lance is.
Yeah. He's saying option A, Lance for a 3rd, option B, Levis for 23 in the 3rd round next year as a package.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay, yeah. Now I get it. I don't really like either one of the
Levis
options.
for 23 and a 3rd round next year.
I think what he's saying is take 23 and then 3rd next year to move up to get Levis. Is I think what Dylan's saying.
Yeah, it would have to be just a few spots, though, right? It would have to be a few spots, and I think most people would rather stick and pick in that situation.
Yeah, and that one I agree.
Yeah. Nah, Levis. I'm sorry, Kirk going. Yes, Bob. I think. Hold on. Lead this out. This is my boy right here.
Yes.
I think this Will Levis talk is a smokescreen. Simply, yeah, for real.
Well, we said that right before you got here.
I think Anthony Richardson's the guy they really want. That's the guy they first interviewed too at the combine, right? Wasn't that like the first thing that broke? I remember we were doing a show or something.
Yeah, Lamar, we said that I think like maybe 2 minutes before you got
I ain't gonna lie, like, and then listening to Will Levis, like some of his little conferences and stuff, man, he's a little arrogant fucker, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Something about him that I just saying, you know, putting mayonnaise in your coffee and then walking around with your chest out, man. Sit your ass down somewhere, man.
But I'll ask you this though, Rap. Isn't that what we kind of criticize Kirk for just being a whole hum, blobbity blob, bland kind of guy? We can't have it both ways.
Kind of.
Right?
Yeah.
But I agree with your point. It does kind of mayonnaise in your coffee. I mean,
that's it for me, man. You can put mayonnaise in your coffee, man. That's it. I don't want you as my quarterback. Nah, I'm just tripping. Nah, but you know, like, this is the thing, man. We have to trust
Yes,
KOC.
that's the key.
You know what I mean? And that's the main thing is, like, if he feels like, hey, this guy has something that I see, then hey, you know what? Because it'll make him want to call better plays. It'll make him it'll make KOC a better coach because he'll go extra hard wanting to try to prove the world that he made the right choice. So, you know, it's just going to bring out the best in KOC too, you know? So yeah, like I'm excited. Like if he picks Will Levis, then it is what it is. We're gonna have to accept it. But I hope they go Anthony Richardson though, man. But you know, there's a lot of teams that want Anthony Richardson. You know, even with the 53 completion percentage that everybody keeps throwing out there. Not only Dave, because there's a lot of people that talk all the football-y heads that keep talking about. Well, he only played 13 football games and his pass from completion's only 50%. But like, there's a ton of teams that they gonna look past all of that. Believe me, they gonna look past all of that, you know, because when you see something, you just see it, man. You know, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And he just has the raw talent there, and he's coachable. I think that's what KOC would like in Anthony Richardson is he's very, if you can coach that guy into who you want him to be with his skill level, with his natural talent, like that's scary. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully Richardson is in purple, man. I'll be lit.
Well, if you again, I've advocated as Anthony Richardson would be an exciting pick, and I would be completely fine with seeing him as a team. I don't want to give up 3 first-round picks. It's not my preference. If we did it, I'm not opposed to it. And
but that's what you'd have to give up next year, too, Dave.
What's that?
Yeah.
If we waited till next year to get our quarterback, we'd be having to give up.
Remember my timeline.
Yeah. Go through your timeline.
We have a $200 million cap room where we can actually go out and have to rely on the draft to put more players around a rookie quarterback. That's why I'm talking. That's why I think it's a better timeline. My timeline's different from yours. You want them gone 4 years ago.
No, but I'm trying
3 years ago. I don't know when you guys want them gone, but you want them gone.
I want them gone 2019. I'm gonna keep it real.
All right. So, and then I was still a detractor back then. 2020, he did win me back a little bit with the.
But just admit now, before you continue, Dave, before you continue on with your story, just admit now you're a Kirk stan. Just do it for us, man. You gotta let the people know tonight, man. Like, quit hiding, man. Come out. Because if y'all go to Dave's Twitter, man, y'all ain't gonna go over there and tell me you ain't no Kirk stan.
I got one thing of Kirk, and it's a rookie card when we first.
But you're a Kirk stan, though, right?
We went and signed him.
Stan, right?
And it's worth like $2.
But you are a Kirk stan.
It was a common, not a common, but it was a. Justin's laughing, but there's rookie cards worth $250.
There is good rookie cards, man. Shout out to
I wasn't laughing at that.
Shout out to Gigi, man.
Like I was saying with Anthony Richardson, I wasn't harping on the
Kirk stand.
I don't dance, man. I don't dance.
See, y'all see what I mean?
It was a 53%
for his quarterback.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead. Let him finish.
So.
What's up,
I wasn't harping on 53% passing with him because it was early in his, he hasn't had a lot of time. The things I saw him do were just amazing. Like you said, Rap, it could be coached out of him. I think, another point, that same point I make for Lamar, running will make up for a lot of deficiencies in your throwing ability, but Richardson has a crazy ass arm, throws a good deep ball. I don't think he may be He just needs to work around it. He needs to work, get better. And like Justin says, KOC could be the guy to do it. I bring up this point. The other, I think it was again, you guys were coming at me on Twitter again. But with the like KOC will coach him up. Well, KOC will, bring the, be able to bring it out of this quarterback. And I asked the question, what young quarterback has he developed? That's my fear. Answer this question. Do you see that? Like, is there evidence of him developing a young quarterback?
No, it's called faith. Faith is the evidence.
Well,
of things
I don't
unseen.
know. Did he develop
what I'm saying
evidence?
Kirk Cousins?
Did
he develop Kirk Cousins being in
Yeah,
Washington?
we had this time
I'm
last
sorry,
year.
he's a 11-year vet, 8-year starter. Matthew Stafford, I don't know, even older, I think. Or more years starter. Those aren't developing young quarterbacks.
No, but okay, 2 points. One is he still did get something out of those guys that somebody else didn't get out of those guys.
Absolutely.
Both Stafford and Kirk. That's number one. Absolutely. But number two, this time last year, what were we saying? Some people, but this was the same conversation. Half the people said, oh, Kirk is who he is, and it doesn't matter that we can blame Mike Zimmer all we want, but that's just who Kirk is. And guess what? Kevin O'Connell got something out of Kirk that other people hadn't got out of Kirk. Nobody's saying that that's a guarantee, that means he's destined to take a rookie quarterback and make him into Tom Brady 2.0. But the idea of hiring an offensive-minded head coach so that they're going to be able to find and develop the next quarterback, whoever that may be, that's what we're going on. Just like when we said we have faith in Kwesi and the moves he's making and the directions he's going, and whatever choice he makes, we're going to follow it on. I'm just saying the same thing for Kevin O'Connell and whoever the quarterback may or may not be. Is I have to just put that faith in to say, all right, if this is who they evaluated, this is who they spent all their time saying, this is the guy we're choosing to go up and get, then I'm going to have faith to say, all right, go out and develop him and let's see what we got. But there is no guarantee. Of course not.
Now,
and KOC absolutely brought something out of Kirk. So, it's definitely evidence that KOC can absolutely develop a quarterback. It seems like that, at least, because look what he did with Kirk. You know what I mean?
He
won Kirk 13 games, Dave.
I think a lot of people had a lot to do with that. 13 wins.
Now a lot of people. Oh, okay. So when we were arguing earlier, it was just Kirk won 13 games.
I'm sorry. Did I finish my sentence? Unlike you.
Oh, no, you don't get to say that to me.
Unlike you guys that didn't give him any credit.
Oh my gosh, yes, I did.
Unlike you guys that don't give him any credit. Now, hey, Mark Wilf was interviewed on NFL on the radio. I back driving Uber again. Yay me. But I get to hear a lot of NFL radio, and they brought Mark Wilf on. They asked about Kirk Cousins, and he said he had a great season this year, and he expects him to be even better this year. Well, he said take us even bigger step forward.
Well,
do you agree with Mark Wilf? I'll let you go first, Rap.
Do I agree that he wants
the owner of the Vikings who says he expects Kirk Cousins to take a bigger step this year off his great season?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously he wants his team. He's the owner of the team, and yes, he knows that Kirk Cousins is still under contract for one more year. So of course he's gonna say that. He's not gonna say I want Kirk Cousins to fail this year and not be nothing. You know what I mean? So, but he also dodges the questions too that they're not thinking any further than 2023. You know what I'm saying? And that's the most important thing out of all these questions that they're asking the Wilfs and shit like that, and KOC and Kwesi, in my opinion, is that no talk is being talked about past 2023, no 2024 extensions, none of that. It's about, next year we want Kirk to take a step forward because he's still going to be our quarterback, and we have to accept that, because that's just what it is. He's under contract. So, I mean, yeah, of course, I agree. I think he absolutely does mean that from the bottom of his heart. And you know what? If I was the owner of the team, I would absolutely want Kirk to take a step too. You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing, but he's not. I'm gonna let you know this right now. We're not winning 13 games again next season. I'm just gonna let y'all know that right now, man. I'm gonna be the negative Vikings fan right now.
I would agree with that.
It's not.
I would agree with that. Much tougher schedule, and we have more road games than home games.
Right. Like, I don't see it. If it does happen,
not the same situation.
Yeah, if it does happen, I mean, hey, kudos, but I doubt it. Like, the chances are very slim. I
think Mary thinks I don't have faith in KOC. I just asked the question, but the fact that Kirk Cousins did better, you can watch any. Did someone? Oh,
You're adding.
Don't worry about it. Keep going. Keep going.
But you don't watch any video I was before the season. I was raving about KOC and his ability and what he was doing situational football and getting the guys up to the line of scrimmage with 15 seconds left. And that's what I was clamoring for the entire offseason. And that's what I saw this year. I think the sheer, faith and a reassurance that, hey, you're not gonna, we're not gonna force 3 run plays you on next series because you threw a pick. I just think I think he was unleashed. I think that he was given the chance to make changes at the line of scrimmage, and I think it was his best season. It wasn't his best completion percentage. It wasn't best quarterback rating. It was his best season, in my opinion, and that's why I was saying I was going into that. I got sidetracked on something else. Sorry about that.
And I'm just mad that him changing the plays and doing all the audibles, why he decided not to do it on 4th and 8. You know what I mean?
Why would he audible?
Why not? I mean, why not? Shit, did you see the blitz coming or what? Like, what happened? I don't know. He should have did something. God damn it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the thing. Like, when his season comes down to that, and I said this too, is like the whole season, right, was the same position, and we gave him praise for being able to come back and all this, and he was in the same exact position during that playoff game. The same, nothing was different. He was down by 1 possession. He could have went down and scored a touchdown. Instead, he checked it down, and that's what it boils down to. You know what I mean? And that's what I think Kwesi them see. I think KOC sees that. And it's like, okay, the pressure moments, are you able to overcome the pressure moments? Because that's what champions are built upon. Pressure moments, you know what I mean? And guess what? We can talk about regular seasons. Yes, those games do matter. We're not saying they don't matter. They do matter, but they don't matter as much as this game. You know what I'm saying? Like, then that's just the facts of the NFL is once you get into the playoffs, these games are win or go home. And he showed once again that he's Kirk Cousins, man. Like, it just is what it is, man. He showed that he was Kirk Cousins. He
now work with me. Now work with me here, Rap. Just work with me here. There's one guy on this panel that did 3 videos of him being the MVP and openly admitted he was a Kirk stan, and that's you. You said even on one of your recent videos you said I was even a Kirk stan. So
no, I never said I was no Kirk stan. No.
I think you might have, Rap.
It's on. Roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Hey, okay. Speaking of rolling the tape,
if I did, I must have just been in my zone. And look, this is the thing with me. I did do a video on why everybody hates him, and I did rep on him. You know what I mean? I did do that. You know what I'm saying? Because that was probably around like week 10 or something. I remember. You know what I'm saying? But that's because he was. I felt good about him. I felt like maybe KOC did pull something out of him, and maybe something is different. You feel me? But the thing is this: when it came to the playoffs, it's. He did it, man. He did it to me. He did it to me, man, in the playoffs. You feel me?
Dave, I found that video.
And just a follow-up on that, Rap. Yeah. Follow-up on that. A lot to do with the 4th and 8, right? So a lot to do with the 4th and 8.
Yeah.
How would you have felt if he would you feel any differently if he aired it out to Justin Jefferson and let's say it fell incomplete?
I would have felt a lot different, yeah. Yeah, I would have felt a lot different. I'm gonna keep it real. I would have felt a lot different because you got to give your guy. And then I went back and watched this tape just like 2 weeks ago. I went back and watched it, and the sad part is Kirk Cousins didn't even look anywhere else. Like, if y'all go back and actually watch that tape again, now that it's removed, Kirk Cousins hikes the ball. His eyes go straight to TJ Hawkinson. He drops back and waits for TJ Hawkinson to break, and he throws the ball. He don't even look JJ's over on this side some motherfucking where. He don't even look at him. He don't even look at him. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. He wouldn't have known if he was double, triple covered or not because he didn't even look over there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. And you could say he didn't have time and all this, but, a smart quarterback, a quarterback that knows what's at stake right now is like, listen, if I get sacked right now, the season's over. They're going to be aware of all. That's called awareness. And they actually have that, in Madden. That's one of the ratings is awareness. You know what I mean? Like, and it has to be good because when sacked, hey, you got to know what's around you. You know what I mean? And he had a bunch of field on his right side that he could have rolled out, but he chose not to, man. And he even said on Bussin' with the Boys, maybe I should have just took the sack right there and it would have. I'm like, yo, Like seriously, like this dude is man. You know what? I mean, man, I ain't even
if he was
mad all over
you don't think that if he got sacked instead of throwing the check down, you would think better of him?
Hell no.
What did he say? What did he say his big mistake was?
His big mistake was not throwing the ball past the sticks. That was his big mistake.
What did he say his big mistake was?
He said if he could take anything back, it would be the third down throw. That's what he said.
Where he threw it behind the player.
Where he threw it behind KJ Osborne. He said he wouldn't take back the check down on 4th and 8. He would take back the third down throw. That did that. You know, that just shows you right there, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, dog is a clown, man. Like, for real.
He's a clown. Got it.
He is. He's an absolute clown, man. Like, for real. He's not this is the thing. This is how simple it is. He's not a Super Bowl quarterback. It's period. And we can keep on trying, but he just don't have that in him, bro. It's just like, that's just what it is. He's not a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He's not. We've been trying to build teams for the past 5-6 years, man. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. How long we got to keep trying to build this shit for him before we finally say, you know what? I don't think this shit's going to work. Because he has amazing stats every single year, but yet we still can't get even close to the Super Bowl. So what's the difference? Like, what do we need him to do? Do we need him to throw 2,000 yards and then the defense just got to drag him?
I'm just going to ask you a realistic question. And I know you guys like to go back to 2018, but in what team has gone to a Super Bowl with a defense worse than 20? And we had 31st ranked defense. What team has gone to a Super Bowl? With a team with a defense that was like ranked worse than 20. Now there are teams that actually improved their defense and may have been ranked probably worse than that, but you know, you're putting this on Kirk a lot, but most of the air in your lungs are going to go to Kirk being blamed for not getting us to a Super Bowl, but that's 3 straight years of shit defenses. And last year was epic.
All right, so let me ask you this question.
10 games giving up 100 or 400 yards in 11th one in the playoff. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty bad.
But we still won 13 games though.
Nothing to do with Kirk. It was all KOC and I don't know, Justin Jefferson.
Nothing to do with the defense. Like, our defense was bad, but we had to come back every time. And from what I know in football is the only way you can come back, especially from 33 points, is you can't
probably
allow the
throw the ball and play good.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't allow the other team to score to come back. That's the only way you can come back. Because if the other team scores, there is no comeback. So, you know, yes,
there is more defense
bad, but
and I'm going to say today you've defended the defense more than you.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
defend the quarterback's ability
because
to
you
win
keep
games.
Saying the defense.
You guys literally are defending the defense.
No, we're not, Dave. No, we're not. You've gone on about how great Kirk is and how trash the defense is. That, by definition, means our expectations for the defense are lower than our expectations for the supposed top 10 quarterback. That's the difference, Dave. You can't be down 33-0 at half, win a game.
Kirk can't take us to a Super Bowl, but someone else can with the 31st ranked defense.
Nobody said, oh my gosh, Dave. All right, I'll ask it this way. At what point if the Vikings continue with Kirk Cousins for another 3 years and they fix the defense to a point where they're 15th or somewhere around 15th,
like
2019, sure. And then let's say they actually fix one of the 3 interior offensive line positions and we still lose in the divisional round or wild card round. At that point, are we then allowed to say maybe we could get a different quarterback in here and try something else? How perfect does the roster have to be?
This is where we differ. This is where we differ. I think if we fix the defense, we'll have a better shot of going in. You think getting rid of the quarterback's the number one thing?
No, that's not what I've ever said.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
I do.
What is it? Okay, I have this question that I wanted to ask you guys.
Right,
what are the 5 biggest needs the Vikings? And I'm doing it the same way I did before. What is the number? I'm going to start with Justin. I already got your answer, but what's the number one need in this draft from the Minnesota Vikings to improve this team?
Number one need?
I don't care if it's long term or short term. What's the number one need in this draft for the Minnesota Vikings?
Either interior defensive line. I'm going to say that's right. We're going to go back and forth. So I'll say interior defensive line. Rap.
Go Rap. Second
Number
choice.
one need.
Now it's number 2. Now he took number 1.
I took defensive line. What do you
Man,
got?
Hell no, I should have got number 1. All right, what a number 2 need is a quarterback. Number 2 need is a quarterback, a championship winning type quarterback. At least take a chance, because we don't know, because we're drafting. That's why I like the Lamar.
Did Florida
situation.
win the championship?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
we don't know,
okay.
but you got to at least take a chance. You know what I mean, did Patrick Mahomes win the championship? Nope, but he won Super Bowls. So, you know what I mean? You got to take the chance. You feel me? Like, you don't got to win no championship in college to be considered to not.
Pat Mahomes is in this draft.
No, hey, you don't know that. You don't know. We don't know. You know what I mean? You could say that, but hey.
Pretty sure nobody named Pat Mahomes.
Anthony Richardson could be. He had a similar draft profile.
The guys in Kansas City on one of their main sports talk stations were just like, I can't believe.
Anthony Richardson is absolutely different player than
of
Pat
course
Mahomes.
he is.
Absolutely different player.
I
don't know. Same
the point
draft
I'm making
profile.
here is that the Kansas City radio guys were just like, I can't believe they're doing that to Alex Smith. It's not Alex Smith's fault that they haven't gotten past the divisional round of the playoffs.
It's always be the old school fans, though. It always be the old school.
That's exactly
fans,
what they said.
I mean, like Dave, the old school fans. They don't want change. You know what I mean? You know how it be, man. You know, people be scared of change. You know what I'm saying? But
Dave, you've heard me say this.
I've literally several times, and I'll say it again, would be excited to move on after the 2024 season because of timing.
Yeah, but we don't want to wait. Why you want to wait one more year for what?
What's the problem? What's the problem with my?
Because you're delaying the inevitable
to win 8 games.
Delaying the inevitable.
Why?
You're delaying the inevitable.
Kirk Cousins' contract won't give us any cap relief. We can't sign that extra guard that we could get if he would take less money. Oh, he's going to take less than.
Listen,
he's going to take less.
Like and the Vikings didn't want to get him on for less money. By the way,
can I speak?
Yeah.
You guys,
no, you don't get to say,
accuse me.
You don't get to say that to me, Dave. After all this time where I've been,
sure, I can, man. No, you can't. I can.
No, but
you know what? That's bullshit, Dave. No,
hold on.
So yeah, again, you want to cut me off before
a cheaper contract, and he didn't want it.
But of course, you cut me off before the hypocrisy. We finally get everything you guys wanted. That you complained about Kirk cap room next year, and we're gonna go. You know what? Let's turn that shit over to the rookie.
Man, cap
that won 7 games in the play and 7 games in the SEC.
The cap is cap, man. And this coming from the capologist himself. Let me stop.
But to answer your latest,
I want to get another good question for you guys.
To your latest statement, yes, Dave, because at the end of the day, I know what I have in Kirk Cousins, and I don't know what I would have in Anthony Richardson. It might be worse. It might be worse.
But I'm willing to take that chance,
and I'm willing to take that chance to be better.
Exactly.
That's what we're not.
Didn't Pat Mahomes throw like 50 touchdowns or something like that?
Nah.
Last year, what was Pat Mahomes?
Oh, he did. He threw 50 touchdowns in the NFL when he got in the NFL.
Jesus Christ, Pat Mahomes.
Like, you know, Patrick Mahomes. Like, I got video evidence. You can go back and watch it. Everybody was saying he's. I can't.
Rhino. My was in reference to Anthony Richardson having the same draft profile as Pat Mahomes, and I said that was
they kind of do. Like saying that he's
Mahomes ran a almost 4.8 40. He ran the same 40 as Peyton Manning.
I'm saying more of like saying with
in production, not even close.
The people that are saying Anthony Richardson is a wild card and he's only played X amount of games and stuff like that, they said the same thing about Patrick Mahomes.
Thank you,
like
Mike.
Patrick Mahomes.
Hold it.
You know what I mean?
Pat
Mahomes
only had 1 season.
No, he had.
I might be hearing this wrong. Patrick Mahomes.
He had a couple of seasons, but all right, let me just put it simpler like this. A lot of people did not think Patrick Mahomes was going to be an NFL-ready quarterback. They were saying that he's too much of a wild
like we're going to draft Will Levis.
Platform too much, does this, do that. Yeah, the same way we talking about Will Levis. Exactly.
No, we're talking we're the smoke about Will Levis of us drafting him. You don't think there's smoke of trying to get people to say, "Hey, we're not interested in Pat Mahomes"?
Bro, like, you can go do the research yourself. Like, this ain't an argument. Like, this is on the internet. Like, you can go look at what people are saying.
This is his.
Like, go look at Patrick Mahomes, bro. He was not a quarterback that everybody was talking about.
I don't know that Patrick Mahomes should be used as the example because he's.
And you guys use it a lot.
Yeah, you can't use him now. You can't use him now because he's won Super Bowl. You can't use him now.
You never said that.
Never said what.
That hey, you use Pat Mahomes as an example of taking a shot.
I've said don't use the results of Patrick Mahomes because that's not fair to anybody. What I said was the thought process of Alex Smith was not the problem in Kansas City.
He
wasn't.
Just asking, you agree with Rapp that he's the same draft profile?
No, I don't think he's the same. No, he's not the same draft profile.
Tell me why Rapp's wrong then.
Yeah, tell me why I'm wrong.
Anthony Richardson is much more of a freakish athlete than Patrick Mahomes was when you look at combine to combine. You can't we can't look at what Patrick Mahomes has done in the NFL. And it's a hard thing to do to separate that in one's mind to say, well, look at he kind of reminds me of Patrick Mahomes and look at how good. No, we have to think about what Patrick Mahomes was coming out of college and what he was in the combine. And we have to stop with our evaluation at that point in time, which is difficult to do, I know. But no, Anthony Richardson to me does not have the same draft profile as Patrick Mahomes at all. He's much faster than Patrick Mahomes. He's got a stronger arm. Yeah, he does these off the wall things and off script sort of things and can scramble. But no, I disagree with you, Rap, on the profile thing. I agree with the rest of what you said, but not the profile thing.
4,600 yards, 36 touchdowns is second to last year in college. 5,052. It would
but
double.
still, no.
And all they said was that's not going to translate to the NFL.
Almost
that's what they said.
Double.
But still, nobody thought he was great, Dave. That's what I'm saying. Nobody thought that Patrick Mahomes.
There was a couple teams that thought he was great.
Nobody thought he was great coming out of college.
Nobody?
Not really. Not the draft analysis. Not all them guys. I mean,
obviously, they all said his skill set will not transfer to the NFL.
You know,
different sport, but they said Steph Curry's skills would not transfer to the NBA.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Now everybody wants to be an expert of the Timberwolves passed on Steph Curry 2 picks in a row. Okay, so did 5 other teams.
I mean, here's a video that was released 10 months ago that said the real reason the NFL failed the Patrick Mahomes evaluation because a lot of NFL, like I went and did it. I went and did this just like a month ago, and I was like, man, let me go back and look at what they were saying before the 2017 draft with Patrick Mahomes and see what they were saying about him. And they were dogging this man, dog. Like everybody felt like, you know, like to be honest with you, like more people believe Anthony Richardson is way better than Patrick Mahomes. Like if you just go off of
they would be wrong
what they're talking about. Yeah, they would be wrong. But like the talk though, you know what I'm saying?
And just a question, you don't think GMs were leaking their opinions to sports writers and they were writing about it?
That's what I said in my video the other day with this information coming out with Jeremy Fowler.
If you thought a quarterback was that good and you wanted to draft him, which KC did, and he actually wanted to go to KC and told them that, hey, so-and-so is going to pick me if you don't, or whatever. They drafted? They had to trade up to get him, right?
Yeah, they traded up.
They traded up to 10
or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it traded up to 10. Yeah, they traded like 12.
Yeah, so they had to trade ahead to get somebody. Otherwise, they were gonna. He's said this on on video that he told so and so. I think was it the Saints. I want to say it was the Saints, but someone likes me. They're going to take me if you don't, because he had that thing going on with the OC or the quarterback coach. I forget which one, but I'm going to lean on the fact that people thought he was that good that everybody was probably putting out their smoke screen, and the media runs with it.
Well, they do that every year, yeah.
And so for me to go say, hey, everybody thought Pat, I don't think everybody thought, because he got, like you said, picked 10th.
Well, that's what the media put out. That's all I'm saying. Like whatever happened in behind the scenes, like, yeah, we can assume that. But I'm just saying what they're putting.
The quarterback
out.
From Rice was going to go in the top 5 last year. And
I mean, Daniel Jones got picked number what? What Daniel Jones? Mitch Trubisky got picked number 2. You know what I'm saying? So is he good? You know what I mean? Like, was everybody saying he's good? No, the Bears just went.
You like Mitchell Trubisky?
Yeah, but not as the number 2 fucking pick. Hell nah. Yeah, nah. And then, but you know, Jones is a prime example because he got picked by the Giants on the sole fact that he was connected with Eli Manning and all that. Like, he was not worth the fucking 3rd pick or whatever it was that he got picked. Like, that was ridiculous. You know what I mean? So sometimes, I mean, teams, they got their guy, kind of like how we're feeling now with Will Levis. It's because, you know, Kevin O'Connell has a connection with the Kentucky offensive coordinator. And that's the thing I don't like. Like, I don't care who you know or what it is. Can he play? Do you believe he can play? No, I mean, I don't care.
And do you believe you can coach him?
Yeah, like I don't care if you know his auntie, sister's mama, and all that bullshit. Like that shit don't matter to me, man. That's not why we need to go after a guy because you're friends with somebody that you know.
Right.
Like, you know, can you coach him? Is he worth it? You know what I mean? Because going off of just, oh well, I know his dad, so we're gonna draft him. Like that shit there. That's not how you move in NFL.
What's this
So
hockey talk in the chat right
Vikings
now?
Uncensored. How is your hockey team
hockey.
doing? Oh yeah, it doesn't exist, or does it?
I like hockey, to be real.
Our hockey team's undefeated since 19.
I'm thinking about starting a hockey podcast.
I don't know what's going on. Did I miss
We got
something?
the Carolina Stingrays down here, man. Shout out Carolina Stingray. We'll whoop the wild ass. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. And
you lost your mind trying to talk.
We'll whoop the wild ass down here, man. You know our theme song. I'm about to whoop some.
How are the Panthers doing? How are the Panthers
Shout out to my
doing?
Golden Gophers going to the Frozen Four for another natty next weekend, but I digress. Anyway, since we're talking hockey.
I don't even know how the Panthers are doing. I used to watch the Predators a lot when I was.
What's up,
hold
fan?
up real
1, 2,
quick,
3.
man. But hold
What's
up real
with
quick,
you?
Dave. I gotta ask you this, man. Like, let me ask you a question here. So, like, cause I just gotta understand this before we do end this thing, man. And I got time tonight. I ain't gonna lie. Like, are y'all tired, chat, man? Cause I ain't tired. I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Hey, chat's still hopping, so we go for a little while.
This the thing. I gotta ask you this question, man. Like, you want to, all right, so you want Kirk to play this year, and you actually believe that the Vikings should actually extend him one more year. So you're saying they should reach out to his camp right now and say, hey, we want to give you how much money do you think the Vikings should give Kirk Cousins to play for 2024 to be the starting quarterback in 2024? How much money you think he's worth?
Well, from what I gather is like he did the last 2 times he signed contracts, he took less money than market. So I expect him to get a raise because any measurable form of measurement, he had a great season.
Yeah. No, I can agree with that.
You would disagree with that. You would throw the playoff and
no. Like, listen, it's the thing. He's always had good stats. It just never adds up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and to be real, there's
like
a lot of
13,
quarterbacks.
Like
there's
13
a lot of
wins.
There's a lot of losers.
I would
that
think
have that.
any normal GM, or the only concern I would say that anybody has about a quarterback coming off of 2 Pro Bowls, and yes, I'm going to say Pro Bowls because that's how you freaking players get measured for the Hall of Fame. They use Pro Bowls, and he got voted in both times.
Cook.
Voted in both times, and then had 13 wins and had his most yards in his Vikings career, and he 4th in passing and 5th in touchdowns this year. Measure, if that was a 28-year-old Kirk Cousins, he could have wrote his own fucking check.
Yes.
All right, and he's 34 now.
No.
So he is thinking about his legacy and wants to finish. He sees, like I see, and you see. I don't know. You guys haven't talked about it at all.
I'm about to say,
our future cap situation is pretty awesome right now. And again, I don't like the situation right now because we only have 5 draft picks and a lot of needs and no second rounder. Not a great situation for us. I want to win now. I think we can win now. You guys
want to
don't
win now,
think
and you
so.
want to keep Kirk Cousins?
You guys don't think so. I
sense.
do. Why? Because we just proven what we could do with 31 ranked defense. I can't wait to see what a first year defensive coordinator could do with this defense. And all I have to look back at is I changed my tune on him after I figured it out that his last year was a Super Bowl at the New England, and when he finally took over play calling duties, he had one of the best defenses in the league from Miami. So I have high hopes for him. And if you go look at defenses that New England had, it's never been big name guys. It's always been no name defenses over there. And I could say that, hey, we went and got the 6th highest ranked free agent in the free agency. We get another top 40 guy at corner. I mean, I love what he's done. I think we can win.
Let me
now.
ask you this. Let's say, hold on real quick, but I don't want to cut you off because I see what you're saying.
Worries,
so let me ask you this. Kirk Cousins throws for 4,000 yards again, has 28, 30 touchdowns, 33 or whatever, because he's always in between like 28 and 31, 32, 33, right? All right, he does that again.
I think his worst was 26 and 19.
Yeah, all right, so he does that. We'll just say between 28 and 33, right? He does that next year, okay? We sign him again, but we make the playoffs, but we don't get to the Super Bowl, obviously, right? And then we do it again, and he does that again. He throws another 4,000 yards or 4,500 yards and has another 30 touchdowns and shit like that in 2024.
Sarah's got the zingers.
What are you going to do at that point?
Let me pay homage for the zingers. Fine, give a raise, but deduct check down play $15 million.
Answer the question. What are you going to do at that point?
I pay homage to Sarah. I'm sorry you don't like Sarah.
Oh, I love Sarah, man.
I'm just kidding. I'm paying homage to my zinger queen here.
Family member, man. I love Sarah.
She's the zinger queen.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So you're saying, another great year as usual.
Yeah. As usual. Exactly. As usual.
As usual, and we make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And next year we got cap room. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I already said I want to extend him 1 year. Now I'm going to extend him even more.
And then, but I'm saying, like,
I want to extend him even more if he has a good year.
Exactly. So if he has another good year in 2024, you want to keep extend. You want to extend him again, right?
No, I draft a quarterback next year.
You would draft a quarterback next year, but you want him to sit behind Kirk Cousins again, though. You do want him to sit behind Kirk, or are you ready to draft a quarterback next year
in 2024? I don't know how many times you keep saying that I want him for 3 years.
This is what he's saying, Dave. This is what he's saying. We keep Kirk Cousins. We draft a quarterback in 2024. We extend him for 1 year, so he plays for us in 2023 and 2024. In 2023, he does the same thing Kirk always does. The Vikings make the playoffs and lose in either the wild card or the division round of the playoffs. And in 2024, we do the same thing again. Lose in the wild card round of division round of the playoffs.
What are you doing
all while the defense has gotten better to be around top 12, top 15. Do you extend him again in 2025? That's what he's asking.
Yeah.
You potentially would, man.
Why?
Any GM would consider that.
And any fan that is content with that is okay.
Oh, are you kidding me? No GM would.
Absolutely not.
In my preference, in my thought process now, this year. You guys were asking me in 2022 that we would have $200 million in cap space, and our defense has greatly improved. And you're asking me, do I want to extend a quarterback one more year that just had the season you described?
Dave.
Yeah, it would be a potential. It would be intriguing. It would be enticing.
But let me put it like this, because this makes sense too, and this is kind of what you're saying. You're saying, well, let's keep them, and then our defense is going to be great. Well, I can say, okay, well, let's trade everything and get Anthony Richardson, and he's going to be the next Patrick Mahomes.
Because the Packers really
we're making assumptions, is what I'm saying. Is you're making a guess. You're wishing
Packers really screwed up. Packers really screwed up sitting Rodgers for 3 years, right?
What you're doing is wishing on a shooting star.
That really fucked that up.
You're not going to compare Brett Favre when Rodgers was sitting to Kirk Cousins.
Absolutely.
No, I hate Brett Favre, but no, we're not going to make that comparison.
Absolutely.
I'm comparing.
Of course, you can sit Rodgers for 3 years when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback.
So just like I thought, you would say I'm comparing Kirk Cousins to Favre.
If you're going to compare Aaron Rodgers sitting for,
I'm comparing a rookie quarterback sitting for 3 years,
which is what you're saying Aaron Rodgers compared to.
Dude,
Kirk Cousins is Phillip Rivers.
If you're going to do
Kirk Cousins does not lead I agree. Kirk Cousins is not Brett Favre. He doesn't have the record for interceptions in the NFL. It'll never be broken.
You're right.
But anyways,
Kirk Cousins has not thrown an interception in overtime of an NFC Championship game because he's never been to one. But go ahead, yeah.
This man wants to go to the grave with Kirk Cousins as
dude, I think what Rap is trying to say, and I'll try and articulate it.
If you want to put hypotheticals about this is what you're asking me. Hey, your quarterback just had a great year. You got $200 million in cap room, and we just went to the playoffs. What do? I get rid of him. I get rid of him. That's a no-brainer. Yeah, that's silly.
No, it's not
silly. Because the evidence is
that's a no-brainer.
Because the evidence is no different. Because you're assuming that we're going to have all this cap space and we're going to be able to go get all the greatest players in the world.
So this whole idea,
what if we get Will Levis this year? What if we get Will Levis this year and he turns into Patrick Mahomes? What about that?
The whole thing about hey, here's a hypothetical question. I give a logical answer. Chat, go get him.
A bullshit answer.
Chat, go get him. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Oh, you mad because the chat on your ass?
No, I'm not even looking at it.
We haven't even looked at it. All right. Now, let me address what you said.
Sorry, guys.
I'll do it
I'm trying to be the fact that I think it would be the fact that you would have that it would potentially be just the fact that I would be intrigued by extending a guy who just had a great year with $200 million in cap
he had
room.
a great year and did nothing. He had a great year and did nothing.
Rap, let me say this for
no reference to, no context to the 31 ranked defense. NFL record in 400-yard games.
Go ahead, Dave. I'm gonna let you
Justin
cook,
thinking that's bullshit. Going, oh my God.
I didn't say that. He
What's
did.
this then? What's this then? It's not bullshit. We had the worst. We had the second worst, if not the worst defense. We literally had the worst. Hey guys, I want to break it to you.
Let me know when I can tell.
We had a pretty bad defense last year.
Nobody loves football as much as I do.
We had. I don't know if you guys know this, but we did.
All right.
We
Let me know when
did.
you're done. Let me know.
11.
You guys like each other? We love each other,
11 400-yard games.
And what did get him? What did he get for it? Did he get a trophy?
That's the defense. 11 400-yard games.
Bro, the defense still had to hold up for them to come
that,
back. And I want to let Dave talk so bad because I know Dave's itching to get his point off. But this is the thing that I don't get real quick, Dave, is for Kirk Cousins, first of all, having all those comebacks, that's not saying that's not a good thing, to be real. Like, I hate when obviously we won the games, but it's like you don't want to have to come back all the damn time for one. And yes, that can be on the defense, but we also can't forget that we go up in games and the offense goes missing, including your boy Kirk. You know what I mean? They go missing for 2 quarters. They can't even get a damn first down. You know what I'm saying? And
it never happens with other teams.
There and hold up. So, and that's the thing. The only way you can come back, and this makes all the sense. I mean, come on, when you talk about math and stuff, let's do this math. Okay, you're down 33-0. You come all the way back from 33-0. How do you come back from a game like that if your defense does not play good? That's all I'm trying to figure out. How? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that happen?
I've never seen so much
answer for that.
So much defense for our defense.
I'm saying, how did they come back from 33 points without letting the other team score? How?
You've never heard of a team taking a foot off the gas, have you?
Okay, so you're saying that.
So you're downplaying the accomplishment. So you're downplaying you're downplaying.
I'm saying we took advantage of a team that took their foot off the gas, and then were too afraid to put it back on again. You don't think that it takes that? We scored all those points with 18 minutes left in the game. You think that them playing bad on defense or on offense didn't help? The fact that you think our defense won that game for us?
That's not what anybody.
I mean, oh my God.
What we have said is both sides of the ball contribute to the victory. Both sides of the ball contribute to getting down 33 points.
Dude, you guys are the ones talking about Kirk Cousins not.
No, I've been trying to answer the question.
I guess the defense didn't win that Bills game either.
I say put some context into it. Put the 31 rank.
Yes, the context.
I say put some context in it, and you go and say, "Hey, our defense made that happen because they had to stop the ball."
No, he
make
said
it possible for Kirk Cousins to come
made
back.
It happen.
Dude,
also
they also made it.
What about the interception during the Bills game that Patrick Pitt? Does that count as a defensive stop, or is that like Kirk Cousins like going out there and making that happen? I mean, what's that? What
amazing to turn it around after throwing that bad pick.
Oh, the defense, right? The defense did their thing right there, innit? And the fumble.
I thought you were talking about Kirk Cousins punt or.
No,
I'm talking about Kirk Cousins' interception that he got.
Oh, Dalvin Cook falling on his ass.
I'm talking about
when
the
he could have walked in for the winning
up,
touchdown. I mean, come on.
He's talking about the Patrick Peterson interception that ended the game in overtime. Was that Kirk Cousins?
Was that Kirk Cousins that did that?
No, it was Patrick Peterson.
Oh, yeah. And does he play offense
but
or defense?
Kirk gets the credit for the comeback, though.
The whole team does. You just don't want to give him any.
That's what we've been saying. Is
no, dude. 31.
Let's buzz on for that, baby.
Oh, it's yeah. Yeah. The defense is awesome, guys. Thanks.
Continue. No, we're not saying that they're awesome.
Okay, 7th ranked offense, 31 ranked defense. Who gets more credit? 7th ranked offense, 31 ranked defense. Justin, go ahead. Who would you give your pie chart of praise to? Pie chart of praise, 7th ranked offense,
31 ranked defense. Go. Pie chart of praise on this season.
I'm
13
sorry. Which
wins.
question am I answering? The one you just
Pie chart of
asked, or
praise.
the one that you asked me 5
You're
minutes
trying to
ago
avoid
that you
it
still
now. You're
haven't-
trying to avoid it.
No, I'm trying to
you will
answer
go,
the question you asked me 5 bleeping
You will
minutes
go into
ago that you won't let
pretzels.
me answer.
You'll go into pretzels right
No,
now
Dave.
to avoid this
You asked
question.
me
Pie
you
chart of
asked-
praise.
You asked me a question
chart
and
of
never let me
praise.
answer it, and then asked me
31
5
ranked
more
defense.
questions.
7th ranked offense.
65-35.
65-35 who?
Offense.
Thank you.
I've
Rap.
said 1,000
What
times.
credit?
Yeah.
Credit.
Yeah. Yeah, but are we
Pie chart
talking
of
about
praise.
one game? Are we talking about one game or the
I'm
No,
talking
he's
about
talking about the whole
13
season.
wins.
He's talking about the whole
Season. Pie chart of praise. 7th ranked offense. 31 ranked defense. Pie chart of praise. Who gets more credit for the 13 wins?
I mean, the offense definitely for sure.
Duh.
But what I am going to
let's
say,
move
though,
on to a
arguing that.
question. Let's
But
move
hold
on
on.
to another question.
Hold on.
Oh, so
But
I don't
what
get
am
to
gonna
answer
say
the
is
question from 5
defense
minutes
also,
ago. Got it.
I don't even know what
defense
question it is.
also
You
has
avoided
Well,
all
I've
of
been
them.
sitting here
Stops.
half this time, and nobody, whatever. Go ahead, Ref.
I'm just saying the defense had to make crucial stops too, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot of those games where the defense, like, yeah, throughout the game they were letting up a lot of yards, but they also made stops when it mattered, though. You know what I mean? Like something that Kirk don't know how to do. You know what I'm saying? Like for sure, they made stops when it mattered.
Kirk doesn't know how to do what?
He don't know how to win when it matters.
Like having the most offensive points in the fourth quarter of any team in the league.
How many points did he have in the Giants game at home in a playoff game?
Probably enough to win if we had a better defense.
How many points did he have Monday
There's not
night?
a single person that
That's
doesn't
Shane.
think Kirk Cousins played a good game.
Hey, shout out
Nobody
Shane,
said
man. I
that.
didn't see my boy Shane in a minute, man. Shane, I
let
know
me
you're
ask
mad
Ju-
at me because you
Rap,
know
did Kirk
leaving,
Cousins
man,
play
but
a
it's
good
all right, man.
game?
You could be all right.
I said nobody thought Kirk Cousins played a bad game against the Giants. Rap, go ahead. Are you a detractor on that?
What, that he didn't play a bad game?
I said no one thought. I don't know a single person that thought he played a bad game. PFF ranked him the number 1 quarterback that week. Go tell me. And again, against it's a pool of quarterbacks
He played, yes.
in the whole league.
Okay, so look, he played a good game on that day, you know what I mean? But he made the most crucial mistake that a quarterback can make in his career, and that's checking down on 4th and season. So you
What was your
can't make up for that. So what that does is that
Justin.
erases, because nobody gives a damn what he did between quarters 1 and 3. Because at the end of the
Justin.
day, when it mattered, it erases it because he fucked it up. You know what I'm saying?
Justin, you did a pie chart of blame on that or something like that, a disappointment
pie chart of
that week.
disappointment.
What percentage did you give him on that?
He said what happened.
Kirk?
Yeah, on the one play, you gave a percentage. 5%. Why
Hold on, 5% what?
why does it deserve all the blame? Like Rap just said.
Rap didn't say that.
Well, what did he say?
You see how Dave be like, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Because Dave be trying to do us, Dave. You see that?
Did you not say it erased everything he did in the first, second, and third quarter?
Man, I'm saying it erased most of it because the truth is that was.
So
the
am I
main thing
wrong
that mattered.
of assuming that it erased everything he did in that game? Right? I mean,
You
he just
assuming.
said that it erased
assuming.
most everything. Sorry, I will re-clarify. It erased
Coming from the
most
most
of what he
literal
did.
person ever. You know, I would expect you to be very literal. You know what I mean? Hey Shane, I still am the Malcolm X, man. I'm bringing the fans together. Look, we still together. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't Malcolm X.
Not one
I don't
of
think
us
Malcolm
can-
X brought people
Oh
together.
no, MLK. That's
I was
right.
about to
MLK,
say,
my bad. Purple
ah.
MLK. Yeah, damn. Yeah, purple MLK, man. Shout out Dave for the nickname.
Okay,
man.
let's
Yeah,
talk.
right.
Before we go, let's
I'm
talk
sorry.
about
Do I
you
get to
guys.
answer the question or not?
Yeah.
The pie chart of blame.
No, the hypothetical that you never.
What
let me answer.
hypothetical?
The hypothetical that you came up with, and then you changed after the fact.
What hypothetical did I come up with?
The
Please tell me.
All right, once more time, just to recap for anybody who might have just joined us here. Dave says we should extend Kirk Cousins for one more year so that he is our quarterback.
Holy shit, that's a hypothetical you put on me.
Let him speak, Dave.
That is the
Let him
hypothetical.
speak. I
You
wanna
put the
hear
words in
him.
my mouth,
Let
man.
him
I'm gonna
talk.
correct you.
Just because
That's
you
hypothetical you put on me. And you're saying $200 million in cap space, just had a
Apparently I'm not saying anything.
playoff game, just had a playoff game, and he had a great season. And you're asking me would I extend him? I said I would definitely be intrigued by it. It would and I think any GM would be intrigued on it. And Rap said, hell no.
I
No
don't do it.
GM
Let
would
him
do
talk.
it.
Can you let him talk, Dave?
It was
Let him
not
get
my
his- let him
hypothetical.
get
It
his
was your
rocks
guys'.
off,
So
man.
don't put that on me.
Let him land the
put it on
plane,
me.
man.
I
Let him
don't
land
know
the plane.
if I could be allowed to ever finish a sentence.
Answer your own hypothetical. Go ahead.
It's not my hypothetical. We
Wasn't
asked
mine.
you a question. Okay, fine. I'll start.
Go
over.
ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
2023, Flores brings our defense to roughly 15th. And we get to the wild card or division and lose. You said you would extend Kirk Cousins one more year to 2024. And you've also said that you would actually just do that right now.
Would extend him now.
Yeah. Exactly. Then we said, all right, let's keep playing this out. 2024, losing the wild card round or the division round of playoffs. Defense once again is 15. Kirk Cousins, both of those seasons, does his 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns. Then we asked, would you extend him for 2025? You then said yes. And then what we never got back to was, why in the world would you want to continue to do the same over and over again just to get to the wild card round or the division round of the playoffs? Then you said, because I'll have $200 million in cap space. What's wrong with that? And what I was trying to say earlier was, I'd rather have $235 million in cap space and have Anthony Richardson, who has sat behind Kirk Cousins for one season, and go from there and try to build the team up that way.
By that point, he would have sat for 2 years. Because he's coming out this year.
No, but I would.
You're talking about 2025. So
we're asking you at what point.
What Day is saying is that he wouldn't do the 2025. He would just do.
And I wouldn't do the 2024.
So we're changing the hypothetical back to next year. The hypothetical given to me was 2025 after two great seasons.
The question that you posted. The question.
No one said 15th. I don't think they said better. You know, like a good defense.
I did say 15th. You might not have heard me, but
it was Rap's question. It was Rap's question, not yours.
My point is, if you know for the next 2 seasons that you're going to still tap out at either wild card or division round,
I don't know that.
That's why it's a hypothetical.
If you know, that is why it's a hypothetical.
If you're never going to win a Super Bowl unless you draft a quarterback as a rookie, would you still go with Kirk Cousins? No, I would draft a rookie if I knew I was going to win a Super Bowl.
Well, you know you're not going to win one with Kirk Cousins.
Thank you. You know you're not going to win him.
If I know for a fact that we would not win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins, yes.
Well, you should know that. The evidence is there.
Most of us do.
Okay, we didn't win one with a Hall of Fame quarterback, and I can name several Hall of Fame quarterbacks that played for us that we didn't win Super Bowls with. So the fact that you say that Kirk can't win one, well, we had some guys that couldn't. Marino couldn't win one. I could give you other ones that couldn't win one. Yeah, all right. So the fact, and yeah, you can say that.
Kirk is Phillip Rivers, man. Kirk is Phillip Rivers, man. Mark my words. Yeah. He's gonna go down like Phillip Rivers. This is what he did. This is what he did. 4th and 8. Y'all watching? This is what he did. TJ Hawkinson gonna be going.
It erased everything he did.
Going this way.
And it erased everything he did.
Kirk did this. Kirk said
it erased all the 3 MVP videos.
On the other side
it erased the 3 MVP videos that you did, and it erased it all.
Hey.
Why would you want to do that 2 more years?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking.
Why you want to win 8 games for 2 more years? Why?
Why would I win 8 games when I won? Honestly, have you checked his winning percentage now?
No, that's not my question, Dave. My question is, if the defense is better around 15th, which I did say at the beginning, by the way, whether you heard me or not, okay, fine, maybe you didn't hear me. If the defense improves to around 15th, and we go to the wild card / division round in 2023 and 2024. At that point, you can't say, well, we lost in the wild card or divisional round because we had a 31st ranked defense. Then you'll say, well, what? At what point can we finally say, all right, what's your threshold as to where you'll finally say, okay, I guess we need to go in a different direction? That's
when he turned 45.
That's my question to you. When is it not crazy? When's it?
I don't deal in this huge fantasy land that you guys do. I deal with actual realistic situations.
Do you?
Oh, here I continuously and always say I'm making the decision now to go and extend him 1 year if we can.
Why?
And then we move on. That is my because if we did that is my decision now. And I've said, hey, we're moving on.
So he's going to have the same
my
type
decision
of season.
Now.
You know,
you're dealing with hypotheticals. Now we're dealing with hypotheticals where I was proven wrong that I might be proven wrong, and then we might have a chance to win. I know you're going to throw this back in my face, but Aaron Rodgers won his MVP at 37. All right, Kirk Cousins can still play at a high level at 37. Rodgers actually robbed it from Tom Brady. He did not deserve it. He only threw for 4 more touchdowns and 100 less yards.
You don't care about Rodgers,
right? Yeah, in 2009.
It don't matter.
But
it don't matter. As a Vikings fan, I would have
2009 season. 2010 or 2010. Okay.
I would have took a Super Bowl in 2010. Don't matter. Super Bowl is a Super Bowl. It don't matter when you win it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. Like,
you want to win it somewhere in the future.
You got to win it. So now it matters what year you win it? Man, hell no. Nah. We want to win that shit now. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, this is how y'all Kirk stands.
We need to extend him. We should extend him because we should have him play until he's like 45 years old.
And this is how we sound.
And you talk.
I don't know what you're trying.
And you talk about putting words in your guys' mouth.
Yeah,
Dave, I think the simplest way to say it
45, huh? I've said that.
The simplest way to say it, Dave, is this. Rapp and I and a lot of other people believe that even if you had the 15th ranked defense, that with Kirk Cousins, you're still going to tap out in the wild card and divisional round of the playoffs at best. That's what we're saying.
And Justin, it's okay that you think that, just like it's okay for me to think what I think.
Yeah, but we have.
Why would you want to extend
play silly
one more
voiceovers?
But we have
play silly voiceovers to ridicule me. It's okay that you think that, just like it's okay for me to think this. I'm not telling you how stupid you are, and how I know you're not using the word stupid. I'm not saying, but that's what you guys.
We ain't being disrespectful tonight. We just arguing. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
So you guys are telling me that I am making this horrible decision when I am not telling you guys that.
Fine.
You are.
Fine, I will cap.
Right, so it's okay that you think that. Why do Kirk haters, and I'm going to use that word, think that we are the ridiculous ones?
Because y'all are.
People that
maybe want to extend him 1 year.
Fine,
Is it that you say it all the time that it's these Kirk stands that are just outrageous on Twitter defending him, and I constantly see SK saying stuff that I've never seen anybody say about Kirk's. Kirk defenders are out in force today saying such as I'm like, please quote, send me a picture of the person who said that. I'm like, but it's me, it's us that are ridiculous. I don't get it.
It's you, Rick and Joe, because those are like the main ones.
There he goes again.
I'm saying y'all are
to answer your most recent question.
As far as like for the Kirk, not personality, but Kirk.
To answer your most recent question, if you drafted
if
you draft a quarterback this year and you let Kirk Cousins play this year and then turn it over to your rookie quarterback, whoever that may be, in 2024, you are now starting that process. You are taking advantage of a rookie quarterback contract. The difference between doing that process 1 year earlier, as we are suggesting, or 1 year later, as you are suggesting, is the following. If you do it 1 year later, as you are suggesting, you are more than likely still going to tap out at the wild card round or the divisional round. If, on the other hand, you do it as we are suggesting 1 year earlier, we might miss the playoffs. We might get to the same spot that we are. And by some miracle, we might push further than where we are. And what we're saying is why it doesn't make sense for us to why you'd want to push out that process when you know that the overwhelming likely scenario is to still tap out at the wild card round or the divisional round. It doesn't make sense when you know your ceiling is here to do it one more time. Yes, if you go the other way, you might be below it. You might be above it.
Our ceiling's here.
Yes,
31st ranked defense.
Yeah. And then we suggest.
What's our ceiling?
You act like Kirk's only played with this team, bro. He's been in the league. I know you're going to bring back. You have 11 years of evidence, Dave.
Dude,
11 years.
And he's had one good defense, and he wasted it. And we had a lot of shit happen that year. But now he's like everybody's standard. No one will disagree. Not even you guys. You're not that ridiculous of a Kirk hater that you would say that Kirk Cousins is not a better quarterback than he was in 2018. Is he a better quarterback than he was in 2018?
Me, it seems like he's the same. Like if you look at his stats, they're all in line. Like
couldn't win. He couldn't come back. Couldn't win.
Always throws for the same amount of yards.
You're the one who always
every
been saying
season
all year. You
touchdowns.
said Kirk's not any different than he was last year. It's just that the defense is actually getting a stop here and there. You're the one who tried to tell me that Kirk is the same as he was last year when I was trying to actually give him credit for being improved, and you had said no. His stats are pretty much going to be the same at the end of the year anyway. So
his stats are always the same. He's a consistent quarterback. That's why we can make this argument because we know what Kirk's going to do.
So
he already.
So Justin, you're talking about mid-season when I was saying we're playing really conservative. We're about a yard less per pass per attempt than we were the year before. You were telling me how much better he was when I didn't think that.
Yes, and now you're trying to say he is.
And then 6 more come from behind victories later. He ends up jumping up the charts to 4th in passing and 5th in touchdowns. And then you were telling me he was having he was having an off season. You were telling me he was better. You liked him, but he was having an off season. I continuously said, compared to the rest of the league, he is the same as he was last year. By the end of the league, he actually jumped up 5 spots in passing, or 5 spots in passing and 4 in yards. But the big thing was that he's never done. He could have had 6 the year before, but he had never came close to 8 come from behind victories.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. He could have had 6 the year before?
He had 4.
Why didn't he have 6?
Missed field goal and a fumble.
Not the defense giving up points at the end of the
missed field goal and a fumble.
Quarter? Okay, what about all those? What about the Dallas game?
Jesus Christ! Come on, do you guys?
Jesus Christ! Nothing. The
you cannot give him credit. You can't give him credit. You think you weren't mad that we missed a chip shot field goal and we fumbled in overtime? Come on. Oh, I don't know if it was overtime.
Against Cincinnati. Talking about Cincinnati week 1.
No, you weren't mad that we lost those 2 games.
I was
when they were right in our grasp. You weren't one in 2021. You guys weren't upset that we
for the
couldn't.
5th time. Of course, I was upset.
Yeah. That's the thing, Dave. We're Vikings fans before anything, and we just know.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Anybody but Kirk fans is what
I just know. Yeah, I just know that we don't have that quarterback that nobody fears. Kirk
you would
Cousins.
jump off
like no team.
You would
Kirk
jump
Cousins.
to the.
I'm gonna just throw that out there.
You would jump back to the JETS if we signed Kirk Cousins long term, man.
Facts. That's a fact.
Dave, you just got done.
Flipped it.
He just had his best season. Those were your words, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was a detractor.
Okay. So you're
this huge Kirk stan was a detractor who openly admits detracting 2018.
Yeah, but you won't admit that you're a Kirk stan.
You guys keep saying he's the same guy as 2017 or 18. But that he's the same guy as the Redskins.
How many
just admit you're a Kirk stan for the chat.
He just had his best season, by the way. No, I've never said that, by the way.
Admit you're a Kirk stan, though.
It's tough to have 2 different arguments. It's tough to have 2 different arguments.
Okay, then how about this? Then focus on one at a time instead of jumping back and forth. Anyway, my point.
I'm sorry, you don't give much credit to his 13 wins.
I never said
65%. Sorry, but to the offense, but not. I don't know what your pie chart of blame for the.
Did KOC get some credit for that?
Yeah, he's the offensive mastermind. And the 7th ranked offense in the league that you want to
get some credit for
you want to piss away to a rookie this year.
Justin Jefferson get credit for that?
We didn't say to a rookie this
7th
year.
Ranked, because you wanted him gone this year. You would want him gone this year.
Well, that's not happening.
Right. Who, Kirk Cousins?
Well, you're throwing all sorts of hypotheticals at me. Yes, it can happen.
One hypothetical at
me. Oh, yeah, he could be gone this year, man.
73%. 73% Lamar Jackson's going to be on our quarterback. So, you would take that right now, right?
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you right now,
you would prefer, would you prefer or not that we drafted a rookie and just let him play this year and get rid of Kirk and get some draft capital?
Oh, sure. Right? But that ain't happening.
Right.
I'll get rid of that.
Like I said, you'd rather piss the season away with a rookie. Am I not right?
I get that motherfucker gone right now.
You are okay. You were okay with 7 wins.
3 weeks ago, I would have been okay with it. Now I'm not.
All right.
I'll be calling every team right now. Hey, y'all boy want Kirk? Yeah, shit. I mean,
well, if I got a 1st round draft pick for him, I'd probably do it. But you're not
going
to
win that motherfucker, but he'll get you there.
You ain't getting no 1st for him.
All right.
Anyway, we just got done. You got done saying that you feel that with Brian Flores and all the other moves that we made, that our defense can be massively improved on. And I said, okay, let's just say around 15. We on the same page with that, right?
I'm just really getting bored with these hypothetical
questions.
Let's just do 6 same ones. The same ones for the past hour to try to say, "Hey, Dave, my answer isn't going to change. It's a year-to-year decision. My decision this year would be extend him 1 year. My decision in 2024 going to 25 season.
And guess what?
Good really depend.
Good thing our GM doesn't feel like you.
And good thing our GM doesn't think like you last year. We would have not won this many games. Russell Wilson would have been so awesome on our team this past year.
He would have been better, but he would have been better
than Kirk, right?
The GM is thinking like me. The GM is thinking like me and Day right now, and that's the blessing. The blessing is that a Kirk stan is not our GM, and I couldn't be more thankful because they absolutely are sending a message. We're done with it. We don't give a damn what y'all think about him.
His head coach has got an autographed Kirk Cousins jersey on his wall.
By the way, I meant to do this a while ago. Can I have 3 minutes? I found that video you were looking for, by the way.
Oh, which one?
I don't know.
The video of me hating on Kirk Cousins that you wanted to point out so bad. Throw that in there.
We're pulling out receipts. Let's go.
Put it in.
What video you're pulling out? You have not hated on Kirk Cousins.
As much as I do.
I got a 2.5 hour video of you wanting to get rid of him the minute after that game.
Oh, yes. At this point, I know I'm not winning a Super Bowl with him, so I'm not going to waste another 2 years if I don't have to.
I don't know what 2.5 minutes you're talking about or what I said. What sticks in your head that
me?
Y'all are like a married couple now. Is that how we used to look, Dave?
No, that is how you still look, by the way. There ain't no use to it here. Hold on just a quick second here.
This show was good though, man. This is entertaining. See, this is real Vikings entertainment here, man. In the chat, man. Drop a score.
Oh, you gotta put my share screen in because you that's right. I'm a guest.
Sarah, if Kirk's a choker, then God, Lamar Jackson sure is too.
Hey, put
a lot of chokers in this league. If that is the benchmark, Sarah. A lot of chokers
Kirk
in this league.
Garbage, man. Like facts. I don't give a damn.
Dave, you got to put that. You got to put that screen share in for me. I can't do it.
I think Kirk's a good quarterback. He thinks him garbage, which is more ridiculous.
Hey, Shane, you my boy.
Which is more ridiculous.
Hey, man, Kirk is not him, man. For real, man. Kirk is not him, man.
You've taken Kirk hate so far left that being in the middle is far right.
No, you've taken the stand so far that
there is no middle for me. You're just an absolute Kirk stand.
Really?
You won't admit it.
The guy that's doing videos and said he would go draft Anthony Richardson and be happy about it.
Yes.
I've taken this so far right. I've taken this so far right. I'm ridiculous. I have agreed with you about Anthony Richardson.
Do you want Anthony?
Literally agreed with you about Anthony Richardson.
Who you want?
And you're telling me I've taken it so far right.
Dave, you want Anthony Richardson or Kirk Cousins? Who you want? Who you want? Anthony Richardson or Kirk
Cousins? I can have them both for 2 years. And have them take over in 2025.
Who plays both sides of the fence would say.
I think it's a reasonable.
At least me.
I think it's a reasonable stance.
We want.
I think it's a completely reasonable stance that a guy who's played like 14 college games would benefit from sitting 2 years behind Kirk Cousins.
And it's also reasonable to say that whatever extra benefit you get from a second year sitting behind him doesn't outweigh wasting a second year.
And I think that is a reasonable argument, Justin.
Which is the only one I've been making this whole time, but you don't
not one that
I say it's bullshit.
As you said, so far right. Like I've taken this Kirk stance so far right.
Because
you just said it's reasonable. You just said it's reasonable.
Dave,
is it not reasonable?
Dave, this is the difference.
It's deeper than football for you.
This is the difference, Dave.
Why is it deeper than football for me? I said right now would get rid of him in 2025. That would be my decision right now. And it's deeper than football for me.
Get rid of him in 2025
you know what?
Right now.
You are so emotional about it. You say it's deeper than football for me. Yeah, you are so emotional about it that you don't think a reasonable decision on a Pro Bowl quarterback that had set an NFL freaking record.
Let me jump in.
That is throwing to the guy that set multiple NFL records.
It ain't even a sentence, Dave. It ain't even a sentence. I just got to say this, or it is a sentence. It's just one sentence. So you're saying right now that you'll get rid of him in 2025 without even seeing him play in 2024. You're just saying fuck it.
Exactly
that pretty much makes it seem like you just want to waste another year of him.
You know how silly your argument is that everything has got to be definite with you, Dave. Dave, you gotta make a decision now. You gotta make a decision now. My decision right now is to extend him for one more year. My decision, my plan. I have a plan. Anybody but Kirk is not a plan. Anybody but Kirk is not a plan. I am far right. I'm taking Kirk stance far right. And I have a plan again. I have actually said my plan. Yours is anybody but Kirk. That is not a plan. That is
what exactly I'm talking about. It's so emotional.
Why is it
There's
not a plan?
something about
Why is that
him.
not a plan? How is that not a plan?
Either
one sentence rap, by the way.
It's just so emotional about it.
How going and getting AR ain't a plan? That sounds like a plan to me. What the fuck is you talking about? How is that not a plan? Going and getting AR. How is that not a plan?
I watched your video. Cut him. I watched you have a cut video or something to get rid of him.
Cut Kirk.
I mean, you probably would have preferred trading him.
Absolutely. I don't hide that. I might do another one tomorrow. You're not saying nothing.
That's your plan.
Nobody in this chat don't know.
Anybody but Kirk is not a plan.
Everybody knows that I want to get rid of Kirk. That is not
anybody can throw to Justin Jefferson. That's your plan.
Absolutely.
Anybody can throw to Justin Jefferson.
Because you're gonna stop taking credit away from JJ.
Terrell Owens got 2,000 yards. Randy Moss got 2,000 yards. They got 18 or no, they didn't. I mean, Rice, I think his best season was 1,800 yards. I'm like, anybody can do it.
Jamar Chase is getting good yards. And AJ Brown's getting good yards. I mean, you want to keep naming receivers that are having phenomenal seasons. I mean, they all got different.
Just name the second one, Jamar Chase. Yeah, I think his quarterback is better than Kirk Cousins. What's the other quarterback?
Absolutely. Stephon
what was the other receiver?
He had good seasons.
You're just naming two guys that I think are better than Kirk Cousins.
All right, Jalen Hurts. AJ Brown had a great season.
Jalen Hurts came out I was on the same video as you, man. You were not high on Jalen Hurts. But
you think he's better than Kirk. You think he's better than Kirk.
I think he's better than Kirk right now. Yeah.
Absolutely.
He wasn't last year. He wasn't the year before.
Herbert. What about Justin Herbert? You think he's better than Kirk?
I am still out on me, man.
I think Trevor Lawrence. You think Trevor Lawrence is better than Kirk?
Not at this point, yeah, not yet.
Yeah, you want to know what's crazy though? All these people we naming, guess how old they are? Guess what the trend is? There's a trend happening.
Are they better than him right now?
Oh, they're better. They are better.
They are not better than him right now. No,
they're better.
Justin, I'm sorry. What was?
Guess what? Guess what Trevor Lawrence did? Trevor Lawrence came back from 27
great
points
second
in a
season.
Playoff game.
Amazing second season.
He came back
and he's not better than Kirk Cousins right now. No, I'm sorry.
And he played for the Jaguars.
I think he will be. Oh, is that unreasonable? Justin, be my referee. Is that unreasonable to say that Justin he will be better than Kirk Cousins? Maybe even this year.
He is better right now. Like that. Like I would take those quarterbacks to start my season this year over Kirk Cousins. Every quarterback I named, I would rather them as my quarterback than Kirk Cousins. I'm going to keep it real with you.
And you know what? I would too. Why? Because they're younger than him right now. But can't.
You want to extend Kirk till they're on another
fucking team.
Younger?
They are on another fucking team, man. This whole grass is greener, and I wish we made that decision 4 years ago. I want to be all warm and snuggly inside.
And that's why me and Dave want to make the decision now. That's why we want to make the decision now, so we don't miss the other grass on the other side of the hill.
And I've made the decision. I am saying the same damn thing just a year. Why are you? Why are you so? Why does 1 year? Why does 1 year put your panties in such a fucking bunch?
All right, I'll answer that question, Dave. I'll answer that question. Bro, because we put it to you.
You literally gonna answer that question after I said what makes it a panty? I didn't think you would go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put it out there.
Put what?
You know what I meant. What ruffles your feathers?
Oh, he's talking about panties in a bunch. Oh, he's trying to be funny.
And then Justin answered. So I'm like, hey, I'll ask the question differently. What gives your feathers ruffled so much about 1 year?
He's trying to be funny.
That you think it's so unreasonable of me that I'm taking the whole thing far right.
Because you will. What we said is if he has 2 more good seasons similar to the 2020,
I would consider it. Yeah,
you would consider it.
Yeah. So would any GM would consider it. You don't think they would consider it
now? Kwesi ain't considering it now.
And that's a decision he's making now.
Exactly, because he's smart.
Because you'll fool yourself into signing him for 2025 thinking, well, we're almost there. And then we'll end up doing the same thing we do again. And then we will have then done 3
years. The crazy thing is you're ready. You both are if we were stuck at 23, you would take Will Levis and think he's the answer.
No, I don't like Will Levis. We had this conversation at the beginning. We don't like.
You just adjust, and you just said 23. You'd take him.
I would, but
and then Kirk Cousins is gone next year.
If he's
there, we're a better team.
Huh? What?
We're a better team. Will Levis? We draft him at 23. He's our quarterback in 2024. We're a better team moving forward.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that it would or wouldn't be a better team.
I'm just saying that we'll be better with Kirk.
Yes. Okay.
You're taking scraps.
Right,
you're taking the rest of the league scraps at 23.
Yeah, but you'll be better, but better to what?
I don't think either. I don't think you taking a chance, and I don't think of me extending to 2024. I don't think either of these are reasonable or unreasonable things that deserve. Hey, what do you don't want to win, Dave? You're going to go to 45 years old. You know that you're taking them too far right. You take them too far right.
Dave, I don't think you ask me a question and don't let me answer it. I love how you do that sometimes. You're right. If we took Will Levis at 23 and sat him for the 2023 season and turned it over to him in the 2024 season, you are right. It's possible that the Vikings for the 2024 season theoretically would be better if Kirk Cousins was a quarterback. It's also possible that they would be better with Will Levis at the quarterback, and it's also possible that they would be roughly the same. And
why am I far right? Why am I taking the Kirk stance far right then?
Because
with that stance,
this is the.
Why am I?
Now, we are finally at the crux of the arguments after however damn near 3 hours.
1 year, the 1 year extension. Why am I so out there that I'm pulling people with me?
There is
nobody's coming with you, trust me.
Because the overwhelming probability
you feel like that by yourself
is that they will be the same divisional round wildcard round team. With Will Levis in this example, it's possible they miss the playoffs. It's possible they get to the same level. It's possible they push through. What Rapp and I and the rest of the people who are willing to move on from Kirk, we are willing to risk being worse than a wildcard losing team for the possibility of being more than a wild card losing team. Even if that means they end up winning 5 games in 2024, we are willing to risk that and accept that possibility for the possibility that maybe Will Levis gets us to the NFC Championship game or beyond, regardless of the likelihood of probability and percentages, because it's not just about 2024. But in this particular question and in this part of the conversation, we are willing to give up constantly being a wild card divisional round of the playoff team for the possibility of being more, even though that does risk us being less.
Mm-hmm. And again, answer my question, because you did. I mean, I am so far right. I'm pulling the Kirk stands. Like, this is the most outlandish. I'm pulling them with me. Like, I'm pulling them by saying 1 more year. Could you just answer? Could you just admit that I'm not?
I never. No, first off, I never.
Yes, you did say that. You 100% did.
I've never said you're a Kirk stan.
You just said I am. I pulled the Kirk stan so far
you
right.
Have Dave a damn Kirk stan.
I just said that. I didn't say you called me a Kirk stan. I said you told me I'm pulling the Kirk stands so far right with my opinion. Could you at least
what does that mean?
Pull yourself out of that pretzel?
I'm not in
my 1 year extension.
I don't know what you're trying to say, Dave. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Don't play dumb.
I'm not.
Don't play Justin.
Wow.
You told me my opinion. My opinion. It's not becoming of you. You're a smart dude. That's why
I don't understand your question.
I want to be on shows with you.
Thinking me, but that's fine. You can say that if you want.
Dude, I ask you questions all the time. I give you a lot of credit for what you do. Justin, you told me I'm pulling it far right. I've said extend them 1 year. If they draft a quarterback this year, I don't care. Sit them 2 years. If they draft one next year, he just sits 1 year. And you telling me that I've taken the Kirk stands so far right. That was my question.
Okay, this is what I'm asking.
That was my question, and you went off on some other thing.
I don't know what does pulling them so far right mean? What does that mean?
I had made the comment that you got that Rapp is so emotional that he's so far a Kirk hater that it made people in the middle look like they're far right. And you said, no, Dave, you took the Kirk stand far right.
Politics
no, I said far left.
I'm using that as polar opposites.
Yes,
polls. I'm talking polls.
Yes,
not
all right. Yes, now I get it. Yeah, you do pull me into the hater group sometimes. Just like
are you switching on me right now, Day? Are you switching on me right now, bro?
No,
no.
Maybe I'm not.
I've not said you were right. I've called you a hater today, but you keep talking about how centric you are, but you're not.
I'm not centric.
You're not centric.
Why?
If you're saying you would have cut him.
Saying that I'm willing to move on from him doesn't mean I hate him.
And then you also said that I am so far right. Like I am like out there with my 1 year extension. Like that's crazy talk.
No,
I'm gonna keep it real. Like
No,
I
hold
am a hater.
Yes.
I do not want Kirk Cousins. I'm proud to say
But
it.
Despite
don't-
the MVP videos and the
It
first fan announcements.
doesn't have to be mutually exclusive that if you're willing to move on from the guy, whether it's right now or next year, that doesn't mean that you're a hater. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
You want to know what made me feel so
No.
good when that news came out? I knew all the Kirk stands were like punching the air, like, no, I hate this.
Let me get
team
back
for
to your
not
question, Dave.
getting
What
Kirk
I'm saying
Cousins
is
another
this.
year or
When
two.
you sign up for another year of Kirk Cousins, you are
I
signing
was
up
laughing my ass off.
when you sign up for a year of Kirk Cousins, in a general sense, you're signing up to know that you're probably going to end up at the wild card divisional round of the playoffs. And I'm saying, why would you sign up?
Every team can say that. Every team can. You're going to end up at the wild card, whatever.
Why would you sign up for that?
Why would I sign up for? Do you not see what the NFC is like right now?
It
You
don't
said
matter. Said that
Who's the
last
se-
year.
You see, thank you.
Is Kirk Cousins? Is Kirk Cousins again?
Said that last year. We lost
you're
to a 9-win team.
31 ranked defense, 26 ranked defense. Got it. Both historically bad defense. They set NFL
Let's
records.
move off of the defense.
No credit
Make your
given to
point,
that.
Dave.
Got
Make
it.
your point, Dave. Make your point. Go ahead.
Make my shit.
That is his point. The defense. It's the defense fault.
No, what were you about to say about the NFC?
Next
You were
year it'll
about
be
to
the
say
offensive
something.
line's fault.
So GM sitting here looking at the NFC, and then we just and then
we say we're not extending.
Then Rodgers is going to the Jets, and the number one quarterback is Jalen Hurts, and two of your favorite broadcasters said Kirk Cousins is the second best quarterback in the NFC.
I don't care about
and Phil Mackey, and you've been called, and Raph's been called Mackey Jr. ranks him fourth. So you got the fourth worst, at worst, second at best. Let's just say that quarterback in the NFC.
All right, yeah.
And you don't want to take a shot.
No,
you don't have to play AFC teams in the playoffs. You got to play NFC teams in the playoffs. You just got to get there. And you don't think with the 7th ranked offense that I think is going to be better. Justin, may I just ask that question? Don't you think our offense is going to be better this year?
I have no idea.
Only you can predict playoff losses, but you can't predict second year, first time in Kirk Cousins, at least Vikings career, that he's.
You know what I said in 1999? I said this offense is going to be just as good as it was in 1998, and I was wrong.
Who was the quarterback that year?
Randall Cunningham, and then Jeff George. 6 games, but yeah.
All right, and we won 11 games, right?
10.
10.
Yeah,
I thought it was 11. My bad.
Lost in the divisional round of the playoffs.
Yeah,
because St. Louis was unstoppable. Even though it was 1 year removed from us being in the NFC Championship game and losing to the Atlanta Falcons.
And then we drafted a quarterback and we went on to win the Super Bowl, right?
No, we went on to the NFC Championship game.
We lost 41 donut.
Yes, and that was all
41
Dante's
donut,
fault,
right? 41 donut.
That was all Dante's fault, right?
Yeah.
Don't remember, actually. I don't have that great a memory how the game went, but I don't remember scoring any points.
Exactly.
Right? So, all right. So that always.
I don't hear you saying anything about the defense in that game.
If I remember right, we had a pretty good defense back then.
No, we didn't. Our defense was trash.
In 98?
No, 2000. You said after we drafted a quarterback.
Let me go look at the fucking defense. I don't remember. You're talking about 98. You live in the past so much. You live in the past so much that I have to go freaking get an encyclopedia.
We got to just pull out the evidence, though, man. Just like Kirk's been in the league 11 years and has one playoff.
The evidence is Randall Cunningham in 98. That's the reason why Kirk Cousins won't win this year. I don't get
Dave, this started with you saying we have the 7th ranked defense, and I think it'll be better. That's what you said. And I said, I don't know.
Is that not correct? Don't you think that I'm sorry. As a GM, you're one of the top teams in the NFC. You're gonna be one of the top teams in the NFC. You arguably got one of the best quarterbacks in the NFC. You just hired Brian Flores, and you expect your defense to be much better. You use the draft to try to get an impact player in defense. You still got time and possibles. Who knows what's going to happen with free agency. You don't think GMs think, hey, I can have a chance? Because all I have to do is get to the Super Bowl is get through the NFC teams.
Yes, I have to get through Philadelphia and San Francisco.
Dave, are you mad at Kwesi right now?
No, God. I'm a Vikings fan. I'm not. You would be mad as shit if he. I would not be mad if he traded him right now. I did a video that, podcast before.
There's no way that you sat on the stream for 3 hours and argued with us and said that you wouldn't be mad if he traded him right now.
Dude, you would be freaking through the roof if we extended him 1 year.
Oh, if we extended 1 year, absolutely.
You'd be
and I'm a man to admit that.
You'd be going ape shit right now if that news just popped up.
Absolutely.
Me, I'll be like, okay, what's next?
You would be happy.
And I did that video over and over again before audio because I was a podcast and some video that, I literally did. You could go, it's still up. It's still up. What? I am a Viking fan.
You are a Kirk stan.
Number one and only.
You are a Kirk stan.
Viking fan, number one and only that on this show.
Admit it tonight for the viewers. You are
that on this show said I would if we went and got Anthony Richardson, I would be pretty ecstatic.
You are a Kirk stan.
It's just the potential there.
Can you just admit you're a Kirk stan, man? Please, man.
I like what Mike's put in here. Put that second to last comment by Mike Sports.
Dave, can you just admit it?
Dave really believes in Kirk. Yes, that's very, very true. He believes in Kirk more than Rapp and I do. I believe that Kirk's ceiling,
but it's worth tears and laughter.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm talking about. It's worth tears and laughter. And
either way, I don't care about.
It's funny.
My point is we don't believe that even if you improve the defense to a middle tier defense at 15, that it's going to make any difference.
Why does it only have to be 15?
Huh?
Why does it only have to be 15?
Fine. Make it a top 10 defense. Make it a top 5 defense. I don't care. Either way, top 5, top 10, top 15. What we're saying is even if you had a top 5 to top 15 defense, we don't believe that you're going to go any further.
Didn't he have that in 2019?
You said it, not me. Moving on.
I forgot. We got to forget about that.
I'm going to let that one go on.
We had the exact same offensive coordinator in 2017 and 18.
So do I.
Mary didn't have an offensive line coach die.
Oh, I
we didn't have the second worst or third worst ranked rushing attack.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, I knew there were some other
We didn't fire our offensive coordinator. I love how you guys talk about 2000.
I'm not saying
and we have like 4. We literally have like 4 players. We literally have like 4 players from that team. And
what about 2018 as well?
0 GMs. We got 0 GMs, 0 coaches, and about 4 players from that team.
Okay, yeah. So, I knew there was something. I knew if it wasn't.
Kirk Cousins is a better player than he was at that point.
And so why? Thank you. I forgot about that point. That's a very good point. You're also assuming that he's just going to maintain this level.
No, I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming.
You said you'd extend him for one extra year.
I'm betting on it. I'm not assuming it.
You betting on Kirk Cousins to do that?
I'm betting on that he could be still pretty same ability for 2 years.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Am I betting on 3? No. I'm saying 36, and we would already have a guy ready to move on.
Will we?
Did Josh Allen light it?
Because this is the thing. If the Vikings know they're going to extend Kirk, they're not going to trade up to get a quarterback. That don't make no sense. Like, why are you going to trade first-round picks and shit to get a quarterback if you know you're going to extend Kirk for 2 more years? That don't make no sense.
My only thought right now that they didn't extend him is they're going to see what they can do in the draft. If they get the guy they think's the right guy, they're not going to extend him.
It's like you have to make a choice. You either want to go get your quarterback or you want to keep Kirk. That's the 2 choices. Because you can't give up capital and shit to go get a quarterback in the first round and keep Kirk Cousins like that. Who does that? No GM's going to do that.
No one's ever done that.
I'm not saying they've never done it, but I'm saying like it's not the smartest thing to do. You know what I mean? It's not the logical thing. You know what I mean? Like what sense does that make? Like that don't make much sense. You know
so do I, Mary. I know I said it earlier. You might not hear it, but I agree with you.
Like, can you agree to that, Dave? Like, does that make sense?
I'm a Kirk only guy. I want him to play till he's 45 years old.
You do,
Mary. I'm
Dave wants a year to year. That's
I'm Kirk till 70.
You want it year to year. Year to year,
I have this
going 3,000, 4,000 yards.
I just have this aversion to losing. I know how crazy that is.
Year to year,
and I have a aversion to having a ceiling at divisional round.
I have a guy right here that can't wait till backup quarterbacks is his name named chanted over on this side.
Nick Mullen,
whatever.
Nick Mullen,
Yeah,
Nick Mullen.
He's rooting for that.
Well,
I want Nick Mullins. I want Nick Mullins in this year so we can go for Caleb Williams.
I'm the Kirk fan and not a Vikings fan first. He's a Kirk
Hey,
hater
you think-
first. I can say the same thing as
I want to win a
Kirk hater
Super Bowl
first before
I want to win a
Vikings fan.
Super Bowl.
You
That's
are rooting
different.
for us.
You want to win a wild card game.
You're rooting for us to lose. You're hoping Kirk. You hope Kirk Cousins fails.
That's the
you hope
difference,
Kirk.
Dave.
You hope Kirk Cousins fails more than I want him to succeed.
Oh no,
And
he's been on the team long
ridiculous.
enough. He's been on the team long enough. He's had plenty of opportunities, and
he won 13 games this year.
It'd be different if he was only on the team for 2 years. He's been on the team for 5 years. I mean, that's plenty
and
wrong.
because Zimmer and KOC
And he's won nothing.
Spielman and Kwesi are the same people.
And he's won nothing. And that's the truth. And that's what's good about the situation is they're not the same. And they realize because they're a younger generation, and they realize that Kirk is not him. And that's why we're going through this change we're going through, and it's a breath of fresh air. Trust me.
Name the offensive.
When we get our new quarterback, Dave, you're gonna be so happy. I can't wait for you to be just boosting. I'm so glad we moved off Kirk because now we actually got a guy that can really do some shit. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I think you're more likely to tell me that I told you so if we win a Super Bowl with Anthony Richardson than I'm going to say if we win one with Kirk Cousins.
We're not winning one
because I'm going to be happy as shit.
But the thing is,
I'm going to be happy as shit, and you're going to be like,
but are you really confident in saying that?
Hey, you won't win two.
Do you really believe that when you say that? Do you really believe that?
Do I really think a guy that has the talent like Kirk Cousins can win a Super Bowl? Yes. And so do a lot of people.
No. A lot of people don't.
A lot of people? What's a lot of people to you?
A lot of people don't, man. You know
What's a lot of people to you?
Even our GMs don't. You know what I'm saying? And that's the good thing. The GM and the head coach don't either. So that's what's most
They're
important.
turning down a 2-year extension. They're not turning down a 1-year extension.
Man, they turning down he playing his contract out. You know what I'm saying? Like if he was that good and they thought he was their guy, they would.
And you know what?
Trust me.
And you know what? The next day I move on. The extension, you cry for 2 years.
I would.
That's the exactly, and that is the difference.
I can admit
between
that
a guy who likes the Vikings and a guy who just hates Kirk Cousins.
But you can't admit you're a Kirk stan. I can admit that everybody knows how
Kirk stan. If Kirk stan is a guy that thinks, hey, Kirk Cousins is a pretty good quarterback, and yeah, he had actually had a great season this past year.
This is the difference, though,
Disagree?
Dave. Everybody knows where I stand because I'm an open book about how I feel about my quarterback.
You flip flop more than freaking
You play
Al
both
Gore.
sides of the fence.
Man. Oh my God,
you're doing that. Like, just admit you're a Kirk stan, bro. Like you are. You
did MVP videos. I did not do one of them.
And that's a shame.
I didn't even talk about him. I said he possibly could be, but I don't think he was. Why? Because there's more better candidates.
You don't have one video on your channel praising Kirk Cousins like he'll be an MVP. I actually got a video saying he would have been better than Aaron Rodgers this year, and that was proven right because he had a way better season than Aaron Rodgers. So I got a video stating
and Russell Wilson and Tom Brady.
And I also said that he's going to be in the MVP race. I did that because why? Because I'm a Vikings fan and I had faith in him.
That is rather ironic that you're the one that had the MVP.
But Dave has nothing.
No, I'm an absolute
nothing, bro.
So and at the same point, you're telling me to call myself a Kirk stan.
Because you just want to sit here and argue when it's convenient. But see, at least I put myself out there and had faith in him.
We didn't argue about Kirk Cousins.
I had faith in him.
Sorry, we didn't argue about Kirk Cousins this year.
Bro, we argued a lot because you sat there and you would sit there and you would argue on Kirk's behalf, and then you would say, oh well, you're the only one that got a video of him saying he's the MVP.
Yeah, and you do. You flip flop worse than I've ever seen.
I am.
Than a fish fighting to get back in the water. That's how bad you flip flopped. And it's over one play.
No, because I tell everybody knows that I didn't like Kirk since 2018. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome back.
I've stated this plenty of times. I didn't like Kirk when we signed him in 2018. I wanted to keep Case Keenum. Everybody knows that. This year, I was like,
go with one of them.
For
me, it was I wanted to go with one of them. One of the guys
I wanted to go with Case
Keenum. I even told my friends, I said, hey, we don't have a quarterback under contract. I'm like, hey, just give Sloter a shot.
Ever since we got rid of Case Keenum, we've been going backwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a fact. Like,
I'm sorry, we
Kirk
went backwards
Cousins was
this
supposed
year.
to be getting us over the hump. That bitch
went
took us
backwards
down
this
the
year.
hill, man.
We went backwards this year compared to the previous 2 years.
Absolutely.
No, we went backwards from the starting point.
We
of
went
where Kirk
absolutely
Cousins was.
backwards
Absolutely.
compared to the last 2 years.
We made it to
That's
the
not what we
NFC
said.
Championship game.
I just said,
And I'm
Dude,
saying no.
hey, Justin, I just said we went backwards. It depends the last 2 years, and Rap says, hell yes.
No,
we went
he
backwards.
said yes. We went backwards from our starting point of when.
No,
we
he's
signed
saying
him.
the past 2 years. That was what I just said. The past 2 years, we went backwards.
Pretty much, because we got the same
Right.
results.
Justin, don't tell me I didn't hear it when it just happened. And he's agreeing with it.
When you think of the scheme of things, like this is the thing with me, man. The goal is to win a Super Bowl, man. Like, what is so hard to understand about that? Like, if we're not competing for a Super Bowl, the seasons are the same. Whether you win 13 games or you win 8 games and make it to the playoffs and lose in the first round, they're the same exact season.
And you
can talk about all the shit.
You want to reset,
but it don't matter.
And you want to you think that I'm going to call it a reset because you're switching quarterbacks and you get handed over to a guy with 1 year experience. It's a reset. In the weakest NFC you probably have seen I don't know when. That's the plan. I'm like, I don't agree with that plan. And I don't think it's an unreasonable statement. I don't.
Kirk's been our quarterback for 5 years, man.
Just take the emotion out of it, Rap. I know you don't like him.
I don't like
I know you don't like him. It's just
I don't like Kirk Cousins. And I want him on, and I'm glad that our organization feels the same way.
If you literally on air say you want to curb stomp a guy over and over again, you don't like him as a person. So
honestly, yeah, I do. We have curb sessions all the time. Yeah, I like curb stomping for sure. But honestly, the thing is this: it's a breath of fresh air when we got the news that our organization feels the same way that I feel. So if anything, you might be
change is a good change, right?
I'm actually happy. You know what I mean? I'm actually happy because it's going in my favor right now. The way our team's going, it's actually going in my favor. So why would I be mad? You know what I mean? If anybody's mad, it's you.
You're certainly pretty mad. I'm thinking 1 year. I'm thinking, we're different on 1 year. And that would just put you. That would just put you in a hizzy.
I don't want to waste a year. Like Dave said, me and Dave rather sit back and win only 5-6 games with a rookie.
Exactly. You'd rather have us lose.
That's not.
And that is such a fan of the Vikings thing to do, man.
No, it's not. No,
it's ridiculous.
My turn, guys. My turn. Go ahead.
Am I at the end of the year and we're 0-16? And we're playing the Bears at home or on the road or in freaking London. I want us to win the goddamn game.
No, we're the third highest winning team in NFL history. And guess what? Kirk hasn't been our quarterback this whole time. So you know what?
He jumped us up from 6th to 3rd in 1 year. We jumped up to 6th to 3rd in 1 year.
It don't matter. We still won a lot of football games.
See, you just changed it. You just changed it. We went 3rd and we don't have Kirk. And now I said we jumped her from 6th to 3rd. You're like, oh, it don't matter.
Hey,
that Kirk was part of it. I'm like, come on, man. If I said the sky was freaking yellow orange, you would say, yes, it is. I don't know. I would say it's blue, or fucking Kirk Cousins cured cancer. You'd be like, fuck him. He's a douche. I mean, it's just that it's anybody but Kirk. Anybody but Kirk. It says it's not a plan, man. It's just not a plan.
Okay, to Rap's point an hour ago, what about?
Why are you his defender? Why are you his defender?
God damn it, Dave! Can I ever get more than 4 words out of my mouth?
No, you can't. I'm literally wanting to ask you all the time why, in any type off air, on the air, it's you having to
if you would have let me finish
to expound on what Rap says.
Is that my homeboy?
If you would have let me finish the sentence, you would have heard that it wasn't defending him at all. It was just bringing up a point. There's a difference. Now,
what's his point that you want to tell me about?
I don't know.
To explain to me about his point.
I'm trying not to forget about it because again, it came up 45 seconds.
What's his point? Come on, man.
Thank you. You made me lose my train of thought. Anyway, nobody's saying that we want to lose. What we're saying is we're willing to accept that sometimes when you are in the middle, sometimes you try to push forward, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes after you've been in the middle for a long time, that sometimes taking 1 step backwards in the attempt to take 2 steps forward ultimately is the better route to go. We have been in the middle as an organization for decades. So this is beyond Kirk Cousins right now, okay? We have been a team that very rarely train wrecks, but also very rarely is great for a sustained amount of time. We are usually right in that middle where we're competitive for the division or competitive for a wild card spot. And once a decade, we get to the NFC Championship game. And once or twice a decade, we have 5 wins or fewer. By and large, the Vikings are always in the middle.
This isn't Rap's point. This is your point.
I know.
I forgot. Point you repeat over and over again.
I forgot what I was trying to say a moment ago because.
And Rap said he can't wait till the backup quarterback's name gets chanted. I can literally say he's hoping that Kirk Cousins fails, and he says facts every time I say it.
Yes.
So you are not. This is not Rap's point. And
but let me get this straight.
You said this is what we're saying. You said this is what we're saying.
I don't hope he fails, man. I take that back. I don't hope he fails.
Nobody hopes he fails, but
I know he's going to do the same thing he's done for the past 4 years. It's going to be the same. I know that.
Get better, yeah. Get better every year, yeah.
It's going to be the same. Man, he can't get no damn better than 13 wins. You feel me? I'm going to keep it real with you, Dave.
All right.
If you think so, you a fool.
Win 12, 11, not 10.
Win 12, 11, but it's
the NFC. It's a weak
I'm
NFC.
talking about
get in the playoffs. That's all you need.
His personal stats are going to be consistent with what he had most likely, unless he hits the cliff and he just falls off. Like those are the 2 options because he damn sure ain't about to take no.
Just the argument that good stats are a bad thing is just crazy.
No, it's that his stats don't convert to anything. That's
like wins.
Bro, see, that's the thing again. You're worried about how many wins you had in the middle of a season.
You gotta make the playoffs, and wins make you the playoffs.
Yes, you do.
Wins make you the playoffs.
Can't win in the playoffs. If you're a guy that's proven that can't win in the playoffs, what does it matter if you make it there if you don't know how to win?
Give me a good defense, man. Just give me a good defense.
You need a good defense. You need an offensive line. You need a running game. You need a coach. You need an offensive coordinator. You need this. You need that, man. He needs too damn much.
We got an offensive coordinator. First time we're gonna have the same one 2 years back to back, and a good defense. Finally, hopefully a good defense. I don't know why this is a problem for you guys. In that we have a weak NFC North.
Well, you want to know what's crazy? We're going to be having the same conversation next offseason, and it's going to be funny as hell. We're gonna be on live next offseason. It's gonna be funny as hell to have this same shit, and I can't wait to see what you say we're gonna need in 2024. I can't wait, bro. Like for real, because it's coming.
I hope it's not drafting a second quarterback. I don't know. I don't think we should draft 2 in a row.
Nah, we shouldn't. I feel like, hey, if they feel like they're guys in this draft, go for it now.
I still can't get over how I'm the crazy one because I literally want to draft a quarterback.
Bro, we all want to draft a quarterback. But my thing is this: you want to draft a quarterback, but yet you also
because the guy wants unproven.
But you also in the same breath said that you'll keep extending Kirk year by year,
one more year,
depending on how he plays.
One more year, it's crazy.
No, you said year by year earlier though. You did.
Well, the GM would, but right now that's my only choice.
The GM's not extending him now.
Extend him, dude. We didn't extend him, so right now I'm having to go off 1 year.
But you keep saying the GM would, but no, they wouldn't because we're not extending.
They wouldn't be intrigued on going 1 more year.
Why are they not intrigued now?
2 years is on the table, not 1. They turned down 2. They didn't turn down 1. There's not a report about a 1 year extension. There's not one report about 1 year extension.
They turned down a discount as well. Like, come on.
A 2 year, probably fully guaranteed. Justin, do you want a fully guaranteed contract?
I'm sorry, I was actually listening back.
Justin, do you want a fully guaranteed contract?
That would be ideal, of course. Why? I have been listening.
You want a fully guaranteed contract for Kirk Cousins?
No,
that's ideal.
One more time,
this was a softball question to you.
For the third time, Dave,
I know you're ready to get in this pretzel. I know you're. Do you want a fully guaranteed?
Spaz out, man.
That was most softball question I've ever asked you. Do you want a fully guaranteed contract for Kirk Cousins?
For fuck's sakes, Dave. I just said 3 times. I haven't been listening for the last 2 minutes. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Dude, the question.
I haven't heard the question. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
I literally asked it to you 4 fucking times, man.
When I don't have my headsets on, you could ask me 10 times. I didn't hear what you said, and I've been trying to tell you, Dave, I haven't heard you. But you want to keep asking me the question and tell me I'm a goddamn pretzel, okay? So for the last 3 minutes,
You could hear pretzel, but you couldn't hear my question.
I had put my headsets back on at that point. What's your question, Dave? Go ahead. I haven't been listening for the last 3 minutes, so I apologize for making you repeat.
Here's the tough question. Do you want a fully guaranteed contract for Kirk Cousins?
Hell no.
Rap. Right now, it sounds like 2-year fully guaranteed is the offer. It was declined. Did that shock you? Didn't shock me. I don't want a fully guaranteed one either.
Man, don't nobody want him, period. I don't care if it's guaranteed or not. They don't want his ass, man. His ass gone. You know what I'm saying? Just deal with it, Dave. He's gone, man.
What did I miss for the last 2 minutes, Rap? I was trying to figure out what that
You ain't miss
was.
a damn thing. You ain't miss a damn thing, man. You missed us sitting here talking about the
You had your
same shit.
headphones on when I asked you the question.
You did have your headphones on, but
Okay,
still,
You're trying to tell me you didn't hear the question?
He was listening to something else.
Honestly, you got upset.
Dave, your question
You literally
that
got upset because
I never
you're
like to talk here.
yeah.
I put my headsets
You
on.
just-
You said, "Do you want a fully guaranteed contract?" I'm sorry. What were you talking about?
said,
Do you
"Homie
want a fully
losing his
guaranteed
mind."
contract? Well, yeah, I do. I thought you were asking me would I want a fully guaranteed contract. Why? Because I didn't know you were talking about Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you want to play for the Vikings, want a fully
No,
guaranteed contract.
you could have been saying, "Hey, Dave," or "Hey, Justin, in your job, do you want a fully guaranteed contract?" That's what I was trying to tell you when I didn't hear what you guys were saying, that I don't know the context of what the question was. So clearly the context of the question was, would I give Kirk Cousins a fully guaranteed contract? Is that what the context of the question was?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Is that what you were asking me, Dave? I'm sorry for blowing up, but it's just like I was actually trying to get back to what I was saying earlier that I forgot. So I, went back and listened to it on the tape. So I did not hear that 3-minute conversation from that point on. No, I'm not willing to give Kirk Cousins a fully guaranteed contract. Here's what happened.
Right. That was probably what was offered. That's probably why they rejected it. And it was 2 years, not one. So
That's what you think.
No, here's what was offered. Here's what was offered.
I'm sorry. It wasn't. I heard 2 years.
Here's what was offered.
I'm wrong. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dave. What was offered? Let him know.
First, Kirk asked for 3. They said no. The Vikings said, "I'll give you 1." Kirk said no. Kirk said, "I want 2 years fully guaranteed." Vikings said no. Kirk then said, "I'll take 2 years fully guaranteed, and I'll even take less than my market value." The Vikings said, "We'll give you 2 years, but only the first year is guaranteed at a reduced rate." And Kirk said, "No, I want the second year guaranteed as well." So what this ended up being is that obviously, again, Kirk starts out high, the Vikings start out low, and then they end up in the middle. And ultimately, the Vikings were willing to give him 1 year fully guaranteed. Kirk wanted 2, and that's why there's been no agreement at this point.
Like I said, he wants 2.
Yeah.
And they don't want it.
Yes.
And you just told me I was wrong.
I never said you were wrong.
Oh, Jesus. I mean,
He did never say you were wrong, though, Dave. He didn't. He didn't say you were wrong. When did he say you were wrong? I don't remember him saying that. He didn't say you were wrong.
No. Here's what happened. They declined a 2-year, and I said fully guaranteed. No. Here's what happened.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm wrong,
I see
right?
what you're saying. I see
I'm
what you're
wrong,
saying.
right?
He said that.
All right.
Oh, here's what happened. Oh,
But I
he
don't
wanted
think
2
he
years
meant
fully
it like
guaranteed.
that. He was just
and they didn't want
explaining
it.
how the contract was. You know, that's how they talk, man. Take it. You being aggressive on day to night, man. I thought this was supposed to be my party. This is supposed to be my party, man. This turned into you and Dave going back and forth. I mean, you and Dave.
When someone tells me I take the Kirk stance so far right because I have 1 more year, I'm like,
You know what, Dave? You ain't even
after
admit
it.
you a Kirk stan yet, man. You don't get no respect.
You're the
man.
bigger
Ain't
Kirk
nobody
stan than me
respecting
at
you
one
until you
point.
admit
You're the
you a
bigger Kirk
stan.
stan than me, apparently, at one point.
Just to
You got-
answer the
you got it
question,
taped.
just for the record for the people in the chat, what I was saying a while ago before it really got heated, when I started off my sentence by saying to Rap's point an hour ago, it was when you continuously, Dave, say that anything but Kirk is not a plan. An hour and a half ago, and what I was going to reiterate a moment ago was we gave you a plan, which was we would like the Vikings to target Anthony Richardson. And what I was trying to say earlier was I don't understand how you are going to still label us as we're anti-Kirk, anything but Kirk without a plan, when we've given you a plan.
Because
Anthony
I've heard
Richardson.
both you guys saying you'd cut him. I've heard both that and or trade him.
and not to give me who you would
why are you like Two Evil got a perfect example? Why are you so scared of having a season where we might not be as good because we're giving a rookie quarterback?
Effectively what I've said.
I will say it over and over
why
again.
Are you so scared of that?
Weak NFC.
That's you. That's you assuming
could
that.
Be
that's you assuming that.
Okay.
You're assuming it's a weak NFC. What's so weak about it? We got the Eagles in there. We got the Cowboys.
Let's go. You want to go through the top 10 quarterbacks and see how many quarterbacks are ranked?
Let's talk about the teams in the NFC that you claim are so weak. That we got to play. Let's talk about that. I mean, are you acting like it's just going to be a cakewalk? Like you're just going to be able to blow through? And you just said that we're not going to win 13 games.
I said the NFC's weaker, and I think it's weakest in a long time. Am I wrong?
We don't. We can't say that we're right or wrong.
How do I know if it's
at all? Because
how are you determining the weakness?
If you fell off a boat into the frickin' ocean, you would tell me you're dry. If I said you were wet. Let me ask you this: how are you determining this year from last year that it's weaker? What's your determination? What are you?
Was that directed at me or him? Just so that I'm clear.
Everybody in this. Everybody.
Everybody in the chat.
You cannot even admit that this is a weaker NFC.
How are you scaling that? How are you coming up with that?
Hold on, Rat. Hold on. Here's the flaw in that logic.
Let's start with San Francisco. Who's their quarterback?
Didn't stop them from getting to the NFC Championship game last year, regardless of who their quarterback.
And that guy is not going to play. So, okay.
What do you mean?
Who's their quarterback?
What do you mean he's not going to play? They said he's going to miss maybe 2 weeks.
Okay.
He went 7-0 when he came in last season.
All right.
So what's the difference? And they started out like 2-4.
Yeah, he's having the same surgery as a lot of baseball players. So he's going to make it back in 4 months.
You asked the question and I gave you the answer. Like it's facts. Like Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy.
Next. What's the next team?
Eagles.
They just won how many games? Won the NFC.
They got better.
What's the next team?
Cowboys.
You think we're beating? I
think the Cowboys improved. I think the Cowboys improved.
Okay, you think the Cowboys improved. Okay, so now we got the Eagles and the Cowboys. Okay, so what's the next team?
I think they improved. I think the other two teams took a step back.
You think that you think the Commanders took a step back?
Didn't San Francisco just lose a?
Hold on, you think the Giants took a step back after they just won a playoff game against us and they added some weapons this free agency? You think they took a step back?
I didn't say that. This is the first time the Giants have been mentioned.
No, you said you think the other two teams.
Are we better than the Giants?
No.
All right. Okay. I guess we suck. We better go. Because
I'm just saying. I mean, they just beat us in a playoff game.
One of the questions we never got to because the Kirk came out so bad.
How can you say we're better than them than the Giants when they just whooped?
I think we're better than the Giants with a better defense.
Bro, but fine.
You're
assuming we're gonna have a better defense.
Just like you're assuming that we're gonna go to a freaking Super Bowl with a rookie contract. It just. Come on, guys.
No, it's not that.
Dave, can I answer your question about how
if we had a better? There's not a person in this chat. There's not a person in this chat. Hey guys, if we had a better defense this year, would we beat the Giants?
Bro,
would we have beaten the Giants? Why? Because we did once. We already beat them once. Well, we could have beat them again with a better defense. Don't you think that? You don't think that?
Guess what, though, Dave?
Even with fell off a boat,
defense,
you hit the water.
We were only down by one touchdown.
You would say you were dry right now. You don't think we'd beat the Giants with a better defense?
We were down.
That is my perfect example.
You say that about any team at any point in time. If this part of our
we could have beat the Cowboys on Monday night if we had.
Yeah, if our defense was
fell out of a boat, you're wet. Oh no, I'm dry.
We would have went 17-0 if we had a better
dude. You guys would freaking say the exact opposite if I said, like, if I switch right now and said,
Rhino. Thank you, Rhino. Would have beaten the Giants with a better defense and still gotten curb stomped by San Francisco.
And I would have picked up by 14-point deficit to San Francisco. But Rhino's admitting we'd beat the Giants. You can't even think that. You can't even come. The pretzel is still too tight to come out of it.
Pretzel isn't anything. You asked a question and we both immediately answered it. There's no
is that Dave's new nickname, the pretzel?
Jesus Christ.
You literally, you guys
You asked a question, I said no within half a second.
You're so hypothetically driven that you can
Dave.
It stops.
That's where you're
It stops with
totally
no matter what, we would have not won that game.
All night, Dave, you've been saying we think our defense is going to be better because of Flores. We think because of these free agent moves.
And you're saying we would not beat the Giants
with a
better defense.
Rap $1.
Rap, help me, help him out.
No,
help
Rap,
him out.
$1 to. I will no.
And can someone in the chat give him approval? So can someone in the chat give him approval?
Rap,
because he seeks it.
The next time that Dave actually lets me finish this sentence, I'll do another 25 for another hat giveaway for you. Okay, but anyway.
Wow, what happened? Oh,
I'm saying the next time I actually get to finish a sentence.
Oh, okay, yeah, that'll be never.
All right. You're talking about all the ways the Vikings can improve. Other teams improve too. So if we're going to talk about the NFC presumably being weaker this year, which is your basis for wanting to continue on in the direction.
Is a weird basis?
I didn't. Yeah. Thank you.
Did you say weird? I'm asking.
Let him finish, man. You got to let him finish before you don't even know.
By the time he's done,
I'm not ever getting to my point because I'm constantly being interrupted, Dave.
Facts. He is doing that. Usually I do that, but go
what
ahead.
did you say? I didn't hear you. I asked you to say it. Fuck, is that hard?
All I'm saying, Dave, is that if we're going to go with all the assumptions that the Vikings will improve, like you hammered on the 7th ranked offense, which you think is going to be better, fine. That's fine. You're allowed to think that. Other teams make improvements too. So this notion that it's a guarantee that this is a weak NFC, like other teams don't make moves, that they don't get draft picks, that they don't have free agents come in. All we're saying is that the assumption that the NFC is weak because you want to rank Kirk Cousins as the 2nd to 4th best quarterback in the NFC, it's not that simple. That's all.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, shit. I thought we were just going to be given the playoffs. Dude, I'm just saying that you do not. I'm asking you a question. You think the NFC is. So you think the NFC is better this year? Like it's stepped up.
All I care about is where the Vikings compare. If we're assuming the Vikings win the division and get into the playoffs, they're going to have to go through Philly, San Francisco, Dallas. Those are the 3 teams that I definitively right now would put ahead of the Vikings. And I would also say that, the Giants are right there. We played them twice last year. We beat them on a last-second field goal, and they beat us on a last-second stop. So they're pretty even. I still say we're right now.
We're the same team. We'll be the same team this year. Same thing will happen.
And apparently so will the Giants. They're not getting any new players.
Yeah, no, they actually added some good players. They got some good defensive additions already. So, I mean, it's crazy to just think that they just whooped our ass in the playoff game and we can just say, oh, well, we're going to beat them automatically.
They whooped our ass.
Hey, pretty much at home in a playoff game when we're a 13-win team. Remember? Like, that's the thing. We won 13 games, and then we want to talk about how bad the defense is, but we won 13 games. So what are we talking about
that bad of a defense?
What are we talking about
again,
here?
You're saying that the defense wasn't, like, it's not bad.
What I'm saying is this. We were down by one touchdown.
We won 13 games. The defense must have been good, too.
What I'm saying is this. We were down by 1 score with the ball in the offense's hands.
The amount of credit.
So the defense kept us in the game enough to be down by only 1 score with the ball in the offense's hand with 3 minutes left.
Nobody but you thought that defense played good, man.
Bro, I'm not saying they played good, but what I'm saying is
with a better defense, we'd have won that game.
The defense,
and I don't
that
think
gets us what to the division.
Not a single.
The point is this:
the fact that you can't even.
Kirk Cousins had the ball in his hands with plenty of time on the clock. And he was only down by 1 score. Does he not get any blame for not being able to get the offense down into the end zone?
Yeah, 5%. Justin says 5%.
Does he not? Does he not have to take any of that blame?
5% of blame.
Disappointment.
I guess. I don't know.
No, I said
disappointment. Whatever.
Yeah. Is it that? But does Kirk have to take any of that blame though?
Dude,
or is it just
everything I say? Yeah. NFC's weak this year. No, it's strong.
Well, we disagree.
And we would have won with a better defense on that Giants game.
I disagree.
No. I mean,
we would have went 17.
Giants always threw for 400. Always had 400 yards offense in every game. No, they were one of the weakest offenses in the league. We gave up 400 yards.
I'm curious. That's a good point too. Evil makes. We also have
like Shane.
Supposedly, we have. I mean, we can't possibly know ahead of time, but yes. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, there it is.
Hold on, Dave. You are pretending that this season.
I'm not even predicting us to have the same amount of wins.
Yeah, he's only predicting us to have 8 wins.
Who?
Didn't you say that earlier? Didn't you say 8 wins?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 8 wins earlier.
No, I didn't even make my prediction. The season's not over yet. But if you want to make a prediction,
let's do it. How many games are going to win?
I'd probably have to, just because I don't know what the defense is going to be.
I mean, you think the defense? Now you don't know what the defense.
Got to be better with Flores.
Got to be better than Flores.
Oh, you don't think it is?
Giants and shit. So
you don't think it
something.
is? You don't think it is?
All right. So how many games we gonna win? How many games we're gonna win then? Since you know,
I mean, I'll be conservative right now until I see what we draft, and you know, I don't know what Flores is gonna do. I probably have a more stronger argument, but I would say 10 wins right now.
You know, if that was me, you would have said Justin. You could have just said 10. You didn't have to pretzel your way around there.
You didn't have to be a pretzel. Could have just said, you know, we're gonna win 10 games.
I said,
yeah, you qualified it, which apparently I do too much of.
Well, you guys were cutting me off, so I'm just like you.
No, I sat here. I didn't say a word. I waited until you finished.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, is that crazy? I mean, am I a Kirk stan because of that? Is that
you are a Kirk stan? You are a Kirk stan, but you
10 wins. I think we're capable of more, though.
The Minnesota Kirks are gonna win 10 games.
There's one person that was right about this past year.
What was that?
I said 12-5 with a cap of with a ceiling of 13-4.
Okay.
And I said because of the schedule.
Okay. So does that mean we should extend Kirk? We should listen to you and extend Kirk too?
Be better than cutting him like you wanted or trading him than you wanted going into the season.
Hell to the no, dog. And Shane, hey, you do got Shane with you though. I ain't gonna lie, Shane riding with you though.
Yeah, Shane's got 12 wins.
Shane, he riding with you though. Now you do got somebody on your squad in the chat. You need to shout him out. Shane riding with you.
Just like we're gonna
the only one, but
I just don't see how we can always say, hey,
it's the longest live in history, though.
Yeah, we can say that.
Actually
hey,
broke a record tonight.
We're gonna lose if we make the playoffs. We're gonna lose the first or second round. I mean, second round is actually quite an accomplishment to win a.
It is.
Game. Okay, thank you.
It is.
That's a Vikings fan thing to say. Getting to the divisional round and losing is an accomplishment.
Yeah, I know. In a non-Vikings fan way, is to say that we're never going to win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins. Got it.
We're not.
So
no,
because we have evidence. We're not. He's not a Super Bowl winning. He's not a Super Bowl type quarterback.
We literally have never won a Super Bowl.
We've done the same.
No one is capable of winning a Super Bowl with the Vikings. That is the evidence. No matter who you play,
he don't got that roof in him, man. That you know what I'm saying? He just don't got that, man. He's a nice guy.
Shout out to Evo. I got you.
He's a good guy, man. I mean, he ain't got that dog, man. You need a dog to win.
In the same sense, you can't say that, hey, we're gonna have a better. You think we're gonna have a better defense? You just can't. I literally said we can't have a better defense.
Oh, I definitely.
Why? How can you think that? How can you think that?
I think we're gonna have a better.
We're gonna have a better defense.
I think we'll have a better defense.
We would have beat the Giants. Oh, how could you think that?
Because we just lost. Because we just lost.
Yeah, with a 31 ranked defense. This is the next year,
though. Like
this will be year 2023.
The thing is this: we didn't lose 31-6. Like we lost by one possession, and Kirk came back 9 times in the season in the same exact position he was in.
You just made my point for you. We didn't lose by 36.
Just had to be different in the playoff game.
We didn't lose by 36, which means our offense scored enough points to win.
Dave, the same way he won the Commanders game, all those little comebacks you like throwing hype on, he was in the same exact position.
The G-strings. You're a big fan of the G-strings now.
He said G-string. I forgot about that.
You literally are such a big fan of the G-strings. You put one as a V on your hat.
No, but look, what happened? No. Like he was in the same position that he was in with all those other comebacks in the playoff game. What happened? Why couldn't he do it then? Why was he able to do it during the season but couldn't do it then? Explain. Because yes, the defense played bad, but yet he was still on. The facts are still the facts. He was down by one possession with the ball in his hands with plenty time on the clock. What happened? Like, that's the conversation we got to have.
The first down and we lost.
It would be different if we lost 31-6 or something. I mean, we can say, damn, the defense. You know what I mean? The defense.
31-6. No, if we lost 31-6, our offense would have played like shit.
Hey, it'd be the defense also allowing 31 points. You know what I mean? Like,
we wouldn't have scored. We scored 6 points. Our offense would have played like shit.
Yeah, but
you're making my point
for
me.
Though. You can't expect what'd you expect from the defense? We were down by 7 points. What's
I would expect not to give 400
that's the
points.
NFL, bro. You're gonna be down by a touchdown in the NFL.
I would not expect us to give up 400 yards to Danny, whatever his last name.
I'm saying Kirk threw for 200 yards. He should have thrown for 400 then, if that's the case. He should have scored more touchdowns. Because I'm sure if we go through that game,
he should have been the guy you did so many loving videos about. Yes, I know.
Sure there's
he should on that one play.
That game where Kirk and the offense stalled out. I'm sure we can go rewatch that game and we can look at plenty of times where Kirk and the offense went missing.
George,
let's keep it real, man.
George,
let's not act like Kirk Cousins, because me and you texted during a lot of these games, Dave, and let's not act like the offense went missing a lot, bruh. They would score a touchdown and then wouldn't score again for another 2 quarters.
They went missing less than probably 25 of the other teams in the league.
Man, they went missing a lot. You know what I'm saying? The offense went missing a lot.
7th in the league.
All right, Dave, I want to ask a serious question, because we'll take Kirk Cousins out of it for a second.
Because I know most of your questions haven't been serious, so go ahead.
Not at all.
Put him in the pretzel. Dave.
Who's more at fault for 41 donut?
Dude, it's I don't even remember the exact year. You're the one you're the historian.
Game, 41 donut. You lose a game.
I would say coaching, because they didn't prepare us. I said that about the.
You'll bend that pretzel around Kirk.
I said that about the Cowboys game this year. I said that about the Eagles game this year.
Dave,
I said that about every Zimmer game where he came out of a bye or
I was just
y'all make every excuse for Kirk Cousins. That shit don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, I was asking about a team that Kirk wasn't even. I'm just literally asking a simple question. Do you put more of the offense or the defense, or do you say it's both?
On 41 donut,
yeah,
I would 0 points. I would have to give it to the offense.
So 41 points by the defense. They don't.
They get no.
That's pretty bad. Yeah,
41
but the offense didn't score one time. Okay. If I'm going off of 41 donut, I would have to go replay that game, but I don't.
They were down 14. The offense was down 14.
Was there any kick returns for touchdowns?
Giants got the ball scored. Fumble the opening ensuing kickoff. Giants score again. Offense comes on the field down 14-0. Final score is 41 donut. I'm asking you. You blame the offense. You blame the defense. You blame them both. I'm asking.
Looks like it's a pretty big. You said we fumbled.
We fumbled
the offense.
We fumbled the ensuing kickoff. The Giants recovered and scored again. So before the offense took a single snap, they were down 14-0
and never scored after that. Was there any other? Was there any other things?
It was 34-0 at halftime. So the defense, that would have been 17 more points they gave up. But yeah, no, 41 donut. I'm asking you, and I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be sarcastic.
But they didn't score ever after that at all during the entire game.
41 points. Praising a defense, though. How is that not a defense's fault when you allow 41 points?
It's pretty bad. He's asking me who I'd give more credit to.
No, I said which one, offense, defense, or both. I gave you all 3 options.
That boy going to that pretzel.
Both then,
pretzel
dude.
Emojis, guys. Pretzel emojis.
I thought you asked me if one or the other. You just switched it to both. I don't remember both as a question. Both, yeah, sure.
Pretzel.
Yeah, fuck yeah, 41 points, and then even though that I probably wouldn't blame him on the fumble. I mean,
the first thing you said was coaching. So, but
yeah,
anyway.
They're not prepared for the game. Do you not see that in a 41-0 game?
You're not hearing me, Dave. I asked.
The Vikings weren't prepared.
I asked the question. You put that on the offense, the defense. What? And you said coaching, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with
what? Yeah, I would 100% blame the coaching staff for not preparing your team to where you lost that bad. Yeah, the players have to play, but holy shit, that's pretty bad.
Didn't the Giants have the worst defense?
The Giants' defense was not all that good. They had Kerry freaking Collins throw for 400
yards.
No,
I'm talking about this past year.
No, we're talking about 2000. We're talking about 2000 when.
I know which game y'all talking about. I don't know why we're talking about that game. I'm talking about this
year.
Wasn't their defense like number 30 something too?
Well, the reason I brought up that game was to illustrate that it's both the offense for not scoring a single point, for the defense for giving up 41. Circling
41-0 in a 1-score game are not even nearly that. That offense was
scored points. We moved the ball. We had 360 some yards, I think.
I might have said something.
Our defense was horrible. Our defense was horrible. Just get over it. It was horrible that game.
Yes. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah. Exactly. Our defense.
I mean, is it not? You guys are praising this Giants, the defense against the Giants.
I'm not praising anything, Dave. I was using the analogy of that game, and I was starting to explain how it applied to this game, and then you cut me off again.
Maybe the Giants' offense was just good.
We were heavily favored. Weren't we heavily favored in that game?
No, I think we were favored by like 4.5, bro. Right? I think we were favored by like 4.5. I'm talking about this recent year now, not the 41 donut game. I think this recent year we were favored at home. We're at home, bro. Like with Kirk Cousins as our quarterback. The thing is, nobody's scared of Kirk Cousins, though. That's the problem. Is nobody fears when they're playing Kirk Cousins. They're like, yo, we're playing Kirk Cousins.
So yeah, they were 3-point favorites.
So the quarterback plays the quarterback, right? Like quarterback, the offense is, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, just like you say, Kirk Cousins had 13, 8, 9 comebacks. Yeah, I mean, you give him all the
nobody's scared of him, but he had that many comebacks. Oh, but he didn't. They won't count as the whole team.
Nobody
the
worries
defense,
about Kirk
especially
Cousins, trust me.
Because they made a stop or two finally. Just
see, that's the shame that you don't give the defense no credit at all for him being able to come back. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I don't get. Like, how in the hell would he be able to come back?
Over and over again said this defense was horrible. If it wasn't for individual efforts late in games. You saw that Miami game, right?
Yeah, we were there.
We gave up over 400 yards. What did I give credit to?
I can't remember. What did you give credit to?
The fumble at the end of the game. They were driving like no tomorrow. They were finally driving, and they were just running rampant on us. We had 11. Our offense played like crap.
That's a defensive play, man.
I said individual effort won that game. Just like the Bears game, we probably lose that game because they're going to go down the field.
But can you answer
and
this?
Dancer strips the ball. Individual effort.
Can you answer
He caught the ball.
All right,
they
but
let's got all these yards, and a guy caused a fumble. Individual effort, right? That was a terrible scheme.
Let's say this:
dude, I'm not complaining as much as the players as I am.
Ed bad in the wild card game. It was bad, right?
You'd rather have Ed Donatel back.
The defense was bad. We're down by 7 points. Kirk Cousins and the offense go rolling out on the field. They got the ball. There's plenty of time on the clock. The defense was bad, but we're only down by 7, y'all. We're in the game. You know what I mean? We've been winning every game this year just like this. This is what we've been doing all year. Kirk's famous for all the comebacks. We're in the playoffs now at home. Same exact position he's been in all year with all his comebacks. But he just,
So
cut him. How can we explain? How can we explain why he couldn't do it in the game that mattered the most? Like, why couldn't he do it in the game that mattered the most?
Brett,
why couldn't our defense play good at all? Except for maybe a drive or two.
But why couldn't we score 30 points mission in the game that mattered the most, though? I don't get that. Why couldn't he do it during that game? Why can't he do it in week 8 and week 9 and week 10?
Why did Mahomes throw for 11 yards in that playoff loss? Why did Mahomes throw for 11 yards in the second half of that playoff loss?
Yeah, but Mahomes has 2 Super Bowls already.
Good players fail sometimes, dude.
Sometimes Kirk has 1 playoff win. 1. And he's been in the league 11 years. 1.
And you want Patrick Mahomes. He's 5-year starter. Kirk Cousins an 8-year
starter. Jalen Hurts already got like 3 playoff wins, and he's only been in the league 3 years or 2 years. Shit, give me Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy got 2 playoff wins, I think, right? Yeah. Shit, give me somebody who know how to win in the playoffs.
Anybody but Kirk. Brock Purdy. Anybody but
Give me
Kirk.
Jimmy Garoppolo. You try to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. Shit, Jimmy Garoppolo got playoff wins. You feel me? Jimmy Garoppolo made it to the Super Bowl. You hear me?
Nope. No plan, Rap.
Yeah, no plan. No plan, though, man. We got to keep Kirk.
Don't give that to me. You guys,
that's the only way.
At one point, you guys have said, just get rid of him. And honestly, you have actually said, Justin, you didn't
say that. Like, yes, get rid of him. Yes.
And I already explained the context.
As if, like, I didn't say that. I did.
But you said it. And I'm like, you're saying
it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Context is not in your vocabulary. We've discovered that.
In context, meaning get rid of Kirk for anybody I don't care. Is literally saying get rid of Kirk. Anybody, I don't care. Yes, I took that literally.
No, we didn't say I don't care. We're saying
I'm just saying he has said that. I'm like, I don't.
Well, I think
you can say, hey, I didn't mean that. I take that back.
Yeah, you are Mr. Literal. I ain't gonna lie. But the thing is, like, we have a plan. Go get your guy this year. You know what I mean? Like, that's the facts. Go get your guy this year. If you think.
And Shane, go back to Shane's comment up top. 3 up from that. Who would you rather have, Donatel or Kirk, Rap and Date? What do you mean by that? Shane, clarify your question.
I said that you would rather have Don, and not you, Justin. I don't think you're that crazy. But Rap, you'd take Ed Donatel over Kirk Cousins.
What? Like hell yeah, my defensive coordinator.
Your defensive coordinator, you would if you had the choice, you would have kept Ed Donatel if it meant one or the other.
Going into this season, absolutely. All right, absolutely.
So you got it. He would take Ed
Donatel over Kirk Cousins. If you said that we can get any of the top 3 quarterbacks, but we got to keep Ed Donatel, and that's the thing, because we got to get a quarterback. You got to at least let me be able to draft my quarterback I want, or AR. I'll take Anthony Richardson. Absolutely,
Ed Donatel.
Absolutely. Because you can fire him in the middle of the season if it come down to it. Fuck it.
What this either or is Kirk Cousins and Flores on one hand, or Ed Donatel and AR on the other hand. Is that what this was?
I'm sorry, we're gonna get AR. That's assured.
No,
I didn't say AR. You're saying I said AR.
He did.
I said that. Like, if we can get AR, that'll make sense to me. Yeah.
Nah, I don't know that I'd go that far. Not Donatel.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm done with Kirk, bro. That just is what it is. I'm done with him, man. He's an old school quarterback. He's a pocket passer. That shit's faded out. That's not the way the NFL is going now. You gotta be able to be mobile and improvise. And that's just as simple as it gets on a serious note. And Kirk's he doesn't have it, man. And he's getting older. So, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. I'm ready to move off of Kirk. You know, good thing we don't got to get Donatel, though. You know what I mean? We in a reality, but we can get rid of Kirk.
Oh,
you know
you're back. You're finally in that area that I've been in this whole time. Cool.
Yeah, like, I'm ready to get rid of Kirk, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to get rid of Kirk.
Finally in. Oh, now you're all right.
Yeah, I've been ready to get rid of Kirk. Everybody knows that about me, though.
You said you're back to reality. I said you're finally back in that area.
Oh yeah, back to reality. Yeah, like, because on a serious note, like, I wouldn't want Ed Donatel, but I mean, you asked the question. I'm gonna.
But how do we know when you're serious or not?
Kirk. Like,
how do we know when you're serious or not, Rap? Like you say, Kirk's trash.
One thing I can tell you that I am serious about is I don't want Kirk Cousins on my team. That's one thing you can best believe that, you know, hey, that's one thing you best believe is I don't want Kirk Cousins on my team.
Why do you think that's funny, Justin? Why do you think injuring Kirk Cousins is
like funny? Honestly, like, I just don't think Kirk Cousins is a winning a Super Bowl type quarterback. I don't care what team you put around him. Like, it don't matter. He just don't have that dog in him, and it is what it is. It's obvious. Yes, can he throw for a bunch of yards? Absolutely. There's a lot of quarterbacks that throw for a bunch of yards. You know what I'm saying? We just don't watch other teams, but plenty of quarterbacks throw for a bunch of yards. Don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't win when it matters, it don't mean nothing.
I was laughing at George's comment that's right underneath the one that you had up for Too Evil.
But he your quarterback. He is my quarterback right now, but he won't be for long because Quasi them on my team, boy, they know what's up. They feeling how we feeling, Shane. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, Quasi and them feel how we feel. And even KOC. Like, KOC wants to draft his guy or whatever they're going to do if it's a trade for Lamar, but I'm leaning more towards they want to draft their guy. And even the head coach, the guy that has his jersey hanging in his office, even realizes that. You know what I mean? Hey, he's getting older. He's had his run. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. How long do you want to keep doing it? Like, how long do we want to keep trying?
Justin just said they would have taken an extension. Justin, who has the inside knowledge, says they would take an extension.
Bullshit.
For 1 year they would. For 1 year they would, not for 2.
Right. They would take an extension. So Rap is.
I don't believe it.
You still love Quasi because
I do
take him for 1 more year.
I do love him because I feel like
honestly, you want to know what this is me speculating now. So take that for whatever it's worth. Not that, you know, anything I say is taken for much at this point anyway. I think they wanted to extend Kirk for 1 more year, that they still want to target Anthony Richardson, and that they want to have him sit for 1 year. And then at the end of 2023, evaluate, is Anthony Richardson ready to go? And if he is, that they would then be able to trade Kirk. Because if they don't extend Kirk, they can't trade him.
Like GMs do every year.
Yes.
They evaluate their players and make a decision, like I said, would happen.
But
I mean,
they
but
didn't have that
but,
option because Kirk wouldn't accept it.
3 hours later, we finally come to that where we actually agree that GMs make decisions, and they would evaluate it. I mean, but before when I
but they
said that,
already
it's
pushed his
crazy.
money back
get
and
it.
all that shit. Like they already did the little construction.
I could
of his
literally say the same
contract.
thing as you, and
It's over.
It disagree earlier.
It's over, guys.
Crazy.
It's over, guys. Kirk's out of there, man. He's on his last year. Everybody in America knows that. You know what I'm saying? Just go look it up.
Hey, my
Google.
wife's probably gonna kill me that I'm up at 1 o'clock, and I'm sure my neighbors hate me.
I'm about to go too, man. Yeah, we up at All right.
Yeah,
we
had
thanks
a
for
good
sticking with this.
Shout out Shane, man. Shout out Shane.
Hold on.
One thing I like about Shane though is he rides for what he believes in. You know, like some people, you know, that are Kirk stands but don't want to stand on it. You know what I'm saying? Dave.
Shane's a Kirk stan then?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Does Shane
he's still my boy,
in,
but yeah, Kirk stand.
Does he admit that he's a Kirk
and
stand?
I don't.
At least he admits it, though. Is what I'm saying.
The insinuation.
Admits it.
And the insinuation is I don't stand for what I believe in. I don't stand up for what I believe in.
No, because every time we argue, all you do is say, "Oh, well, you're the only one who has a video on your channel saying he's the MVP," trying to make it seem like I'm
literally pointing out your fish flopping that you do. As much as you
pointing
can.
out that
Whatever,
I have faith.
Whichever the wind blows. Well, the wind blows this way. We win 7 games in a row. Kirk has 5 comeback victories. MVP candidate video.
Yep.
I mean,
I
am pretty consistent. I am pretty consistent on what I think about Kirk Cousins. Pretty consistent.
No,
I'm not.
No, what I'm saying. Well, yeah, you are. You a Kirk stan. That's what we're trying to say, though. You're a Kirk.
You just
stan,
said
though.
Unlike some people, and then I asked you referring to me. You said yes. So okay.
Stanley.
All right. Again, there you go. Where's the wind going, Rap? I mean, where's the wind going?
No.
Stanley.
You should switch. I'm switching your nickname to Weathervane.
Go ahead.
That's where I'm going. Whatever
you want,
man.
Hey,
call it whatever you want, man. Whatever makes you feel.
I'm gonna wrap it by saying this. I'm going to make this last for exactly 45 more seconds so we can hit the 4-hour mark right on the dot here. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I know we still got, 18, 20 people still up in the chat here after 4 hours. That's just incredible. We wouldn't be up here yelling at each other without you guys supporting us. If you haven't already, hit the like buttons on both the channels. If you don't already subscribe to Purple Pocket Podcast. I was worried about
Justin for a while.
Hey, Justin done come out the hat and all type of shit. My boy was spazzing on here. He got mad as hell. That shit was funny as shit.
Go subscribe to Purple Pocket Podcast, Purple and Go for Days, and Minnesota Sports Talk. You're right. I'm just not even listening to these guys anymore.
On a serious note, though, it was a good show, man. And we appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? And that's why y'all came here, though. Y'all knew that. Y'all see me on the thumbnail coming on this Kirk show. Well, you thought it was going to be fucking Skittles and cupcakes.
I think it lived up to it.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did because people knew I wasn't.
And if you thought tonight was fun, wait till draft night when it's Purple Pocket Podcast, Purple and Go for Days, Minnesota Sports Talk, GG Sports, and Purple and Scold Media. If you don't already subscribe to Purple and Scold Media as well as GG Sports, check those guys out. They're part of our crew as well. All putting out great content here. But like, comment, and subscribe. Anything else?
I'll go live tomorrow, man. And we ain't got to hear none of this freaking Kirk BS over there. That all this. You know, all the Kirk extensions and all that. We ain't gonna be talking about none of that. We talking about all.
What's he talking about? DVD set? What are you talking about?
Exit.
That's how long this video is.
Yeah, good point.
For real.
This is a docu-series.
Yeah, too evil. That's the intent. We're gonna try to get all. 1, 2.
Yeah, we're gonna all try to stream together.
We're all gonna try to get all.
I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, I've planned to have a show ever since I was born. So I don't know. I was planning on it. But if you guys
either way, we'll
want to convince me to do something else, I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
We're gonna have fun, man. It was fun. It was fun tonight.
Because if three clowns together isn't enough for you, 6 ought to be even better, right?
Appreciate y'all having me on tonight, man. It was fun. But just remember, Dave, Kirk's about to play his last year as a Minnesota Viking. Aww.
Kirk might get extension. Oh my God! Here come the Jets. Jets. Jets.
He ain't getting no damn extension.
Jets.
He still might.
He's smart as hell.
Jets. Jets. Let's go.
Quasi smart.
Let's go.
He's smart.
All
right, guys. I gotta go.
Good night, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye.